Okay, here are the ground rules for this story. It is heavily modified, of course. It takes place in the Star Wars galaxy, and Anakin Skywalker is the main character and the central focus, as this is a Star Wars, Game of Thrones, and Harry Potter crossover. I will be using some descriptions from the Game of Thrones and Harry Potter books, and I may also draw from the movies. Anyways, I've written this story, and if you'd like more, just let me know. The Naboo cruiser descended through Coruscant's upper atmosphere, its sleek hull catching the light of 1,000 skylanes as speeders zipped past in ordered chaos. Anakin pressed his face against the viewport, eyes wide as moons. Buildings stretched up so high they vanished into clouds, their surfaces gleaming like the polished chrome of a pod racer's engine. Lights blinked everywhere: red, blue, green, white, more lights than stars on Tatooine's night sky. "It's so big," he whispered, breath fogging the transparent steel. Padme stood beside him, her handmaiden disguise replaced now by the crimson robes of Naboo's queen. She smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "The entire planet is one city. Trillions of people live here." "Trillions?" Anakin's voice cracked. He'd never seen more than a few hundred people in one place. The thought made his stomach flip. Qui-Gon Jinn placed a hand on his shoulder, steady and warm through the rough fabric of the tunic they'd given him. It was cleaner than anything he'd owned on Tatooine, but it still felt strange. Everything felt strange. 3 days ago he'd been a slave. Now he was flying toward the capital of the galaxy. "Stay close to me when we land," Qui-Gon said. His voice was calm, but Anakin heard something underneath it. "Worry, maybe. There will be many people waiting." Obi-Wan Kenobi stood near the cockpit entrance, arms crossed over his chest. His eyes found Anakin's for a moment, and the younger man's jaw tightened before he looked away. Anakin had noticed that look before. Obi-Wan didn't want him here. Didn't think he should be here. The cruiser shuddered as it entered the final approach vector. Through the viewport, Anakin watched as they descended toward an enormous building that jutted up like a spear thrust into the planet's heart. Landing platforms extended from its sides like branches, each one capable of holding ships 10 times larger than their transport. "The Senate building," Padme said, following his gaze. And there she pointed to another tower, this one somehow different, its architecture both ancient and elegant. "That's the Jedi Temple." Anakin's heart hammered against his ribs. The Jedi Temple. Where his future would be decided. Where they would test him and judge him and decide if he was good enough. "I am good enough," he thought fiercely. "I have to be." The landing was smooth. The ramp extended with a pneumatic hiss, and Anakin followed Qui-Gon down into air that tasted of ozone and recycled atmosphere and millions of lives pressed together. The platform was massive, easily 100 meters across, ringed by towering pillars that held up an overhanging roof. Beyond the pillars, Coruscant spread out in every direction, a sea of metal and light that had no end. But Anakin barely noticed any of that. Because waiting on the platform was a crowd of people unlike any he'd ever seen. 2 Jedi stood at the front. Anakin knew they were Jedi by their robes, though both looked very different from Qui-Gon. One was a small creature with green skin, pointed ears, and enormous eyes that seemed to look through Anakin rather than at him. The other was a tall, dark-skinned man with a bald head and an expression carved from stone. His presence radiated power the way Tatooine's suns radiated heat. Behind them stood a collection of beings in elaborate robes and formal dress that made Anakin feel suddenly, painfully aware of his own rough-spun tunic. An older man with kind eyes and nervous hands stepped forward first. "Welcome, Your Majesty," he said, bowing to Padme. "I'm relieved to see you safe. I've called for a special session of the Senate to hear your position." "Thank you, Supreme Chancellor Valorum," Padme replied, her voice carrying an authority Anakin hadn't heard before. This was the Queen speaking now, not his friend from the ship. "But I must speak with the Jedi Council immediately. The situation has become more complicated." Another man moved forward, this one younger, with carefully styled hair and a smile that didn't quite match his eyes. "Your Majesty, it's an honor. The Senate awaits your testimony with great interest." "Senator Palpatine," Padme acknowledged. "Your support has been invaluable." Anakin noticed that a woman stood beside the senator, tall, elegant, with dark hair and a face that might have been beautiful if not for something cold in her expression. Two young men flanked her, both in their 20s, both handsome in that way rich people sometimes were, like they'd never missed a meal or worried about a sandstorm. One had blonde hair and green eyes that swept over the arriving party with casual disinterest. The other had red hair and a smile that reminded Anakin of the way Sebulba looked at other pod racers before a race. But it was the girl who caught Anakin's attention. She stood slightly apart from her family, a girl about his age with hair that was an impossible color somewhere between silver and gold and platinum white, like metal that had been heated and cooled and heated again until it shone. Her eyes were blue, bright and sharp, and they were fixed on something behind Anakin with an intensity that made him turn to look. Another ship was landing on the adjacent platform. It was smaller than the Naboo cruiser, more compact, with scorch marks along its hull that spoke of recent combat. The ramp lowered, and three figures emerged. The first was a man with dark, messy hair that fell past his shoulders and a face that might have been handsome once but now looked hollow, like he hadn't slept properly in years. He moved with a predator's grace, one hand resting on what looked like a wooden stick thrust through his belt. His clothes were torn and stained with something dark. Behind him came a boy, who looked a little older than Anakin but not by much. Dark hair stuck up in all directions, and he had the kind of bright green eyes that stood out against pale skin. Glasses set crooked on his nose. Unlike the man, the boy looked angry. His jaw was set, his hands clenched into fists, and he walked like someone who'd just lost a fight and wanted a rematch. The third figure was a woman in dark robes, moving quickly to keep pace with them. "Serious?" An elderly man with a long silver beard and robes covered in moving stars hurried forward from the waiting crowd. "Thank the Force you made it. We heard about the attack." "We're fine, Albus," the dark-haired man Sirius interrupted. His voice was rough, edged with something that might have been fury or fear or both. "But we need to talk. Now. Privately." The bearded man Albus nodded gravely. "Of course. The Jedi Council has agreed to hear." "They tried to kill us," the boy said suddenly. His voice was higher than Sirius's but just as angry. "That woman, the crazy one who killed your parents, Sirius. She was there. With some kind of thing. Red and black face, horns. Double-bladed lightsaber. Harry." Sirius's voice cracked like a whip. The boy Harry shut his mouth, but his eyes still blazed. Anakin felt Qui-Gon's hand tighten on his shoulder. When he looked up, the Jedi Master's face had gone very still. "A double-bladed lightsaber," the bald Jedi with the stone face said, stepping forward. "You're certain?" "Pretty sure I'd remember the thing that almost cut me in half," Harry snapped. "Enough," Albus said quietly, but something in his tone made everyone stop talking. "This is neither the time nor place. Supreme Chancellor, if we might impose on your hospitality." Of course," Valorum stammered. "The diplomatic quarters are prepared. We can convene in the security of..." "Master Yoda," Qui-Gon interrupted, and Anakin felt the hand on his shoulder shift, gently pushing him forward. "Master Windu. May I present Anakin Skywalker? I believe he is the chosen one." The silence that followed was so complete that Anakin could hear the distant hum of traffic from the skylanes far above. The small green Jedi Yoda tilted his head, those enormous eyes fixing on Anakin with an intensity that made him want to step back. But he didn't. Slaves learned early not to show fear. "Strong in the Force, the boy is," Yoda said slowly. His voice was ancient, layered with centuries of wisdom and something else Anakin couldn't name. "See him, we will. But wait, this must. Other matters, there are." "Master Yoda," with respect Qui-Gon began. Wait, it will, Yoda repeated, firmer this time. Attacked, Master Dumbledore and his ward were. Discuss this threat, we must. Patience, Qui-Gon. Anakin felt frustration spike through him. Patience. Always patience. You'll be free soon, Ani. Be patient. The Republic will help us, Ani. Be patient. But patience never changed anything. Action did. Perhaps the children should be taken to more comfortable quarters while we discuss these matters. Palpatine suggested smoothly. His voice was like oil, slipping into the conversation without causing ripples. My daughter Julia is close in age to both young Skywalker and young Potter. I'm sure she would be happy to show them around while we attend to more pressing concerns. He placed a hand on the silver-haired girl's shoulder, not quite a push, but close enough. Julia's blue eyes snapped from Harry to Anakin, and for a moment, Anakin saw something flicker across her face. Curiosity, maybe. Or calculation. I don't need a babysitter, Harry said flatly. Nor do I, Anakin added, though his voice came out smaller than he'd intended. Julia stepped forward. Up close, Anakin realized she was tall for 9, almost as tall as him, maybe taller. Her face was perfect in that same unsettling way her mother's was, like a doll carved from expensive stone. When she smiled, it looked practiced. I'm not a babysitter, she said. Her voice was clear, controlled, with an accent Anakin didn't recognize. I'm the daughter of a senator. And if you're about to become part of galactic politics, you might want someone who knows how things work here. Harry's eyes narrowed. I know plenty about politics. People smile while they stab you in the back. Then you're already halfway educated, Julia replied without missing a beat. The Jedi Temple Gardens are this way. Unless you'd prefer to stand here while adults discuss whether you're worth their time. The words hit Anakin like a slap. His cheeks burned. Because that was exactly what was happening, wasn't it? They were going to discuss him. Debate him. Decide if a slave from Tatooine deserved their attention. Come on, Harry, Sirius said quietly. Go with her. I'll come find you when we're done. But that's not a suggestion. Harry's jaw worked like he wanted to argue, but something in Sirius's expression stopped him. He jerked his head in a nod and stalked toward Julia, hands still clenched. Qui-Gon looked down at Anakin. Go. I'll speak with the council. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Another promise from another adult. Anakin wanted to believe it. He wanted to believe so badly his chest hurt. He nodded and followed Julia and Harry toward an archway that led off the landing platform. Behind them, the adults began talking in low, urgent voices. Anakin caught fragments. Sith, impossible, dead for a millennium before they moved out of earshot. The Jedi Temple Gardens were nothing like Tatooine. Where his home planet was sand and heat and endless brown, this was green. So much green it almost hurt to look at. Plants grew in careful beds, their leaves shimmering with moisture. Water, actual water, not the precious, hoarded drops that cost a month's wages, burbled in fountains and streams that wound through the paths. The air smelled alive, rich with growing things and earth. Anakin stopped walking, transfixed. You've never seen a garden before, Julia observed. It wasn't a question. I've seen plants, Anakin said defensively. Hubba gourds. Pika roots. They grow underground where the moisture farms. He stopped, suddenly aware that he was babbling. His cheeks burned again. I've seen plenty of gardens, Harry muttered. Aunt Petunia never shut up about hers. Made me weed it every weekend. Julia's eyes shifted to him, assessing. You lived with Muggles. So what if I did? I didn't say it was a problem. I'm observing. Julia moved to sit on a stone bench near one of the fountains. She arranged her robes carefully, every movement precise. Your guardian mentioned someone tried to kill you. That must have been frightening. I wasn't frightened, Harry said immediately. Too quickly. Really? A Zabrak Sith Lord with a double-bladed lightsaber and Bellatrix Lestrange didn't frighten you at all? Either you're very brave or very stupid. I'm not stupid. Then you were frightened. There's no shame in it. Fear is a survival instinct. Julia's voice was maddeningly calm, like she was discussing the weather. Did they say why they attacked? Harry's eyes narrowed further. Why do you care? Because I'm curious. And because if there's a Sith Lord running around with one of Voldemort's Death Eaters, that affects everyone. Including my family. Your family? Anakin asked. He'd been watching the way light played on the water, but Julia's tone pulled him back. Who's your family? Senator Sheev Palpatine is my father, Julia said. My mother is Octavia Palpatine. My brothers are Julian and Cassian. A senator's daughter, Harry said, and there was something sharp in his voice now. Must be nice. Big house, servants to do everything, never having to worry about where your next meal comes from. Harry, Anakin said quietly. But Harry wasn't listening. What's it like, never having to work? Never having to? You think I don't work? Julia's voice had gone cold. You know nothing about my life. I know plenty about rich people. Harry shot back. They're all the same. They take what they want and don't care who gets hurt. That's funny, coming from the famous boy who lived, Julia said. The practiced smile was gone now, replaced by something with edges. You think you're the only one with problems? The only one who suffered. At least I didn't choose my problems. At least I wasn't born into luxury and... Born into luxury. Julia stood, and though she was shorter than Harry, somehow she seemed to loom. You don't know anything about me. About what she stopped abruptly, and for just a second, Anakin saw something flicker behind her eyes. Something dark and quickly hidden. Forget it. This was a mistake. She turned and walked away, her footsteps sharp against the stone path. Harry watched her go, his expression caught between anger and something that might have been guilt. She started it. No, Anakin said quietly. You did. Harry's head snapped toward him. What? You started it. She was just asking questions, and you... Anakin searched for the right words. You attacked her. I didn't attack anyone. I just said. You made it about money. About slavery. The word tasted bitter in Anakin's mouth. You don't know what that's like. You were never a slave. I lived in a cupboard. Harry's voice cracked. I got my cousin's broken toys and worn-out clothes and got locked up whenever anything weird happened. Don't tell me I don't know what it's like to be. It's not the same, Anakin said, and his hands were shaking now. He shoved them into his pockets. You could leave. Maybe you didn't, maybe you couldn't, but you weren't owned. No one could sell you. No one could sell your mother. That's different. Harry stared at him. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. I didn't mean. Yet. Anakin turned away. Nobody ever does. Silence fell, broken only by the burble of the fountains and the distant hum of Coruscant's endless traffic. Anakin closed his eyes and tried to remember his mother's face, but the edges were already getting fuzzy. 3 days. It had only been 3 days since he'd left her. I'll come back for you, Mom. I promise. I'm sorry. Anakin opened his eyes. Harry was still standing there, hands hanging at his sides, looking suddenly much younger than before. I say stupid things sometimes, Harry continued. Hermione, that's my friend, she tells me I've got the emotional range of a teaspoon. I hate being treated like I'm special because of something that happened when I was a baby. I hate people assuming things about me. And when that girl looked at me like I was some kind of specimen to study, Got mad, Anakin finished. Yet. Me too. When people assume things about me because I'm a slave. Was a slave? The correction felt strange. He wasn't sure it was true yet. Harry nodded slowly. Friends? Anakin considered. The boy had said hurtful things, but he'd apologized. That was more than most people did. And he'd been angry, scared, dealing with an attack. Anakin understood that. Friends, he agreed. They shook hands awkwardly, and some of the tension bled out of the air. Should we go after her? Harry asked, nodding in the direction Julia had gone. Anakin thought about it. About the way Julia's expression had shifted when Harry mentioned luxury. About that flash of something dark and quickly hidden. Maybe, he said. But not yet. Let her cool down first. They sat on the bench Julia had vacated, watching the gardens. After a while, Harry spoke again. That man Qui-Gon. He called you the Chosen One. What does that mean? Anakin shrugged, trying to look unconcerned. Jedi prophecy or something. He thinks I'm supposed to bring balance to the Force. That's a lot of pressure. Tell me about it. Anakin picked up a small stone from the path and turned it over in his hands. What about you? Why did someone try to kill you? Because of Voldemort. Harry's voice went flat. He tried to kill me when I was a baby. Failed. Now his followers think. I don't know. That I'm a threat, I guess. Are you? Harry looked at him, surprised. Then a small smile tugged at his mouth. I hope so. Despite everything, Anakin smiled back. Maybe they could be friends after all. A door opened somewhere behind them, and both boys turned. An older man emerged tall, with sharp features and long hair streaked with grey. He wore robes similar to Senator Palpatine's, but his bore a different insignia. Behind him walked a boy about 11 or 12 with blonde hair and a face that reminded Anakin unpleasantly of Watto when someone hadn't paid their debts. Lord Stark, someone called from inside. The council will reconvene in 1 hour. The older man nodded and turned toward the gardens, then stopped when he saw Anakin and Harry. His expression shifted, not quite a smile, but something warmer than the stern neutrality he'd worn before. You must be the boys everyone's discussing, he said. His accent was different from Palpatine's, rougher, more direct. Anakin Skywalker and Harry Potter. Yes, sir, Anakin said automatically. Always be polite to someone who might own you, his mother had taught him. Even though he wasn't a slave anymore, the lessons stuck. Eddard Stark. Most people call me Ned. He gestured to the blonde boy. This is Joffrey Baratheon, the boy interrupted. His voice was high and sharp, and his eyes swept over Anakin and Harry with obvious disdain. I'm the king's eldest son. Prince of the Seven Kingdoms. Joffrey is here as part of his education in galactic politics, Ned said, and something in his tone suggested he wasn't thrilled about that fact. King Robert thought it would be valuable for him to observe the Senate. Joffrey's lip curled. Sitting in boring meetings while old men argue about trade routes. Father said it would build character. He made character sound like a disease. Character is useful, Ned said quietly. As is humility. I have nothing to be humble about, Joffrey shot back. I'm a prince. These two are, what? A slave and an orphan. The words hit Anakin like a punch to the gut. His hands clenched, and he felt something surge through him, hot and wild and dangerous. The Force, Qui-Gon called it, though Anakin still didn't fully understand. All he knew was that when he got angry, things happened. Things broke. The stone fountain nearest Joffrey suddenly cracked. Water sprayed sideways, drenching the prince's elaborate robes. Joffrey shrieked an undignified sound that would have been funny if Anakin wasn't so angry, and jumped back. You did that. I didn't touch you, Anakin said. His voice shook, but he met Joffrey's eyes. "Lord Stark, did you see?" "I saw a fountain malfunction," Ned interrupted. His grey eyes found Anakin's, and there was something knowing in them. "These systems are old. It happens." Joffrey spluttered. "Dripping water onto the stone path." "But... Go change your clothes, Joffrey. We have another meeting soon." For a moment, Anakin thought Joffrey would argue. But something in Ned's expression must have warned him off, because he turned and stalked away, leaving a trail of water behind him. Ned watched him go, then looked back at Anakin. "That was foolish. He called me a slave." "He did. And he was wrong. But breaking things when you're angry doesn't make you free. It makes you dangerous." Ned's voice wasn't unkind, just matter of fact. "On my home world, we have a saying, the man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. It means you take responsibility for your actions. You don't hide behind power." "I didn't hide behind anything," Anakin said. "I just used power you barely understand to lash out." Ned crouched down so he was eye level with Anakin. "I'm not scolding you, boy. I'm warning you. The Force is a tool. Like a sword. And tools can be used for building or for destroying. Make sure you know which one you're doing." He stood and nodded to both of them. "Try to stay out of trouble until the council finishes. Coruscant can be dangerous for those who don't know its ways." He left, and Anakin and Harry were alone again. "I liked him," Harry said after a moment. "Yeah," Anakin agreed. "Me too. That other one, though. Joffrey? He's the worst." "The absolute worst," Harry confirmed. Then, hesitantly, "You really broke that fountain? With your mind?" "I guess." Anakin looked at his hands. They were still shaking. "It happens sometimes when I get mad. Or scared. I don't always mean to." "That's brilliant," Harry said, and there was real wonder in his voice. "I do magic sometimes too, but it's never that directed. Mostly I just make weird things happen." "Like what?" "Once I made glass disappear at the zoo. Another time I grew my hair back overnight after Aunt Petunia cut it. Hermione says it's because I'm a wizard, but I'm not trained properly yet." They compared stories, trading tales of accidental magic and strange occurrences, and for a while, Anakin forgot about the Jedi Council and prophecies and the weight of expectations. For a while, he was just a boy talking to another boy in a garden on a planet that felt like something from a dream. But eventually, footsteps approached again. This time it was Julia who emerged from the archway, her face carefully neutral. "They're ready for you," she said, directing the words somewhere between Anakin and Harry without looking at either of them. "The Jedi Council wants to speak with both of you. Master Yoda asked me to fetch you." Anakin stood, his stomach suddenly full of rocks. This was it. The moment that would decide everything. Harry stood too, adjusting his crooked glasses. "Do I have to go?" "Master Dumbledore requested your presence," Julia said. "Something about wanting the council to hear about the attack firsthand." They walked back toward the temple proper, Julia leading the way. Anakin wanted to say something to apologize for Harry's earlier outburst, or to thank her for coming to get them, or just to fill the awkward silence, but he couldn't find the words. The Jedi Council chamber was exactly as Qui-Gon had described, a circular room lined with chairs, each one occupied by a Jedi Master. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, and beyond them, Coruscant stretched out in endless, glittering expanse. Anakin had never felt smaller. Yoda sat in one of the chairs, his short legs dangling. Master Windu occupied another. There were others: a Togruta woman with blue and white montrals, a Keldor in a breathing mask, a human man with dark hair and kind eyes. All of them were watching Anakin with expressions ranging from curiosity to concern to something that might have been fear. Qui-Gon stood to one side with Obi-Wan. Across from them, Dumbledore stood with Sirius and Harry. Senator Palpatine was there too, and his wife Octavia, and Anakin's heart sank his two older sons. This wasn't just a council meeting. This was something bigger. Anakin Skywalker, Yoda said, his ancient voice filling the chamber. Step forward. Anakin did, his legs feeling like they belonged to someone else. Tested, you wish to be? Yes, Master Yoda. His voice came out steadier than he'd expected. Scared, are you? The question caught him off guard. He almost lied, almost said no. But Yoda's eyes seemed to see right through him. Yes, he admitted. Good, Yoda said, and something that might have been approval flickered across his wrinkled face. Fear is nothing to be ashamed of. What we do with fear, that is what matters. He gestured with one clawed hand, and a viewing screen descended from the ceiling. Images flickered across it, symbols, objects, patterns. Tell me what you see, you will. And so it began. The test. The judgment. The moment that would determine if Anakin Skywalker, former slave, would become something more. In the back of the chamber, Julia Palpatine watched with eyes the color of winter sky, and though her face betrayed nothing, something stirred behind her carefully maintained mask. Something curious. Something hungry. The Jedi Council chamber fell silent after Yoda's words. Anakin could feel every pair of eyes on him, assessing, judging, weighing. The viewing screen displayed its final image, a simple geometric pattern, and then went dark. Remarkable, Master Windu said, though his tone suggested the opposite of admiration. The boy has identified every image correctly. His connection to the Force is unprecedented. Built a pod racer from salvaged parts, he did, Yoda added, his ears twitching. Won the Bunta Eve Classic. First human ever to do so. Strong instincts. Quick reflexes. Qui-Gon stepped forward. Masters, I have presented my findings. Anakin Skywalker's midi-chlorian count exceeds 20,000. Higher than any Jedi on record. Higher than Master Yoda himself. A ripple of shock moved through the chamber. Several council members exchanged glances. The boy is dangerous, a Keldor master said from his chair. His voice emerged filtered through his breathing mask. Such power, untrained, unguided. Which is precisely why we must train him, Qui-Gon interrupted. He is the chosen one. The prophecy speaks of one who will bring balance to the Force. I have found him. Master Windu's jaw tightened. You presume much, Qui-Gon. The prophecy is open to interpretation. And even if the boy is this prophesied one, we cannot ignore what we sense in him. He turned his attention fully to Anakin. Your thoughts dwell on your mother. It wasn't a question. Anakin's hands clenched at his sides. I miss her. Is that wrong? No, Master Windu said. It is human. But attachment leads to jealousy. The shadow of greed, that is. And you are not a child. You are 9 years old. Old enough to have formed bonds that will be difficult to break. Train him not, we should, Yoda said quietly. The words landed like stones in still water. Too old he is. Too much fear in his heart. Fear. Anakin's voice cracked. I'm not afraid. Afraid to lose your mother, you are, Yoda said, and those enormous eyes seemed to see straight through Anakin's chest into the parts he kept hidden. What has that got to do with anything? Everything. Yoda's staff tapped against the floor. Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Much fear I sense in you. I left her behind. Anakin shouted. Heat rose in his chest, burning behind his eyes. I left her in chains so I could come here and be tested like some kind of animal. And now you're telling me I'm too scared? I'm the bravest person I know. Anakin, Qui-Gon's voice held warning. But the dam had broken. You don't know what it's like. None of you. You sit in your temple on your nice planet with your nice robes and you judge people like me. But you don't know what it means to be owned. To have someone put a bomb inside your body so you can't run. To watch your mother grow old serving people who treat her like furniture. The boy proves our point, Master Windu said to the council, his voice hard. He cannot control his emotions. And I do not trust a boy with such power who has not been guided by the Jedi from infancy, before he could form these attachments. To train him now would be to invite disaster. Master Windu, please, Qui-Gon began. The council has made its decision. Master Windu stood, and the weight of his presence seemed to fill the chamber. The boy will not be trained. He is too old, too attached, and too dangerous. The words hit Anakin like a physical blow. His vision swam. Not be trained. Return to Tatooine. Return to slavery. You can't do this, he whispered. It is done, Yoda said, not unkindly. A difficult decision, this was. But the right one. Something inside Anakin shattered. All the hope, all the dreams, all the promises that things would be different gone. Qui-Gon had said he was special. Had said he would be free. Had said everything would change. Lies. All of it lies. He turned and ran. Anakin, wait. Qui-Gon's voice echoed behind him, but Anakin didn't stop. He burst through the council chamber doors and sprinted down the corridor, his feet slapping against polished stone. Behind him, he could hear Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan giving chase, but he didn't care. He needed to get away. Needed air. Needed anything but this suffocating building full of people who looked at him and saw a threat instead of a person. He found stairs and took them 3 at a time. Guards called out as he flew past, but he ignored them. Down and down and down until he burst through a set of massive doors into blinding sunlight and Coruscant air. The temple was built on one of the highest levels of the planet city. Around him stretched a district of gleaming towers and immaculate parks. Beings in expensive clothes walked carefully maintained paths. Speeders hummed past overhead, their polished hulls reflecting afternoon light. Anakin had never felt more out of place. He ran anyway. Past startled Twi'leks in silk robes. Past a Rhodian couple pushing a hover pram. Past a human man who shouted something about watching where you're going, street rat. I'm not a street rat, Anakin thought furiously. I'm not. But maybe he was. Maybe that's all he'd ever be. A slave boy who thought he could be something more. His vision blurred. He barely noticed when he left the main thoroughfare and ducked into a smaller park, this one surrounded by high walls and carefully sculpted trees. His lungs burned. His legs ached. He staggered to a stop near a fountain different from the one in the Jedi Temple gardens, this one carved from black stone with water that sparkled like stars. And that's when he collided with her. One moment he was stumbling forward, the next his shoulder hit something solid and they both went down in a tangle of limbs and fabric. Anakin landed hard on his elbow, pain shooting up his arm. Ow! What the? He looked up and froze. Julia Palpatine lay sprawled on the grass beside him, her silver-gold platinum hair spread around her head like a halo. Those unsettling blue eyes blinked up at the sky, and for a moment she didn't seem to register what had happened. Then her gaze found his. Anakin, she said, and something in her tone suggested surprise. Julia. He scrambled to his feet, then offered her a hand. She took it, and he pulled her up. I'm sorry. I didn't see you. He stopped, took a breath, tried again. What were you doing just standing there? Looking at the sky, she said simply. Anakin glanced up. The sky was the same as it had been since he'd arrived on Coruscant, a pale blue-grey haze punctuated by countless speeders and the distant gleam of orbital platforms. Why? Because it's there. Julia brushed grass from her dark dress. Does there need to be another reason? I guess not, but standing in the middle of a path. I wasn't in the middle. I was at the edge. She pointed to a spot 3 meters away where the path curved around the fountain. You ran into me. She was right. Anakin's cheeks burned. Sorry. Again. You said that already. Julia studied him with that unnerving intensity he'd noticed before. Why are you running? Did something happen? Nothing happened. Everything's fine. You're a terrible liar. The words stung because they were true. Anakin looked away, jaw tight. It's none of your business. Perhaps not. But you're a ward of the Jedi and the Queen of Naboo. Julia's voice took on a formal quality, like she was reciting something memorized. My father is the senator of Naboo. My family is also from Naboo. I can't let you run around here alone. I can take care of myself. Can you? She gestured to the immaculate park, the wealthy beings walking past, the armed guards visible at the district entrance. This level of Coruscant might seem safe, but a child like you running around alone will attract the wrong sort of attention. The wrong sort of attention. Anakin understood perfectly what she meant. Slavers. Traffickers. The kind of people who looked at unaccompanied children and saw profit. What about you? He shot back. You're alone too. Aren't you worried about the wrong sort of attention? I have my ways. Julia's hand moved to her side, and Anakin caught a glimpse of something metallic tucked into her belt. A weapon? And I know this district. You don't. Before Anakin could argue further, a shadow fell across them both. There you are. Anakin spun. Prince Joffrey Baratheon stood at the edge of the path, his blonde hair perfectly styled, his expensive clothes replaced since the fountain incident but equally elaborate. Behind him stood 2 guards in the colors of House Baratheon. Thought you could run away? Joffrey's lip curled. Pathetic. Just like a slave. The fury Anakin had been holding back roared to life. Don't call me that. Why not? It's what you are. What you always will be. Joffrey's eyes shifted to Julia, and his expression changed to something uglier. And look who you found. The little dragon bastard. Julia went very still. My father acknowledged me publicly, Joffrey. That makes me legitimate. Your father is a Palpatine. Your mother was a Targaryen whore who seduced a married man. Joffrey stepped closer, and Anakin could smell expensive cologne mixed with something sour. Everyone knows the saying. Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin. Greatness or madness? Which side did you get, I wonder? Leave her alone, Anakin said. Or what? You'll break another fountain. Joffrey laughed. You're nothing. A slave boy playing at being important. And she's... Anakin's fist connected with Joffrey's jaw before he'd consciously decided to throw the punch. The prince went down hard, blood spurting from his split lip. His guards surged forward, hands moving to weapons, but froze when a new voice cut through the air like a knife. Enough! Tywin Lannister emerged from between 2 ornamental trees, his presence so commanding that even Joffrey's guards stepped back. The man's eyes a cold, calculating green swept over the scene with obvious disdain. My grandson is embarrassing himself, Tywin said flatly. He looked down at Joffrey, who was clutching his bleeding mouth. Get up! You look like a fool. He hit me. Joffrey's voice came out muffled and whiny. Yes. Because you provoked him. Tywin's attention shifted to Anakin. And you? A Jedi ward, I'm told. Though the Jedi seem to have let you wander off. They rejected me, Anakin said before he could stop himself. The words tasted like ash. Something flickered in Tywin's expression. Not sympathy. Anakin didn't think this man was capable of sympathy, but something that might have been respect. Rejected you, Tywin repeated. Despite your unprecedented force potential. Despite winning the Bunta Eve Classic at age 9 in a pod racer you built yourself from scrap. Despite your midi-chlorian count exceeding that of the Grand Master himself. Anakin blinked. How do you know all that? I make it my business to know useful things. Tywin glanced at Joffrey, who was being helped up by the guards. Take him back to our quarters. Tell the medic to see to his lip. And tell my daughter that her son continues to be a disappointment. Joffrey opened his mouth probably to protest, but one look from Tywin shut him up. He stumbled away, guards trailing behind, shooting dark glances at Anakin. Tywin returned his attention to Anakin and Julia. You defended her honor. That shows character. Foolish character, perhaps, given that Joffrey is a prince, but character nonetheless. He deserved it, Anakin muttered. He did. Tywin's voice held no emotion. My grandson is a cruel little shit. But he's correct about one thing: you are not Jedi, and she is half Targaryen. Both facts carry implications. He paused. I have a granddaughter. Myrcella. About your age. Pretty child, reasonably intelligent. An alliance between House Lannister and someone with your potential could prove advantageous. It took Anakin a moment to understand. You want me to marry your granddaughter? When you're older, naturally. Arranged marriages are common among powerful families in certain parts of the galaxy. Westeros especially. Tywin's eyes were like chips of ice. You have power. Raw, untrained, but undeniable. Power is always valuable. I'm not marrying anyone, Anakin said flatly. Anakin. Qui-Gon's voice echoed across the park. The Jedi Master appeared around the fountain, Obi-Wan close behind. Both looked relieved and frustrated in equal measure. Thank the Force. We've been searching. He stopped when he saw Tywin. Lord Lannister. Master Jin. Tywin inclined his head slightly. Your ward just struck Prince Joffrey Baratheon. Qui-Gon's eyes widened. He what? The prince insulted him. And Miss Palpatine. I consider the matter resolved. Tywin turned to leave, then paused. Master Jin, I respect you. But if the Jedi Order is foolish enough to reject a child with the potential to reshape the galaxy, they deserve what's coming. He walked away, his posture perfect, his expensive robes making no sound against the grass. Anakin, Qui-Gon said quietly. We need to talk. You lied to me. Anakin's voice came out flat. You said I'd be trained. You said I'd be a Jedi. I tried. The Council. The Council thinks I'm dangerous. Too old. Too attached. Too everything. Anakin's hands clenched. You should have left me on Tatooine. Anakin. At least there I knew where I stood. Julia touched his arm. The contact was light, barely there, but it stopped his rising shout. Come with me, she said. What? Come with me. To my father's apartments. Queen Amidala is staying there. You're her ward too. You'll be safe. Julia's blue eyes held his. Better than running around Coruscant until something worse happens. Qui-Gon looked like he wanted to argue, but Obi-Wan put a hand on his shoulder. Master, perhaps it's best if the boy has some space. We can't take him back to the temple after the Council's ruling. He's not a prisoner, Julia added. Just a guest. Unless the Jedi are claiming authority over someone they've already refused. The logic was sound, and Qui-Gon knew it. He nodded slowly. Very well. But Anakin, we're not done talking. Anakin didn't answer. He followed Julia away from the park, feeling the weight of Qui-Gon's gaze on his back until they turned a corner and disappeared into Coruscant's endless maze of buildings. Senator Palpatine's apartments were on the 100th floor of a tower that scraped the sky. Julia led Anakin through a private entrance, past two guards who nodded respectfully, and into a space that made his breath catch. The main room was enormous, with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of Coruscant. Furniture that probably cost more than a dozen pod racers sat arranged in careful groups. Art hung on walls, paintings and sculptures that Anakin didn't understand but knew were expensive because everything here was expensive. And standing in the center of the room, mid-conversation, were the Palpatine family. Senator Palpatine turned first, his expression shifting from serious to warmly concerned in an instant. "Julia. We were wondering where you'd gone. And young Skywalker. What a pleasant surprise." Octavia Palpatine stood near the windows, a glass of something amber in her hand. Her dark hair was pulled back severely, emphasizing sharp cheekbones and that cold, beautiful face. She said nothing, but her eyes tracked Anakin like a predator watching prey. The two sons Julian and Cassian occupied opposite ends of a long couch. Julian, the blonde one with green eyes, looked up from a datapad with mild interest. Cassian, red-haired and handsome, smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Julia brought him," Cassian said, standing. "How thoughtful. He was running around the upper district alone," Julia said. "The Jedi rejected his training." "Did they?" Palpatine's face arranged itself into sympathetic concern. "How unfortunate. Come, sit. You must be exhausted." Anakin stayed where he was, suddenly very aware that he didn't belong here. These people moved in a world of power and politics and money. What was he? A freed slave who couldn't even become a Jedi. But he was also still angry, and anger made him brave. He sat. Cassian moved closer, sitting on the arm of a nearby chair. "So the great chosen one isn't so chosen after all. That must sting." "Cassian," Palpatine's tone held warning. "I'm just saying what everyone's thinking, Father." But Cassian's smile widened. "Though I'd be interested to hear your story, Anakin. Slave to pod racer, champion to Jedi reject in what, a week? That's quite a fall. Or quite a rise, depending on perspective," Julian said without looking up from his datapad. His voice was cool, measured. "He's free. That's more than he had before." "Is it?" Octavia spoke for the first time. Her voice was like silk over razors. "Freedom is a relative term. He may not wear chains anymore, but he's still dependent on the charity of others. Still at the mercy of those with power." She sipped her drink. "That's not freedom. That's just a prettier cage." The words hit too close to truth. Anakin's jaw tightened. "At least I chose to leave. What's your excuse?" The room went silent. Octavia's expression didn't change, but something dangerous flickered behind her eyes. "Excuse me. You heard me." Anakin stood, his hands shaking but his voice steady. "You sit here in your expensive tower looking down on everyone and acting like you're better. But you're just as trapped as anyone. Maybe more, because you don't even see your cage." "Anakin," Julia said quietly. But he couldn't stop now. "All of you. Playing your games, making your plans, treating people like pieces on a board. At least I know what I am. Do you?" Cassian laughed, a genuine sound of delight. "Oh, I like him. Father. Can we keep him?" "That's enough." Palpatine's voice remained gentle, but underneath it ran steel. "Anakin, my wife can be direct. But she means no harm. We're all products of our circumstances. Some of us are just better at hiding our cages than others." He moved to place a hand on Anakin's shoulder, and the boy had to fight not to flinch. There was something about the senator's touch, nothing wrong exactly, but something that made his skin prickle. "Julia mentioned you've been through an ordeal," Palpatine continued. "The Council's rejection must feel like betrayal. But perhaps it's an opportunity. The Jedi are not the only path to greatness." "What other path is there?" Anakin asked bitterly. "I'm nobody. I have nowhere to go. You have here. For now." Palpatine smiled. "Queen Amidala is preparing for a Senate session tomorrow. A vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum. It's a significant moment in Republic history. You're welcome to observe. To see how power really works in this galaxy. Before Anakin could respond, the apartment door opened again. A tall figure entered, so tall he had to duck slightly under the frame. His elongated head, thin frame, and pale skin marked him as Mutton. He wore expensive robes and moved with the careful precision of someone used to being watched. "Hello," Palpatine greeted warmly. "I wasn't expecting you until later. My schedule shifted." The Mutton's voice was surprisingly deep, rich with layers of meaning. His eyes, large and dark, swept the room and landed on Anakin. Something crossed his face. Fear? No, that couldn't be right. What would a wealthy banker have to fear from a slave boy? But it was there, unmistakable, for just a fraction of a second before his expression smoothed into professional neutrality. "This must be the boy," Hago Damask said. "Anakin Skywalker. You've heard of me?" Anakin asked. "News travels quickly in certain circles." Damask moved closer, and Anakin noticed his movements were deliberate, controlled, like every step was calculated. "Qui-Gon Jinn believes you are the prophesied chosen one. A virgins in the Force. The Jedi don't think so. The Jedi Council is conservative. They fear what they don't understand." Damask settled into a chair, his long limbs folding with insectal grace. "Tell me, young Skywalker, why did they reject you?" "They said I was too old. Too attached to my mother." The words still hurt to say. "They said fear would lead me to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering." Damask recited it like a poem he'd heard too many times. "Yes, the Jedi have their mantras. But fear is not inherently evil. It's a survival instinct. What matters is what you do with it." Julian looked up from his daytopad, and Anakin saw real interest there for the first time. "Master Damask, you've studied Force philosophy. As a banker and scientist, I find it useful to understand the powers that shape galactic events." Damask's attention never left Anakin. "The Jedi claim to serve the light side of the Force. But there are other aspects. Other possibilities they refuse to explore." "Like what?" Anakin asked. "Like the power to save lives. To prevent death itself." Damask's voice lowered, became almost intimate. "The Jedi accept death as natural. But what if it doesn't have to be? What if there were ways to preserve life, to bring back those who've been lost? Wouldn't that be worth exploring?" Anakin's breath caught. "You can do that? Bring people back?" "I'm researching the possibility." The ancient Sith. Damask paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. The ancient Sith, before they became corrupted by their lust for power, understood aspects of the Force that modern Jedi refuse to acknowledge. They learned to manipulate life itself at the cellular level. To heal wounds thought unhealable. To extend life beyond natural limits. "That's dark side," Anakin said, but his voice wavered. "Is it? Or is it simply knowledge the Jedi hoard because they fear others having power?" Damask leaned forward. "I'm a banker, young Skywalker. Not a Force user. But I've spent decades researching Force philosophy as a hobby. I believe I'm close to understanding these secrets. If you're interested, I'd be happy to share my findings." "Why would you do that?" "Because knowledge should be shared, not hoarded." "And because?" Damask paused. "Because you remind me of myself at your age. Rejected by those who should have nurtured you. Told you were too dangerous, too different. I overcame those who dismissed me. Perhaps you can too." Anakin wanted to say no. Wanted to refuse. But the image of his mother's face rose in his mind, older, tired, still wearing chains. If there was a way to save her, to protect her, shouldn't he at least listen? "I'd like to know more," he said quietly. Damask smiled. "Excellent. But a word of advice: don't mention this to the Jedi. They tend to jump to conclusions when anything Sith-related is discussed. Even historical research makes them nervous. Hago is correct, Palpatine added smoothly. The Jedi mean well, but they're rigid in their thinking. Knowledge should be pursued wherever it leads. Cassian had been watching the exchange with unconcealed interest. Julian too had set down his datapad entirely. Even Octavia seemed less hostile, her glass forgotten on a side table. Only Julia remained unchanged, standing by the window, watching Anakin with those unsettling blue eyes. When their gazes met, she didn't look away. Didn't smile. Just watched, like she was memorizing every detail of his face. It made something uncomfortable twist in Anakin's chest. Before anyone could speak further, the door opened again. Padme entered, still in her Queen Amidala regalia, followed by several handmaidens and Jar Jar Binks. She stopped when she saw Anakin. Anakin. I heard what happened at the temple. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Anakin lied. It's not fine. The council should have. She stopped, seemed to remember where she was. We'll discuss it later. Senator, are the preparations complete? Nearly, Palpatine said, standing. Your Majesty, might I suggest we finalize the speech for tomorrow's session? The vote of no confidence must be handled delicately. Padme nodded. Of course. Anakin, you should rest. It's been a difficult day. Julia moved forward. I'll show him to a guest room. As they left the main space, Anakin heard Palpatine's voice, low and persuasive, Your Majesty, the Senate will resist at first. Chancellor Valorum has allies. But you must be strong. The galaxy needs a strong chancellor. One who won't let tragedies like Naboo continue. The words faded as Julia led him down a hallway lined with more expensive art. She stopped at a door, pressed a panel, and it slid open to reveal a bedroom larger than the entire hovel Anakin had shared with his mother on Tatooine. Why did you stand up to Mother? Julia asked suddenly. Anakin turned. What? My mother. Octavia. Why did you confront her? She has connections. Wealth. She could arrange for bad things to happen to you. Julia's head tilted slightly. Aren't you afraid? No, Anakin said. And it was true. All my life, people looked down on me. Treated me like I was worth less than the parts I built. I don't care who she is. I'm free now. And I'm never going back to being afraid of people who think they're better than me ever again. Something shifted in Julia's expression. Not quite a smile, but close. Good, she said softly. You shouldn't be. She left, and Anakin was alone in a room that cost more than his entire life on Tatooine. He sat on the edge of the bed, obscenely soft, covered in fabric that felt like water against his skin, and tried not to cry. He failed. The next morning, Anakin watched from the Senate gallery as Queen Amidala addressed the assembled representatives of the Galactic Republic. The Senate chamber was massive beyond comprehension. Thousands of floating platforms, each holding delegates from different worlds, filled a spherical space so large it seemed to have its own weather. At the center, Chancellor Valorum sat on a raised dais, looking tired and defeated even before Padme began to speak. Honorable representatives of the Republic, Padme's voice rang out, amplified to fill the chamber. I come to you under the gravest of circumstances. The Trade Federation has invaded my planet. They have destroyed our cities, killed our people, and forced us into hiding. And the Chancellor. She paused, and the pause carried weight, has done nothing. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. I move for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum's leadership. The chamber exploded into noise. Some platforms surged forward, delegates shouting support or protest. Others hung back, calculating. Anakin watched as Valorum's face crumbled, as Palpatine whispered something in Padme's ear, as the machinery of Republic politics ground into motion. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan stood nearby, also watching. Qui-Gon's expression was grave. Dumbledore too was present, his robes somehow looking shabby next to the Senate's grandeur, Harry at his side looking confused and angry in equal measure. "How do you feel?" Yoda's voice came from Anakin's left. The diminutive Jedi Master had appeared silently, his ears drooping. "Like the galaxy is bigger than I thought," Anakin said honestly. "And smaller too." "Understand, I think you do." Yoda's cane tapped the floor. "Rejected you, the Council did. But wrong, we may have been. Time will tell." "Does that mean you'll train me?" "No." Yoda's voice was firm. "But watch you, we will. And if the Force wills it, another path may open." It wasn't much. But it was more than nothing. Below, the vote began. Thousands of platforms glowing with yes or no, light spreading through the chamber like fire. And in his private box, Senator Palpatine smiled. Anakin woke to the feeling of being watched. His eyes snapped open, instincts honed by years of sleeping in places where being noticed could mean trouble. The guest room ceiling came into focus first, ornate molding painted in soft cream, a chandelier hanging from the center that probably cost more than his entire life on Tatooine. Morning light filtered through gossamer curtains, turning the room into something from a dream. And standing beside his bed, perfectly still, was Julia Palpatine. "What the hell?" Anakin scrambled backward, tangling in sheets that were softer than anything had a right to be. His heart hammered against his ribs. "What are you doing?" Julia blinked, her blue eyes focusing on him with that same unsettling intensity from before. "Watching you sleep." "Yeah, I got that." "Why? You looked peaceful." She tilted her head, and her silver gold platinum hair caught the morning light, making it shimmer like metal. "You don't look peaceful when you're awake." Anakin pulled the sheet up to his chest, suddenly aware he was only wearing the underclothes someone had left for him. "That's you can't just stand there watching people sleep. That's creepy." "Is it?" Julia's expression didn't change. Genuine confusion flickered across her perfect features. "I don't usually have anyone my age around. I don't have friends either." "Maybe that's because you watch them sleep." "That doesn't matter." Julia moved to sit on the edge of the bed, and Anakin noticed for the first time that something was off about her. She moved stiffly, carefully, like each motion hurt. "I prefer to observe things. To understand them. But you." She paused. "You're interesting. I like watching you." There was something wrong with how she said it. Not threatening exactly, but not normal either. Like she was stating a fact about the weather. "Are you okay?" Anakin asked, pushing down his discomfort. "You're moving weird." "I'm fine." The response came too quickly. "You sure?" Because Anakin sniffed. There was a smell in the air, faint but distinct. Burned flesh. He'd smelled it before on Tatooine when someone got too close to a pod racer's engine. "You smell burned." Julia's face remained perfectly neutral. "Probably smoke from the kitchen. The chef was preparing breakfast." The lie was smooth, practiced. Anakin might have believed it if he hadn't seen the way she held her left arm slightly away from her body, if he hadn't noticed the careful way she sat. But he let it go. He understood lies. Sometimes they were necessary. Sometimes they were all you had. "Right," he said. "Kitchen smoke." Julia stood, and again that stiffness. "There's a package for you." At the door. The Mutton banker left it. She walked out without another word, her footsteps silent on the expensive carpet. Anakin sat in the bed for a long moment, his heart still racing. Then he got up and found the package, a data chip and several sheets of flimsy covered in dense technical writing. A note was attached in elegant handwriting. "Young Skywalker. I trust you with this. The knowledge contained here is dangerous, but knowledge itself is never evil. Only how we use it determines that. Study these carefully. Do not show them to anyone, especially the Jedi. They would not understand. Trust in yourself. Trust in what you can become. H.D. Anakin tucked the chip and papers into his tunic, a strange weight settling in his chest. Why would Damask trust him with something like this? They'd barely met. But the promise of knowledge, especially knowledge about saving people, was too tempting to refuse. An hour later, after forcing down breakfast he couldn't taste and enduring more of Julia's unblinking stares, Anakin found himself walking through one of Coruscant's upper-level parks with the girl following 3 steps behind him. "You don't have to follow me," he said for the 3rd time. "I want to." "Why?" "Because you're interesting." "You said that already." "It's still true." Anakin was about to respond when a familiar voice called out. "Anakin!" Harry Potter emerged from between 2 ornamental trees, his messy black hair even more chaotic than before. Behind him came 2 others, a tall, gangly boy with bright red hair and freckles covering every visible inch of skin, and a girl with bushy brown hair and an expression that suggested she knew more than everyone around her and wanted them to know it. "Harry," Anakin greeted, genuinely glad to see him. "What are you doing here?" "Dumbledore's in meetings all day. Said we could explore." Harry's eyes shifted to Julia, and his expression cooled. "Her again?" "Hello, Potter," Julia said neutrally. "Yet." Harry didn't elaborate. The tension from their last encounter hung in the air like smoke. The red-haired boy stepped forward, his eyes sweeping over Anakin with obvious disdain. "So this is the chosen one? Doesn't look like much. Looks homeless, honestly." The words hit Anakin like a slap. Heat rose in his chest, familiar and dangerous. "Excuse me, Ron," the bushy-haired girl hissed. "That's rude." "I'm just saying what everyone's thinking, Hermione." Ron shrugged, but there was something cruel in his smile. Something that reminded Anakin of every rich kid who'd looked at him like dirt on Tatooine. "No offense, but you've got that look. Like you've never had a proper meal or a bath." "Ron, stop," Harry said, but he didn't sound particularly forceful. Anakin's hands clenched. The Force swirled around him, responding to his anger. "You smell like you've lived in shit all your life. Is that your natural scent, or do you work at it?" Ron's face went as red as his hair. "What did you just say to me?" "You heard me." Anakin stepped forward. "You want to judge people based on how they look? Fine. Let's talk about how you look. Let's talk about how you sound. Like someone who's never had to work a day in his life but still thinks he's better than everyone else." "I work plenty." Ron sputtered. "You don't know anything about me. And you don't know anything about me, so maybe keep your mouth shut." Hermione pushed between them, her brown eyes flashing. "That's enough. Both of you." She turned to Anakin, and there was something calculating in her expression. "Look," Ron was out of line, "but you're not helping by." "By what?" "Defending myself." Anakin cut her off. "Let me guess. You're going to tell me I should be the bigger person? That I should ignore insults because responding makes me look bad? Actually, I was going to say that resorting to personal attacks shows a lack of what? Intelligence? Maturity?" Anakin laughed, and it came out bitter. Funny, coming from someone who thinks she's the smartest person in every room. Hermione's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "I do not." "You do. It's obvious." Anakin's anger was giving way to something colder now, more analytical. "You want to intellectually challenge me? Go ahead. Try." "Fine." Hermione crossed her arms. "The principles of magical theory state that Force abilities and wizarding magic draw from fundamentally different sources. Force users manipulate midi-chlorians in their blood, while wizards tap into ambient magical fields that..." "Wrong." Anakin interrupted. Midi-chlorians don't generate the Force. They're attracted to it. They're a symptom, not a cause. Any first-year biology text would tell you that if you bothered to read one instead of just memorizing what teachers tell you. Hermione's eyes widened. How do you? And your assumption that magic and the Force are separate is flawed. They could be different expressions of the same underlying energy field. You're looking at surface-level differences and calling it fundamental truth. That's bad science. He's got you there, Hermione, Harry said quietly. Hermione's face had gone red. I've read extensively on this subject. I've studied books written by people with their own biases and agendas. I built a working protocol droid and a pod racer from scrap metal with no formal education. You think your books make you smarter than that? Anakin knew he was being cruel, but he couldn't stop. The anger from the Jedi rejection, from Octavia's words, from everything, poured out. You pride yourself on academics. I get it. But that doesn't make you wise. It just makes you educated. There's a difference. Silence fell over the group. Ron and Harry stared, shocked. Hermione looked like she'd been slapped. No one beats Hermione when it comes to intellect, Ron whispered. No one. Apparently someone just did, Julia observed from where she'd been watching silently. Hermione's hands were shaking. You don't know anything about me. About what I've had to prove. About how hard I've worked. And you don't know anything about me, Anakin shot back. But you were ready to judge me anyway. I wasn't, but even as she said it, Hermione seemed to realize it was true. She had been judging him. They all had. Her face crumpled slightly, and Anakin felt a pang of guilt. But before anyone could say more, a new voice cut through the tension. Well, well. Potter and his mudblood friend. And look, the famous chosen one. Draco Malfoy stepped into view, flanked by two large boys who looked like they'd been assembled from spare parts, all bulk and no brain. Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, if Anakin remembered correctly from whispered conversations he'd overheard. Draco's blonde hair was perfectly styled, his robes obviously expensive. But his grey eyes held something ugly. Something that reminded Anakin of Sebulba arrogance mixed with deep-seated insecurity. The chosen one, Draco repeated, looking Anakin up and down. I can't believe it. The Force really picked a filthy slave? Someone worse than a mudblood. Draco Harry started. Shut it, Potter. I'm not talking to you. Draco's attention stayed fixed on Anakin. You're nothing. Less than nothing. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a slave. At least mudbloods are born human. You were born property. The words should have hurt. Maybe yesterday they would have. But Anakin was beyond hurt now. He was cold. Empty. Dangerous. Are you done? He asked quietly. No. Draco stepped closer. Wizards might not use the Force like you Jedi freaks, but we're not weak. And purebloods especially, we command respect. The Sith understood that. They ruled over people like you for millennia. If you'd been born to a proper family, maybe I could accept it. But a slave? Never. I will never accept a slave as my better. Good thing I don't need your acceptance. And you're not even being trained. Draco laughed. The Jedi rejected you. So what are you now? Nothing. Just a freed slave with nowhere to go and no Malfoy. Everyone turned. Prince Joffrey Baratheon stood at the edge of the clearing, his expensive clothes immaculate, his blonde hair catching sunlight. But his expression was twisted with disgust. Your Highness, Draco said, straightening. I was just being an idiot. Joffrey's voice dripped contempt. You're a wizard, Malfoy. You're support class at best. Merchants if we're being generous. The Knights of Westeros are Force sensitive. We've had thousands of years of history. We're equivalent to Jedi and Sith. And you dare speak of bloodlines and power? Draco's face paled. I just meant. You meant nothing. You are nothing. Joffrey's eyes found Julia. Look at this. The little dragon found herself a mate. A slave boy. Tell me, Julia Palpatine, is it true what they say about Targaryens? Are you mad like your mother's bloodline? Julia went very still. Anakin felt something shift in the air around her, something cold and sharp. Careful, Joffrey, she said softly. Wait until my father hears about this. Draco was still talking, his voice rising with indignation. Wait until. Joffrey wasn't looking at him anymore. His attention was fixed on Julia, and there was cruelty in his smile. Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin. Greatness or madness? I wonder which side you. Draco, seeing Joffrey distracted, did something monumentally stupid. He threw a punch. It was clumsy, telegraphed, the kind of attack someone throws when they've never been in a real fight. Joffrey's head snapped to the side, more from surprise than force. For a moment, everyone froze. Then Joffrey smiled, and it was terrifying. Guards, he said quietly. Execute them. The two Baratheon guards who'd been standing at a respectful distance moved forward, hands on weapons. Your Highness, with respect, one began. Did I stutter? The guards hesitated. Executing people in a public park on Coruscant without trial would cause a diplomatic incident of massive proportions. Joffrey didn't wait for them to decide. His hand shot forward, and Anakin felt the force surge, crude, uncontrolled, but powerful. Draco flew backward, hitting a tree trunk with a sickening crack. Draco! Crab and Goyle rushed forward, and suddenly it was chaos. Joffrey was on Draco in a heartbeat, his fists connecting with the other boy's face with brutal precision. Crab tried to pull him off and got thrown aside by another burst of force power. Goyle managed to grab Joffrey's arm, but the prince twisted, bringing his elbow into the larger boy's throat. Blood sprayed. Draco was screaming, his nose clearly broken. Joffrey was laughing, a high, manic sound that made Anakin's skin crawl. And Anakin just watched. He stood there, hands in his pockets, and smiled. He should feel something. Horror, maybe. The urge to intervene. But all he felt was a cold satisfaction watching someone else get hurt for once. Watching someone else bleed. Anakin, Harry said, his voice tight with shock. Anakin, stop him. But Anakin didn't move. Stop him. Hermione's voice broke. He's going to kill Draco. So. The word hung in the air. Harry and his friends stared at Anakin like they'd never seen him before. Julia was staring too, but her expression was different. Curious. Intense. Like she was memorizing every detail of his face, cataloging his reactions. Enough. The voice cracked like thunder. Tywin Lannister strode into the clearing, and his mere presence seemed to suck the violence out of the air. Behind him came Ned Stark, Dumbledore, Qui-Gon, and Obi-Wan, all looking various shades of furious and concerned. Joffrey, Tywin's voice was like ice. Step away from the boy. Joffrey looked up, his face spattered with Draco's blood, and for a moment Anakin thought he wouldn't obey. Then something in Tywin's expression made him back off. Draco lay curled on the ground, moaning. Crab and Goyle were picking themselves up, looking dazed. Someone explain, Ned Stark said, his grey eyes sweeping the scene. Everyone started talking at once. Accusations flew. Draco claimed assault. Joffrey claimed self-defense. Harry tried to provide an accurate account but kept getting interrupted. Through it all, Anakin stood silent. And Qui-Gon noticed. You didn't intervene, the Jedi Master said quietly, coming to stand beside him. You watched. Yet. You smiled. yet. Qui-Gon's face was grave. Anakin. He insulted me. Insulted Julia. Called me a slave. Anakin's voice was flat. Why should I help him? Because it's the right thing to do. Because violence. Don't lecture me about violence, Anakin cut him off. You carry a lightsaber. You use violence when you think it's justified. Well, I think it was justified for him to get hurt. He's a bully and a coward, and he got what he deserved. This path leads to darkness, Qui-Gon warned. Maybe I don't care. The words shocked even Anakin as he said them. But he didn't take them back. The adults sorted out the situation with swift efficiency. Draco was taken to medical care. Joffrey was escorted away by Ned Stark, who looked like he wanted to throttle the prince himself. Tywin lingered, his calculating gaze finding Anakin. You didn't help, Tywin observed. No. Good. The word surprised everyone. That boy needed to learn consequences. Better to learn them from Joffrey than from someone truly dangerous. Tywin paused. You're practical. Unsentimental. I respect that. I wish you were my grandson instead of that little psychopath. Lord Lannister. Dumbledore protested. It's the truth. Tywin's green eyes bored into Anakin's. My granddaughter Marcella could still use a worthy match. The offer stands. I already said no, Anakin replied. And I respect your autonomy. But should you change your mind? Tywin produced a small data chip. My contact information. You show promise, boy. Don't waste it. He walked away, leaving Anakin holding the chip and feeling like he'd just passed some kind of test he hadn't known he was taking. The next 2 days passed in a blur of preparation. Queen Amidala was planning to return to Naboo with a volunteer force to liberate her planet. The Senate had granted approval barely and the Jedi Council had assigned Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan to accompany her. Anakin was going too. He'd insisted. Padme had argued briefly, but the determination in his eyes must have convinced her. Julia appeared the night before they left, standing in his doorway like a ghost. You're leaving tomorrow, she said. Yes. You might die. Maybe. I don't want you to die. She said it simply, like stating a fact. I haven't finished observing you yet. Despite everything, Anakin smiled. I'll try not to die, then. Good. She moved closer, and he saw that stiffness again. The smell of burned flesh was fainter now but still there. When you come back, I want to keep watching you. That's still creepy. I don't care. And she left, her footsteps silent. Naboo was beautiful and terrible. The lush green plains were marred by droid armies. The elegant cities were occupied by Trade Federation forces. And in the throne room, when Padme revealed herself and began her plan to recapture the palace, everything went wrong in the most chaotic way possible. The space battle was supposed to be simple. Bravo Squadron would engage the droid control ship while the Queen's forces retook the palace. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan would handle any Sith threats. But nothing was ever simple. Anakin found himself hiding in AN-1 starfighter when the shooting started. Battle droids converged on the hangar, and Qui-Gon yelled at him to stay in the cockpit. The autopilot engaged. The fighter lifted off. No no no. Anakin slapped at controls he barely understood. R2, disengage the autopilot. R2-D2 beeped frantically from behind him, but the fighter was already through the hangar entrance and climbing towards space. And that's when Anakin saw her. A ship smaller than the Trade Federation vessels, painted in dark colors hung near the planet's edge. And standing in its open bay, visible through the fighter's canopy, was a woman with wild black hair and a face twisted in manic glee. Bellatrix Lestrange. Well, well. Her voice carried over the COMM somehow, like she'd hacked into all frequencies just to be heard. The little chosen one. Come to play. Green light erupted from her wand, not a blaster, Anakin realized, but a spell. The killing curse, Harry had called it. It streaked toward his fighter like a bolt of sickly lightning. Anakin yanked on the controls, and the N1 responded with heart-stopping agility. The curse missed by meters. "Oh, he's quick." Bellatrix's laughter was unhinged, wild. "Let's see how quick." More curses. They came in rapid succession, green and purple and red. Each one would kill or maim if it connected. Anakin's hands moved on instinct, dodging, weaving, the Force singing through him in a way it never had before. His shields could take some hits he hoped, but the killing curse was different. Harry had explained that much. It would punch through shields like they weren't there. And enough hits would bring down even a Force user. "Come on!" Bellatrix screamed, and there was ecstasy in her voice. "Dance for me! Dance!" She was insane. Completely, utterly insane. And somehow that made her more dangerous because there was no predicting crazy. Anakin fired back. Laser blasts tore through space, and Bellatrix dodged with the kind of grace that shouldn't be possible for someone not Force-sensitive. Her laughter never stopped. "You can't hit me," she sang. "Nobody can hit me. I'm Bellatrix Lestrange, and I'm immortal." "R2, I need an opening," Anakin muttered. "Any opening?" The droid beeped urgently, and Anakin saw a gap in the Trade Federation defenses. A hangar bay, shields flickering as fighters launched. He could make it. Probably. Maybe. He didn't have a choice. Anakin gunned the engines. The N1 shot forward, and Bellatrix's laughter followed him like a curse. Running? No fun. But her ship couldn't match the starfighter's speed. Anakin dove into the hangar bay, shields screaming. Battle droids surrounded him immediately. Blasters fired, and then his fighter's autopilot overrode again, spinning him to face them. "Fine." Anakin grabbed the controls properly this time. "You want to fight? Let's fight." He fired. The starfighter's cannons tore through droids like paper. More swarmed. More died. And then R2 was beeping urgently, indicating something on the scanner. The reactor. The main reactor was right there, just beyond a corridor. Torpedoes loaded. "Oh no," Anakin whispered. "Oh yes." R2 beeped. "I can't if I hit that." R2 beeped insistently. Translation: "Do it anyway." Anakin fired. The torpedoes streaked down the corridor, and for a moment nothing happened. Then the entire ship shuddered. Alarms blared. The droids around him stopped moving, their connection to the control ship severing. "R2, get us out of here." They barely made it. The ship was exploding behind them as the N1 burst back into space, and far below on Naboo, Anakin knew the droid armies were shutting down. He'd done it. He'd actually done it. In the throne room, Qui-Gon Jinn fell to Darth Maul's lightsaber. He died with Obi-Wan's screams echoing in his ears and a single whispered request, "Train the boy." Bellatrix escaped in the chaos, her laughter the last thing anyone heard as her ship jumped to hyperspace. The funeral was held at sunset. Qui-Gon's body burned on a pyre, flames reaching toward Naboo's twin moons. Anakin stood with Obi-Wan, both of them silent. "He wanted me to train you," Obi-Wan said finally. His voice was rough with grief. "I promised him I would." "The Council. I don't care what the Council says. You saved Naboo. You're the chosen one. And you deserve to be trained." Obi-Wan looked down at him, and there was determination in his eyes. "I will train you, Anakin Skywalker. I promise." Anakin wanted to feel relief. Gratitude. Something positive. But all he felt was the weight of a promise made by a grieving man who might not be able to keep it. The celebration the next day was massive. The entire city turned out, banners flying, music playing. Gungans marched alongside Naboo's security forces. Children threw flowers. And in the palace, Queen Amidala stood ready to present medals to the heroes of the battle. Anakin stood in the receiving line, uncomfortable in formal robes someone had insisted he wear. His hair had been trimmed slightly, and a small braid had been woven into it, the Padawan braid, marking him officially as Obi-Wan's apprentice. It felt heavier than it should. Padme approached, a medal in her hands and a warm smile on her face. Anakin Skywalker, for your bravery in the liberation of Naboo. She placed the medal around his neck, and the crowd cheered. Anakin managed a smile. In the crowd, he saw them. The Palpatine family, dressed formally, applauding with everyone else. Palpatine himself looked genuinely proud. Octavia's expression was neutral. Cassian smiled, but it was calculating. Julian watched with something that might have been envy. And Julia stared at him with those blue eyes, unblinking, memorizing. After the ceremony, as Anakin was preparing to leave with the Jedi contingent, Julian approached. "Impressive display," Julian said. His voice was smooth, cultured. "You're full of surprises." "Thanks," Anakin replied cautiously. "I heard Hugo Damask gave you some research notes. Before he died." Julian's green eyes were very bright. "That must have been quite a gift." Anakin's hand instinctively moved to his tunic where the data chip and papers were hidden. "What about it?" "Damask died 2 days ago. Technical malfunction in his respirator. Very tragic." Julian's voice held no emotion. "The thing is, those notes, whatever research he was working on, they're valuable. Dangerous, even. They put a target on your back. Are you threatening me? I'm offering to take them off your hands. For your own safety. Name your price. I can pay handsomely." The timing was too convenient. Damask gives him notes, dies mysteriously, and now Julian wants them desperately. Anakin didn't think Julian had killed Damask, he didn't feel like a killer. But someone had. And whoever it was would want these notes. "No," Anakin said. "Be reasonable." "I said no." Julian's pleasant expression cracked slightly. "You're making a mistake." "Maybe. But they're my mistakes to make." Anakin walked away, feeling Julian's gaze burning into his back. At the shuttle, Julia was waiting. "Thank you," she said as he approached. "For what?" "For saving my home world." The words were perfectly delivered, but something in her tone rang false. Like she was reading from a script. "You don't care about Naboo," Anakin said suddenly. Julia blinked. "Of course I care. It's my..." "You don't." "I can tell." He studied her face. "You're thanking me because it gives you an excuse to be here. To watch me one more time before I leave." Silence. Then, slowly, Julia smiled. It was the first genuine smile he'd seen from her. "Yes," she admitted. "You're right. That's still creepy." "I know." She didn't seem bothered. "But my father is Supreme Chancellor now. He'll arrange for us to meet again. Regularly. So I can keep observing." "Why?" Anakin asked. "Why me?" Julia considered the question carefully. "Because you're interesting," she said finally. "Because everyone else is predictable and boring and says what they're supposed to say. But you're different. You're angry and hurt and powerful, and you don't hide it well. You're like..." She searched for words. "Like a storm. And I want to watch what happens when you break." The honesty was more disturbing than the stalking. "Goodbye, Julia," Anakin said. "Goodbye, Anakin." She didn't move, just stood there watching as he climbed the shuttle ramp. He looked back once. She was still standing there, perfectly still, her silver gold hair shimmering in Naboo's sunset. Watching. Always watching. The shuttle doors closed, and Coruscant bound, Anakin touched the data chip hidden in his tunic and wondered what kind of storm was coming. The training saal echoed with the clash of practice sabers, their lower intensity blades humming as they met and parted in carefully choreographed patterns. Anakin moved through Form 3 sequences with mechanical precision, his 12-year-old body having grown taller, leaner, harder in the 3 years since Naboo. The Padawan braid behind his right ear had grown longer, swaying with each movement. But precision wasn't enough for Master Sora Antana. Again, she called from the edge of the training circle. Her voice was patient but firm, the kind of patience that felt like judgment. Your stance is off. You're favoring your left side. Anakin reset his position, jaw tight. I'm favoring my left because my right is faster. I don't need balance when I can end a fight before it begins. But he didn't say that. The Jedi didn't want to hear it. They never wanted to hear what he actually thought. Better, Master Antana said, though her tone suggested otherwise. Ferris, join him. Ferris Olin stepped into the circle, and Anakin's hands clenched harder on his practice saber. The other Padawan was 14 now, tall and composed, with dark hair and eyes that seemed to see everything and judge it all. He moved with the kind of grace that came from absolute certainty in the rightness of his path. Hello, Anakin, Ferris said, inclining his head respectfully. Always so respectful. Always so perfect. Ferris. Anakin didn't bow back. Master Antana either didn't notice or chose to ignore the slight. Begin with Form 2, gentlemen. Ferris, you'll lead. Of course Ferris would lead. Ferris always led. Because Ferris was the Council's favorite, the model Padawan who never questioned orders or broke rules or showed any emotion that wasn't serene acceptance. They began the kata, blades moving in synchronized arcs. Ferris flowed through each position like water, every movement textbook perfect. Anakin matched him move for move, but where Ferris was smooth, Anakin was sharp. Where Ferris was calm, Anakin was controlled fury barely leashed. Your anger is showing, Ferris murmured between strikes. I'm not angry. Yes, you are. I can feel it in the Force. Ferris blocked a thrust that came harder than it should have. You should meditate. Center yourself. The code teaches us. I know what the code teaches. Anakin's next strike forced Ferris back a step. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. I've had it memorized since I was 9. Memorization isn't understanding. Ferris counterattacked, and Anakin barely parried in time. You carry so much attachment. To your mother. To your past. It clouds your judgment. The mention of his mother made something hot and sharp spike through Anakin's chest. Don't talk about her. I'm trying to help you. If you would just. Anakin broke the kata. His practice saber came in low and fast, a strike that had no place in Form 2. Ferris stumbled back, surprise flickering across his perfect features. Anakin. Master Antana's voice cracked like a whip. That is not the sequence. I know. Anakin pressed his advantage, his blade a blur. He could feel it now, the Force surging through him, hot and wild and powerful. This was what the Jedi didn't understand. Power wasn't found in meditation and serenity. Power was in passion. In drive. In refusing to accept limitations. Ferris defended desperately, his composure cracking. Stop. This isn't. Can't handle it. Anakin's blade caught Ferris's wrist, not hard enough to injure with the practice setting, but hard enough to sting. Hard enough to make a point. Maybe if you spent less time lecturing and more time actually fighting. His next strike knocked the practice saber from Ferris's hand entirely. It clattered across the floor, and Ferris stood there, breathing hard, his face flushed. Victory tasted sweet. Too sweet. Enough. Master Antana strode into the circle, and Anakin felt the Force wrap around him like iron bands, forcing his arm down. Anakin Skywalker, explain yourself. I won. The words came out flat. You cheated the form. You abandoned control. You used your anger to fuel your strikes. Her eyes dark and disappointed bored into his. I felt it. We all felt it. Around the training saal, other Padawans and masters had stopped to watch. Anakin could feel their judgment, their fear, their certainty that he was everything the Council suspected: dangerous, unstable, walking the edge of darkness. I won, he repeated. Isn't that what matters? No. Master Antana's voice was quiet now, which was somehow worse than shouting. Victory bought with darkness is no victory at all. It's a defeat of your own spirit. My spirit is fine. Is it? She glanced at Ferris, who was retrieving his practice saber, his expression carefully neutral. Apologize to your fellow Padawan. Anakin's jaw worked. The apology stuck in his throat like broken glass. I'm sorry, he finally managed. It sounded as insincere as it felt. Master Antana sighed. We're done for today. Both of you, dismissed. Anakin turned to leave, but her voice stopped him. Anakin. The Council is watching you. You know this. Every display of anger, every loss of control, it confirms their fears. Is that what you want? What I want, Anakin said quietly, is to be trusted. What I want is to be trained properly instead of held back because I learned too fast. What I want is permission to go to Tatooine and free my mother. But nobody seems to care about what I want. The Council cares. The Council is afraid of me. The truth of it settled over him like a cloak. They've been afraid since the moment Qui-Gon brought me here. They think if they keep me weak, keep me contained, I won't turn into whatever monster they've decided I'm supposed to become. Master Antana opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. That's not. It is. You know it is. Anakin walked away before she could respond. He needed air. Space. Anything but the temple and its 1,000 watchful eyes. The observation deck was nearly empty at this hour, most Jedi occupied with meditation or instruction. Anakin stood at the massive windows overlooking Coruscant, watching speeders weave through the endless cityscape. Somewhere down there, in the Senate building, Julia was probably sitting through another boring political session with her father. She'd kept her promise. In the 3 years since Naboo, she'd visited the temple regularly, always with Chancellor Palpatine, always under the guise of diplomatic necessity. The Council hated it but couldn't refuse. And each time, Julia would find Anakin somehow, appearing like a ghost to watch him with those unnerving blue eyes. It should have bothered him more than it did. Troubled, you are. Anakin didn't turn. He'd learned to sense Master Yoda's approach. The ancient Jedi's presence in the Force was like bedrock, deep and immovable. Just thinking. Dangerous, thinking can be. When done with anger. Yoda's cane tapped against the floor as he moved to stand beside Anakin. Felt your duel with young Olin, I did. I won. Won, you did. But at what cost? Yoda looked up at him with those enormous eyes. Using anger to defeat an opponent quick it is, seductive. But consume you, it will, if not careful you are. Everyone keeps telling me what will consume me. What will destroy me? What I need to fear. Anakin's hands clenched on the windowsill. But nobody listens when I say what I need. Your mother, you mean? Yes. The word came out sharper than intended. I've asked a dozen times. More. Please, just let me go back. Let me buy her freedom. I have prize money from winning the Bunta Eve. I could. Attachment is forbidden, I know. Anakin spun to face the diminutive master. But she's my mother. She's still a slave. And I'm here in this temple learning about peace and justice while she suffers. Change her situation, you cannot. Not now. Yoda's voice was infuriatingly calm. Focus on your training, you must. When stronger you are, when ready. I'm ready now. No. Yoda's ears drooped. Ready, you are not. And send you, we will not, until certain we are that fall to darkness, you will not. The words confirmed everything Anakin had suspected. They didn't trust him. Would never trust him. He was a weapon they were too afraid to sharpen because they feared what he might cut. Permission to leave, Master Yoda. Go, you may. But think on this: fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. On this path you walk, Anakin Skywalker. Turn back before too late it is. Anakin bowed and left, his thoughts churning. In his quarters later that night, he pulled out the data chip Hugo Damask had given him 3 years ago. He'd studied it in secret, hidden it from Obi-Wan and the Council, learned techniques the Jedi called forbidden. Dark side knowledge. Sith alchemy. Ways to extend life, to cheat death, to save the people you loved. The Jedi said it was evil. But Anakin was beginning to think evil was just what the Jedi called anything they were too afraid to understand. He'd been practicing. Carefully. Secretly. Nothing obvious, just small manipulations of the Force that felt smoother, stronger, more natural than the rigid control the Jedi preached. He hadn't fallen. Hadn't turned. He was still himself. Wasn't he? 2 days later, everything changed when Jaime Lannister arrived at the temple. Anakin was in the main courtyard, running through lightsaber forms alone, when the commotion started. A ship bearing the sigil of House Lannister, a golden lion on crimson, had landed on one of the temple platforms, and from it emerged a man who moved like poetry written with steel. Jaime Lannister was everything the stories claimed. Tall, with golden blonde hair that caught the sunlight, handsome in a way that made even Jedi pause to look. But it was the way he carried himself that caught Anakin's attention, the absolute confidence of someone who knew exactly how dangerous he was and felt no need to prove it. He wore an ornate sword at his hip, its hilt wrapped in gold and leather. Not a lightsaber. The Knights of Westeros preferred traditional blades enhanced through the Force and ancient sorcery until they could match lightsabers blow for blow. Behind him came Prince Joffrey, still blonde and handsome but with cruelty etched deeper into his features now at 14. And behind them both, looking distinctly uncomfortable, was a shorter man with mismatched eyes and a sardonic expression, Tyrion Lannister, Jaime's younger brother. Master Windu, Jaime greeted, his voice carrying across the courtyard. Thank you for accommodating our visit. Mace Windu's expression was carefully neutral, but Anakin could feel his wariness in the Force. Lord Lannister. His Majesty's letter indicated you wished to observe our training methods. Among other things. Jaime's green eyes swept the courtyard, cataloging everything, everyone. When they landed on Anakin, something flickered in them: interest, recognition, something Anakin couldn't quite name. King Robert believes Joffrey would benefit from exposure to different Force traditions. The Knights of Westeros have our own methods, but we're not so proud as to think we can't learn. This is a bad idea, Tyrion muttered, just loud enough to be heard. Jaime, really, this is... Hush, brother. Jaime's tone was affectionate but firm. Where's your sense of adventure? I left it somewhere between the 3rd assassination attempt and the 5th diplomatic incident our nephew caused. Joffrey's face flushed. Uncle, you... Prince Joffrey, Master Windu interrupted smoothly, welcome to the Jedi Temple. We've prepared quarters for you and arranged for instructors too. I want to duel the Chosen One. Joffrey's voice was imperious, spoiled, the tone of someone who'd never been denied anything that mattered. His eyes found Anakin. I want to see if the famous Anakin Skywalker is as skilled as they say. The courtyard went very quiet. That's not how we typically conduct training, Master Windu said carefully. Why not? Jaime asked, and though his tone was mild, there was steel underneath. The boy wants to test himself against your famous prodigy. What better way to evaluate skill than through friendly competition? Friendly, Tyrion repeated dryly. Yes, because Joffrey is so well known for his friendliness. I'm not afraid of him, Anakin said before anyone else could speak. He set down his practice saber and moved toward the center of the courtyard. If Prince Joffrey wants a duel, I'll give him one. Anakin, Obi-Wan's voice came from the edge of the courtyard, warning clear in his tone. But Master Sora Antana, who'd been observing from the sidelines, stepped forward. Very well. A demonstration duel. First to land 3 touches wins. Practice sabers only. Anakin retrieved a practice saber while Joffrey was handed one by an attendant. The prince tested its weight with a sneer. This is a toy. It'll hurt plenty if it hits you, Anakin promised. They faced each other in the center of the courtyard. Joffrey didn't bow. Anakin did not out of respect, but because Master Antana was watching, and he'd already pushed his luck enough this week. Begin. Joffrey attacked first, his strikes clumsy but powerful, backed by force-enhanced strength. He was strong. Anakin would give him that. The Knights of Westeros trained their force sensitives differently, focused more on physical enhancement than the subtle manipulations Jedi favored. But strength without skill was just flailing. Anakin sidestepped the first strike, parried the second, and riposted with a precision that sent Joffrey stumbling back. The prince's eyes widened just for a moment before fury replaced surprise. Hold still, slave. The word was meant to wound. It didn't. Anakin had heard worse. He moved like water, like the Force itself, his practice saber a blur of controlled violence. He could feel it, the power flowing through him, the perfect synthesis of technique and instinct. This was what he was meant for. Not meditation. Not restraint. This. Joffrey tried to use force push to create distance. Anakin absorbed it, deflected it, and closed the gap in a heartbeat. His saber touched Joffrey's shoulder 1 point. The prince snarled and attacked with renewed fury. His technique deteriorated further, replaced by rage and desperation. Anakin could see every opening, every mistake, every telegraphed strike. It was like fighting in slow motion. Second touch Joffrey's ribs. Third touch his left thigh. Match. Master Antana called. Joffrey stood frozen, his face crimson, chest heaving. For a moment, Anakin thought he might attack anyway, honor be damned. But Jaime's voice cut through the tension. Well fought, Prince Joffrey. You lasted longer than I expected. The faint praise stung worse than outright criticism. Joffrey's hands shook on his practice saber, and his eyes promised murder when he looked at Anakin. But it was Jaime Lannister who held Anakin's attention now. The Kingslayer was smiling, but there was something calculating in that smile. Something approving. Impressive, Jaime said, moving to stand before Anakin. Very impressive. You move like someone twice your age. 3 times your training time. Thank you, Lord Lannister. How long have you been a Padawan? 3 years. 3 years. Jaime's eyebrows rose. And before that? I didn't start until I was 9. 9. Jaime glanced at Master Antana, and something dark flickered across his handsome features. So you had 3 years less training than most Padawans your age. Yet you move like that. Natural talent, or something else? Anakin wasn't sure how to answer that. Jaime turned to Master Antana. Have you been training him? Some private instruction, yes. And has he been given the same resources as other students? The same attention? Master Antana's expression flickered just slightly. It was enough. I see. Jaime's voice went cold. You're holding him back. Lord Lannister. Don't. The single word carried absolute authority. I've seen enough politics to recognize it when I see it. This boy has more natural talent in his smallest finger than most of your Padawans have in their entire bodies, and you're deliberately limiting his growth because you're afraid of what he might become. The Council has reasons. The Council is making a mistake. Jaime turned back to Anakin. Boy, would you like to duel me? The courtyard erupted into whispers. Even Master Windu looked startled. You can't be serious, Tyrion said. Jaime, he's a child. He's a prodigy being wasted. Jaime's eyes never left Anakin's. Well? Afraid? Anakin smiled. No, sire. Good. Jaime drew his sword, the real one, not a practice blade. Its edge gleamed in the sunlight, and Anakin could feel the force singing in the metal, centuries of Lannister power woven into steel. Lord Lannister, this is highly irregular, Master Windu began. I'll control my strikes. The boy deserves to feel what real combat is like, not these sanitized practice sessions. Jaime rolled his shoulders, loosening muscles. Besides, I want to see what he can do. Master Antana looked like she wanted to protest further, but something in Jaime's expression stopped her. She handed Anakin a standard training lightsaber, not as dangerous as a real one, but close enough to demand respect. They faced each other. Jaime bowed with the courtly grace of old Westerosi tradition. Anakin returned it. Come at me whenever you're ready, Jaime said. Don't hold back. You won't hurt me. Anakin didn't waste time. He attacked with everything he had: Form V power strikes mixed with Form 4 acrobatics, every technique he'd learned in 3 years poured into one furious assault. Jaime blocked it all. Not easily. Anakin saw him actually trying, saw sweat bead on his forehead, but consistently. His sword moved in patterns Anakin didn't recognize, neither Jedi form nor Sith style, but something uniquely Westerosi. Each parry flowed into the next, and suddenly Anakin was defending instead of attacking. Jaime's sword came within millimeters of his shoulder. Anakin twisted away, used the force to vault over the next strike, landed and riposted. Jaime's blade was already there, deflecting. Better. They danced across the courtyard. Anakin had never fought anyone like this, someone who matched his speed, predicted his moves, adapted in real time. It was exhilarating. Terrifying. Perfect. You favor your left. Jaime called out, pressing an attack that forced Anakin to backpedal. Compensate or I'll exploit it. Anakin adjusted mid-strike, switching his grip. Jaime's sword flashed out and gently tapped his chest. Dead. But you lasted 5 minutes. That's impressive against anyone, let alone me. They stepped apart, both breathing hard. Anakin's muscles burned, his hands ached, and he was grinning like an idiot. You're good, Jaime said. Very good. Raw, unrefined, but the foundation is there. With proper training, you could be exceptional. He paused. I'm always looking for an apprentice. My nephew is, a disappointment. But you have potential. The boy already has a master, Master Antana said sharply. Then I'll supplement his training. Think of me as an additional instructor. Jaime sheathed his sword. Unless you object to him receiving the best possible education? Or is the goal to keep him mediocre? The challenge hung in the air. Master Antana's jaw tightened. The council will need to decide. I think it's up to Anakin Skywalker to decide, Jaime countered. He's not a child anymore. He's a warrior. Let him choose his own path. All eyes turned to Anakin. He could feel the weight of it: the council's fear, Master Antana's reluctance, Obi-Wan's complicated pride and worry. But mostly he felt Jaime Lannister's respect. Someone finally treating him like he had value beyond prophecy and fear. I accept, Anakin said. Master Antana looked like she'd swallowed something bitter. The council will hear about this. I'm sure they will. Jaime smiled. I look forward to it. 3 weeks later, Anakin found himself on a transport ship heading toward Ilum with a group of younglings and Padawans for the Gathering, the sacred ritual where Jedi retrieved their kyber crystals to construct lightsabers. He should have done this years ago. Should have had a real lightsaber instead of training weapons. But the council had delayed, citing his emotional instability and need for further meditation. Jaime Lannister's arrival had changed things. The Kingslayer had made his opinions about the council's treatment of Anakin very public, very vocal, and very impossible to ignore. So here Anakin was, finally being allowed to take the next step. Ferris Olin was on the ship too, of course. Because the Force apparently had a sense of humor. So was Joffrey, who'd insisted he wanted a proper lightsaber and whose father had pulled enough strings to make it happen. The group was supervised by Master Windu, Master Yoda, Siri Tachi, Ferris's master, and Obi-Wan. They'd also brought Jaime Lannister as an observer, which had caused another round of council arguments. "You'll work in pairs," Master Windu explained as the ship descended toward Ilum's frozen surface. "The caves are dangerous. Ice shifts. Paths close. You'll need to rely on each other and the Force to find your crystals and return safely." Anakin was paired with Ferris. Of course he was. The other Padawan accepted the assignment with his usual grace. "I'm sure we'll work well together." "Sure," Anakin muttered. Ilum was beautiful in a harsh, unforgiving way. Ice stretched in every direction, glittering under a weak sun. The cave entrance yawned before them, ancient and sacred, carved with Jedi symbols that glowed faintly with Force energy. "The crystal calls to you," Professor Huyang explained, his ancient droid body creaking slightly in the cold. "You must listen. Trust the Force to guide you. But be warned, the caves test you. They show you your fears, your weaknesses. You must overcome them to earn your crystal." One by one, the pairs entered the caves. Anakin and Ferris moved through tunnels of blue-white ice, their breath frosting in the frigid air. The Force sang here, ancient and powerful, resonating through the very walls. "This is incredible," Ferris whispered. For once, he sounded odd instead of superior. "Can you feel it?" Yet. Anakin could. The Force was everywhere, pressing against his mind, testing, probing, searching. They walked in silence for a while, following passages that seemed to shift and reform behind them. Then Ferris spoke again. "Anakin, I want to apologize." That stopped Anakin in his tracks. "What?" "For how I've treated you. For acting superior. For lecturing." Ferris's face was honest, open in a way Anakin had never seen. "I've been jealous. You're more naturally gifted than I'll ever be, and instead of admiring that, I've tried to make you feel lesser by citing rules and codes. It was wrong." Anakin didn't know what to say. The apology felt genuine. Real. And it took the wind out of his anger. Thanks. I guess. You're going to be an incredible Jedi, Anakin. If you can just control." The ice beneath Ferris's feet gave way with a crack like thunder. "Ferris!" Anakin lunged forward, but too late. The other Padawan fell through the collapsing floor, disappearing into darkness below. Anakin dropped to his knees at the edge of the hole, peering down. 20 meters below, Ferris lay sprawled on another ice shelf. Groaning but moving. "Are you okay?" Anakin called. "I think so. My leg hurts," but Ferris tried to stand and winced. "Go on without me. Get your crystal. I'll wait here." The ice walls closing. Anakin could see it, the cave's magic already sealing the path behind them. In minutes, maybe less, they'd be separated completely. If Ferris was stuck down there when it finished, he'd be trapped alone in freezing darkness. The smart thing would be to go on. Get his crystal. Come back with help. Ferris would be fine for a few hours. Except he wouldn't be. Anakin could feel it in the Force, something about this cave, this test. Ferris was injured. The cold would get him. The darkness would swallow him. Screw this. Anakin jumped. He landed badly, his ankle twisting, but he rolled with it and came up beside Ferris. "What are you doing?" Ferris demanded. Now we're both stuck. We're not stuck. Anakin examined the walls. We're getting out. How? The paths. There. Anakin pointed to a section of ice that looked thinner than the rest. Behind it, he could see the faint glow of kyber crystals. We break through. Get our crystals. Find another way out. That's insane. You have a better idea. Ferris didn't. Together, using the force to enhance their strength, they hammered at the ice wall. It was harder than it looked, ancient, reinforced by centuries of force energy. But slowly, cracks spread. Chunks fell. And finally, with one last coordinated push, the wall shattered. Beyond lay a chamber that took Anakin's breath away. Kyber crystals grew from floor to ceiling, a forest of glowing light in every color imaginable. Blue, green, yellow, white, each one singing its own unique note in the force. Incredible, Ferris breathed. Anakin felt it then, a pull. Not toward the blue crystals that called to Ferris. Not toward the green or yellow or any color he'd expected. Purple. In the center of the chamber, growing alone, was a single purple kyber crystal. Those are rare, Ferris said quietly. I've only read about them. Master Windu has one. The only one I've ever heard of. Anakin approached slowly. The crystal hummed, resonated, sang to him in a voice that was somehow both light and dark, balanced perfectly on the edge between. It felt right. Perfect. Like coming home. He reached out and took it. The moment his fingers closed around the crystal, warmth flooded through him. Not just warmth, power. Understanding. Connection. Ferris found his blue crystal nearby. We should go. The wall behind us. It was already closing, the ice reforming. But ahead, Anakin could see light. Another tunnel, leading upward. This way. They ran, Ferris limping but keeping pace. Behind them, ice ground against ice, the cave reshaping itself. They burst out into the main chamber just as the passage sealed completely behind them, and suddenly they were surrounded by concerned masters and relieved fellow Padawans. You're the last ones, Obi-Wan said, pulling Anakin into a brief hug. We were about to come looking. We're fine. Anakin held up his crystal, purple light spilling between his fingers. The reaction was immediate. Every master went very still. Even Yoda's ears perked up. Master Windu stared at the crystal like it had personally offended him. A purple crystal. Another one. Rare, this is, Yoda said softly. Seen in few Jedi, I have. Balance between light and dark, it suggests. Dangerous path to walk. Or incredibly powerful. Jaime Lannister observed from where he'd been watching. Seems appropriate for the chosen one. Obi-Wan looked proud and worried in equal measure. Well done, Padawan. Well done. The ship back to Coruscant was filled with younglings and Padawans constructing their lightsabers under Professor Huyang's guidance. The ancient droid supervised each step, selecting the emitter, tuning the power cell, installing the focusing crystal. Anakin worked with careful precision, his hands steady despite the anticipation thrumming through him. The purple crystal sat at the heart of the weapon, its glow pulsing in time with his heartbeat. The crystal is the heart of the blade, Huyang intoned, his vocabulary crackling slightly with age. The heart is the crystal of the Jedi. The Jedi is the crystal of the Force. The Force is the blade of the heart. Poetic. Anakin focused on the technical work instead. Magnetic stabilization. Power cycling. Blade length adjustment. Each component had to be perfect. It took 8 hours. 8 hours of meditation and construction, of pouring his connection to the Force into the weapon until it became an extension of himself. When he finally activated it, the blade that emerged was 3 feet of glowing purple plasma, humming with barely contained power. It felt right in his hand. Perfect. Like it had always been meant for him. Across the workshop, Ferris ignited his blue blade. Joffrey activated his green. Surprisingly, though the prince looked disappointed, it wasn't red. But Anakin barely noticed them. He stared at his lightsaber, at the purple glow reflecting off his hands, and felt something settle into place deep in his chest. He was a Jedi now. A real Jedi, with a real weapon. And soon, very soon, he would use it to do what the Council refused to let him do. He would free his mother. The observation deck of the Jedi Temple had become Anakin's refuge over the past months. At nearly 13, he'd grown taller, not yet the imposing height he'd reach in a few years, but already showing signs of the man he'd become. His dirty blonde hair had darkened slightly, falling across a face that was losing its childhood softness, replaced by sharper lines and angles. The Padawan braid behind his right ear swayed as he turned to see who'd approached. Julia Palpatine stood in the doorway, backlit by the corridor's artificial light. At nearly 13 herself, they shared the same birthday. He'd discovered months ago she'd changed too. Her silver-gold platinum hair fell past her shoulders now, catching light in ways that seemed almost unnatural. Her features had refined, sharpened, taken on an otherworldly quality that made people stop and stare. "You're hard to find when you want to be," she said, moving to stand beside him at the window. "That's kind of the point." Anakin didn't look at her. He'd grown somewhat used to her presence over the years, her regular visits with Chancellor Palpatine, her constant watching. It should have bothered him more than it did. "I wanted to talk to you. Before Father's meeting today." "About what?" Julia was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice carried something Anakin had never heard from her before: uncertainty. "About what I am. What you don't know about me." That made him turn. "I know you're Senator Palpatine's daughter. That your mother Octavia is your stepmother. That you have 2 older brothers who seem to barely tolerate each other." "Octavia is my stepmother," Julia confirmed. "My biological mother was a Targaryen. From Westeros." The name meant something. Anakin had heard it before: Joffrey's mocking words in the courtyard years ago, the whispers among the Padawans about the strange girl with impossible hair. The ones with the madness. The coin flip. Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin. Greatness or madness. Julia recited it like a prayer. "My mother, she had an affair with my father. A scandal. She died in childbirth. I'm sorry. Don't be. I never knew her." Julia's fingers traced patterns on the windowsill. "King Robert would have had all Targaryens killed. The family fell from power, you see. Became dangerous. My father took custody, saved me from execution. I was just a baby. But Westeros would have killed me anyway. Because of what I look like. Because of this." She gestured to her hair. Anakin looked at her properly for the first time in months. Really looked. The silver gold hair that seemed to glow even in dim light. The blue eyes that were too bright, too vivid. The pale skin that looked like it had never seen harsh sunlight. The way she moved, graceful but slightly off, like she followed rules of physics that didn't quite match everyone else's. "You look like an angel," he said without thinking. Julia's head snapped toward him, surprise flickering across her perfect features. Anakin felt heat rise to his cheeks. "I mean, I heard deep space pilots talk about them. Angels. They live on the moons of ego, they say. The most beautiful creatures in the universe." The words tumbled out, and he couldn't stop them. "You have that quality. That otherworldly." He trailed off, mortified. For a long moment, Julia just stared at him. Then, slowly, something that might have been a genuine smile crossed her face. "You look like an angel yourself, Anakin Skywalker." "I'm nothing special." "Liar." The word was soft. "You're the chosen one. You built a pod racer from scrap. You destroyed a droid control ship at age 9. You carry a purple lightsaber, something so rare that only one other Jedi in 1,000 years has had one. You're extraordinary. She paused. And you're becoming handsome. In case you hadn't noticed. Anakin had noticed, actually. The temple mirrors showed him the changes, his face maturing, his shoulders broadening, the way some of the older Padawans had started looking at him differently. But hearing Julia say it made something warm and uncomfortable twist in his chest. That explains you, though, he said, desperate to change the subject. The hair. The way you are. The Targaryens have a saying, fire and blood. We're descended from old Valyria, enhanced through centuries of, let's call it selective breeding. My mother's bloodline carried power. Not just force sensitivity, but something else. Beauty. Intensity. And sometimes, madness. Are you mad? Julia tilted her head, considering. There's another saying. Either a Targaryen is going to be great or going to be mad. I think. She smiled, and it was not entirely sane. I think I might be both. Anakin should have been disturbed. Should have stepped back, should have made an excuse to leave. But he didn't. Because he understood, in a way he couldn't articulate, what she meant. The feeling of being split between two extremes, of containing contradictions that shouldn't coexist. I should go, Julia said suddenly. Father's expecting us. You're coming to the apartments today, yes. Yet. The Chancellor summoned me. Good. She moved toward the door, then paused. Anakin? Thank you. For what? For calling me an angel. No one's ever. She trailed off, shook her head. Never mind. Come on. We'll be late. They took a Senate transport through Coruscant's upper levels, the speeder weaving through traffic with automated precision. Anakin watched the city pass, noting the stark differences between levels. The higher you went, the cleaner, richer, more carefully maintained everything became. Julia sat beside him, silent but present in that way she had, like she was cataloging his every movement for later analysis. The speeder banked around a corner, passing through a district Anakin recognized near the Jedi Temple but not quite temple territory. And that's when he saw them. 3 figures on a pedestrian walkway. 2 tall, 1 shorter with bushy brown hair. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger, now 14 or 15, looking distinctly out of place and searching for something. Harry's head turned as the speeder passed, and for a moment, their eyes met. Recognition flickered. Harry raised a hand, mouth opening to call out. Anakin looked away. You know them, Julia observed. I met them years ago with you, remember? Don't want to talk to them. Yet I remember, but isn't Harry your friend or on good terms with him? So again, why not? Because his friends are annoying, and I'm not interested in whatever trouble they're looking for. Anakin could feel it, the way trouble followed Harry Potter like a shadow. Whatever the boy was searching for in the lower levels, it wasn't good. We'll probably cross paths eventually. But not today. Julia accepted this with a nod, and the speeder moved on. Chancellor Palpatine's apartments were on the 100th floor of a tower that made the temple look modest. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered views of Coruscant that probably cost more than most planets' annual budgets. The furniture was expensive, the art priceless, and the atmosphere carefully cultivated to project power without ostentation. Palpatine stood near the windows, dressed in formal robes that were somehow both elegant and understated. His smile was warm when he saw Anakin. Young Skywalker. Thank you for coming. I know your training schedule is demanding, but I wanted to check on your progress. Of course, Chancellor. Anakin bowed respectfully. Over the years, these meetings had become routine. Palpatine was one of the few adults who seemed genuinely interested in Anakin's thoughts, who asked his opinions on politics and philosophy without dismissing them. The council might fear him, but Palpatine treated him like an equal. Octavia Palpatine stood near a side table, a glass of wine in her hand, her expression as cold as ever. When her eyes found Anakin, something dark flickered in them, not quite hatred, but close. She'd never liked him. Anakin had noticed it from the first meeting years ago. Every time he visited, she looked at him like he was a threat she couldn't quite eliminate. He'd assumed it was because he'd talked back to her once, challenged her in front of her family. But there was something more, something deeper in her hostility that he couldn't identify. I don't care, he thought. Let her hate me. Julian and Cassian occupied opposite ends of a long couch, the pattern of their relationship clear in their careful distance. Julian, blonde-haired with those calculating green eyes, looked up from a datapad. Cassian, red-haired and handsome in a dangerous way, smiled. Anakin. Cassian stood, moving to clasp his arm in greeting. How goes the training? I heard you've been working with Jaime Lannister. That must be incredible. It is. He's different from the Jedi. More direct. Anakin allowed the greeting, noting how Cassian's eyes assessed him, cataloging changes. Looking for weakness or advantage, Anakin could never tell which. I imagine so. The Knights of Westeros have their own traditions. Less meditation, more action. Cassian's smile widened. Must be refreshing after all those sermons about peace and tranquility. Cassian, Palpatine's voice held gentle warning. Let's not mock the Jedi Order in their own student. I'm not mocking. Just observing. But Cassian stepped back, still smiling. Julian had set down his datapad. Those research notes you acquired. From Hago Damask. Have you made progress studying them? The question was too casual, too carefully constructed. Anakin's hand instinctively moved toward his tunic where the data chip stayed hidden. Some. They're complex. I could help. I've studied advanced biology, cellular manipulation, force theory. No, thank you. Anakin kept his voice level. I'm managing. Julian's expression flickered just for a moment before smoothing back to polite interest. The offer stands. Those notes could be dangerous in untrained hands. Or valuable in yours, Anakin thought. Julian had been asking about the notes for years now, with increasing persistence. Whatever knowledge Damask had recorded, it was important enough that even Palpatine's sons coveted it. I'll keep that in mind, Anakin said, and turned away before Julian could press further. Julia had moved to stand near the windows, watching the exchange with those unnerving blue eyes. When Anakin approached, she didn't look away. You've changed since I last saw you, she said quietly. Grown stronger. More confident. Training does that. It's more than training. Her gaze was intense, focused, like she was trying to memorize every detail of his face. You're becoming what you're meant to be. I can see it. Before Anakin could respond, Palpatine called out. Anakin, would you show us your lightsaber? Julia mentioned you'd finally completed it. Anakin hesitated, then pulled the weapon from his belt. It felt right in his hand, perfectly balanced, an extension of his will. He activated it, and purple plasma blazed to life with the distinctive snap hiss that never got old. The reaction was immediate. Palpatine's expression shifted to genuine surprise and something else, something calculating that vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Extraordinary. A purple blade. I've only ever seen one other master Windu's. Rare, those are, Palpatine continued, moving closer to examine the weapon. What does it feel like? Wielding such a crystal? Balanced, Anakin said. Like standing between two extremes. Neither fully light nor dark, but something in between. Fascinating. Palpatine's tone was warm, but his eyes held depths Anakin couldn't read. You continue to exceed expectations, young Skywalker. Julian had stood, moving closer with obvious interest. The crystal's resonance must be unique. I'd love to study. No. Anakin deactivated the blade and clipped it back to his belt. It's mine. Of course. But Julian's eyes lingered on the lightsaber hilt with undisguised hunger. Cassian's expression was different, assessing, calculating how this new development fit into whatever plans he was making. Power recognizes power. A purple blade for the chosen one. Fitting. Octavia said nothing, but her grip on her wine glass tightened, and Anakin saw the briefest flicker of fear cross her face before her mask slammed back into place. Only Julia's reaction was simple. She smiled genuinely, honestly, and something in her gaze intensified. Like a switch had flipped. Like she'd been waiting for confirmation of something she'd already suspected, and now she had it. The look made Anakin uncomfortable in ways he couldn't articulate. "Anakin," Julia said suddenly, breaking the moment. "Would you escort me somewhere? There's something I need to retrieve from the lower levels." "The lower levels?" Palpatine frowned. "Julia, that's not safe. Which is why I'm asking for a Jedi escort. Surely the chosen one with a purple lightsaber can protect me from whatever dangers lurk below." Her tone was light, teasing, but underneath ran steel. Palpatine looked like he wanted to refuse, but Octavia spoke before he could. "Let her go. She's nearly 13. Old enough to learn how the real galaxy works." Mother Julian began. "The girl wants an adventure. Let her have it. The Jedi boy will keep her safe." Octavia's smile was cold. "Won't you, Skywalker?" There was a challenge in those words. "A test." Anakin met her gaze and refused to look away. "Of course." "Excellent." Palpatine still looked concerned, but he nodded. "Julia, stay close to Anakin. And Anakin, I'm trusting you with my daughter's safety." "I understand, Chancellor." Julia collected a dark hooded cloak from a side room and handed a similar one to Anakin. "To blend in. The lower levels don't react well to obvious wealth or Jedi." They took a private turbolift down. Down through layers of civilization, past the gleaming upper levels, through the middle districts where things started to show wear, and finally to the lower levels where the architecture changed from maintained to merely functional to barely holding together. The air smelled different here. Recycled and stale, with undertones of machinery and unwashed bodies and desperation. The light was dimmer, artificial, casting everything in sickly yellow-green hues. Anakin had never been this deep into Coruscant's underbelly. The temple and senate existed in rarefied heights where poverty was an abstract concept. This was real. "Why are we here?" he asked as they stepped out into a crowded plaza filled with beings of every species, most looking hungry, desperate, or dangerous. "Because I needed you to see something." Julia pulled her hood up, hiding her distinctive hair. "Come on." They moved through the crowd. Anakin kept his hand near his lightsaber, hyper-aware of the eyes tracking them. Even with cloaks, they stood out too clean, too well-fed, too obviously from elsewhere. A homeless human sat against a wall, thin and ragged, holding a cup for credits. His eyes were vacant, hopeless. Anakin stopped. Pulled a credit chip from his belt and dropped it into the cup. The man's eyes widened. "Thank you. Thank you, bless you." "Anakin." Julia's voice was flat. "Why did you do such a thing?" "Because he needed it. His path is set." Julia looked at the homeless man with clinical detachment. "Such kindness will mean nothing. Giving him what he has not earned is like pouring sand into his hands. By giving him something he has not earned, perhaps all you have helped him become is a target. That's a terrible way to look at it." A shout cut him off. Another homeless man, larger, armed with a crude knife, shoved past Anakin and grabbed the first man by his collar. "Give it here. Give me those credits." "No. Please." The knife flashed. Blood sprayed. The homeless man who Anakin had helped collapsed, clutching his stomach, the credit chip falling from his fingers. The attacker grabbed it and ran, disappearing into the crowd. Anakin stood frozen for a heartbeat, watching the man die on the filthy ground while dozens of people walked past without looking. Then he ran. Anakin! Julia's voice followed him, but he ignored it. He caught the thief 3 blocks away, in an alley that smelled of rot and chemicals. The man turned, saw Anakin, and sneered. "You want your credits back, pretty boy? Come take them." Anakin's lightsaber ignited, purple light flooding the alley. "Why did you kill him?" "Because I could. Because down here, you either take what you need or you starve." The man wasn't afraid, just angry and desperate and mean. "You Jedi don't understand. Up in your temple with your fancy robes and full bellies. Down here, it's survival. I'm taking you to the authorities." The man laughed. "Authorities? Down here? Good luck with that." Julia appeared at the alley entrance, breathing slightly harder than normal. "Anakin, don't!" But Anakin had already grabbed the man and was dragging him toward a nearby security station, an underfunded, understaffed outpost that looked more like a fortified bunker than a police station. The officers barely looked up when Anakin presented the thief. "This man just murdered someone in the plaza. I witnessed it." "So?" One officer, a bored-looking Rodian, didn't even set down his day top hat. "Happens every day." "What? Lower levels. Not our problem unless someone important complains." The Rodian waved dismissively. "Let him go." "Let him go? He killed." "Don't care, kid. Move along." The thief pulled free from Anakin's grip, laughing. "Nice try, Jedi. But down here, there are no laws. Just survival." He turned to leave, still laughing. "Thanks for the credits." Something inside Anakin snapped. He didn't reach for his lightsaber. Didn't move at all, really. Just thought, one clear, focused thought backed by rage and betrayal and fury at the injustice of it all. The thief's laughter cut off. His hands went to his throat, clawing at invisible fingers. His eyes bulged. He tried to scream, but no sound emerged except a strangled wheeze. The police officers looked confused, not understanding what was happening. But Julia understood. She watched with those blue eyes, unblinking, cataloging everything. Anakin squeezed harder with his mind. The Force responded, eager, hungry. The man's neck snapped with a sound like breaking wood, and he collapsed. Dead. The officers jumped up, finally paying attention. "What? How did?" Anakin released his invisible grip and stepped back, staring at his hands. They were shaking. He'd just killed someone. Not in a duel. Not in combat. He'd executed a man with a thought. Be careful of charity and kindness, lest you do more harm with open hands than with a clenched fist. Julia's voice was quiet beside him. "I hope you understand that now. The Republic." Anakin's voice came out hollow. "I was a slave. I saw corruption on Tatooine. But the Republic was supposed to be different. This is the capital. The center of galactic government. And down here, they just let people die." "Yes." Julia took his arm gently. "This is how the galaxy really works, Anakin. The higher you go, the cleaner it looks. But down here, in the depths, it's all survival and violence and indifference. The Republic doesn't care about the lower levels. Nobody does." "He deserved it," Anakin said, trying to convince himself. "He killed an innocent man. He did deserve it. You did the right thing." Julia's tone was certain, unwavering. "The authorities wouldn't have stopped him. You did. That's justice." It didn't feel like justice. It felt like murder. But the man had been a killer, had laughed about it, had bragged about the lawlessness. "How do you know all this?" Anakin asked. "About the lower levels, about how things work down here. Observation. And being the Supreme Chancellor's daughter." Father knows every level of Coruscant, from the Senate chambers to the deepest pits. He's taught me to see the galaxy as it is, not as I wish it to be. Anakin wanted to argue. Wanted to say there had to be a better way. But he'd just seen the proof: the Republic's failure, the authorities' indifference, the brutal reality of survival in places the government had abandoned. Julia tugged his arm. Come on. We're not done yet. They moved deeper into the lower levels, passing through districts that got progressively worse. The crowds thinned. The buildings became more industrial, more dangerous. And finally, Julia led him to a massive underground hangar where dozens of makeshift racing pods sat in various states of repair. Music pounded from speakers. Beings of every species crowded around, placing bets, drinking, shouting. And in the center, a track stretched out, crude, dangerous, winding through the industrial district with obstacles that would kill any pilot who made a mistake. Illegal pod racing. This is what I wanted to show you, Julia said. I've arranged for us to race. If you're interested. Anakin stared at her. You arranged for us to? How? I have my resources. Connections through Father's network. And I know you miss it. Flying. Racing. The freedom of speed. Julia's smile was slightly manic. So I got you a pod. If you want it. Anakin knew he should refuse. This was illegal, dangerous, probably organized by criminals. The Jedi would be furious. Obi-Wan would lecture him for weeks. Yes, he said. Julia's smile widened. Good. Get in the driver's seat. I'll handle the rest. The pod was surprisingly well maintained. Someone had spent real money on this. Anakin settled into the familiar seat, his hands finding controls that felt like home. Julia slid into the passenger seat beside him, pulling her hood lower. The race organizer, a scarred Wookiee with cold eyes, approached. You the new blood? Entry fee is 5,000 credits. Julia handed him a credit chip without hesitation. The Wookiee grinned, showing filed teeth. Welcome to the real Coruscant, rich kids. Try not to die. It's bad for business. 20 pods lined up at the starting line. Some pilots looked professional. Others looked desperate. All of them looked dangerous. This is organized by Black Sun, Julia said quietly as engines roared to life around them. The criminal syndicate. They run most of the illegal operations on the lower levels. Don't expect fair play. I never do. The starting light turned green. Anakin gunned the engines, and the pod shot forward with acceleration that pressed him back into his seat. Beside him, Julia made a sound that might have been laughter or fear. He couldn't tell over the roar of 20 engines. The track was insane. Tight turns that required force-enhanced reflexes to navigate. Straightaways filled with obstacles, support columns, broken machinery, compressed gas canisters that would explode on impact. Other pilots tried to ram him, to force him into walls. One fired what looked like a jury-rigged blaster cannon. Anakin dodged, weaved, flew with the kind of instinctive grace that had won him the Bunta Eve at age 9. The force sang through him, guiding his hands, showing him the path through chaos. Julia watched with wide eyes, her hands gripping the seat, her expression caught between terror and exhilaration. They took first place 3 laps in. The crowd roared. Anakin brought the pod screaming across the finish line a full 30 seconds ahead of second place, and the hangar erupted into cheers and curses as bets were settled. That was incredible. Julia's voice was breathless. I've never seen someone fly like that. Anakin couldn't help grinning. This was what he'd been missing. Not the sterile practice sessions at the temple, but real danger, real speed, real consequences. They climbed out of the pod to collect their winnings. The Wookiee organizer approached with a group of heavily armed thugs, all wearing the distinctive markings of Black Sunday. Nice flying, kid. The Wookiee's smile had disappeared. Problem is, you just cost us a lot of money. People bet heavy against you. We're out almost 100,000 credits. Not my problem. Anakin kept his voice level. Pay out the winnings. Here's another option. The Wookiee's eyes shifted to Julia. Give us the girl. She'll fetch a fine price in the slave markets. Beautiful thing like that, especially with that hair. And we'll call it even. You can walk away. The words hit Anakin like a physical blow. Slave markets. In the Republic capital. In the heart of supposed civilization. His hand moved to his lightsaber. Give me the money. The Wookiee laughed. You're a Jedi, right? You don't strike first. It's against your code. And what would the temple say if they knew you were here, racing illegally, associating with criminals? He stepped closer. So here's what's going to happen. You hand over the girl, we forget this ever happened. She'll make a fine slave. Probably last a few years before. Anakin's lightsaber ignited and removed the Wookiee's head in one smooth motion. The body collapsed. The thugs stared in shock for exactly 1 second before reaching for weapons. Blaster bolts erupted. Anakin's purple blade became a blur, deflecting shots back at their sources. One thug went down. 2. 3. The Force guided his movements, showed him angles and trajectories and weak points. A gay Marine charged with a vibro-axe. Anakin sidestepped, his lightsaber carving through the pig-like alien's midsection. The two halves fell in different directions. 2 more thugs with blaster rifles. Anakin reached out with the Force and slammed them into a wall hard enough that their armor dented. They didn't get up. A Trandoshan with a heavy repeating blaster. The weapon couldn't track fast enough as Anakin closed the distance, his blade taking the lizard's arms off at the elbows. The scream was cut short when Anakin spun and removed his head too. More thugs poured out of side rooms. 10. 15. 20. They spread out, trying to surround him. Anakin moved through them like death itself. His lightsaber was everywhere at once, cutting, slashing, deflecting. Bodies fell. Blood sprayed. The Force roared through him, hot and powerful and intoxicating. A vibroblade got through his defense, cutting across his shoulder. Pain flared, but he channeled it into rage, into power. His free hand shot out, and the attacker flew backward into an engine turbine. The result was messy. Another blaster bolt grazed his leg. Anakin spun, located the shooter, and threw his lightsaber. The purple blade spun through the air, cutting through 2 thugs before returning to his hand. The remaining Black Sun members broke and ran. Anakin stood in the center of carnage, breathing hard, his lightsaber still ignited. Blood covered his clothes. Bodies lay everywhere. He'd killed, he'd lost count. 20? 30? Julia stood exactly where he'd left her, untouched, watching with those blue eyes. She wasn't afraid. Wasn't horrified. Just interested. You did the right thing, she said calmly. They were scum. Slavers. They deserved death. Anakin looked at his hands, at his lightsaber, at the bodies surrounding him. This was his first real combat. His first kills in battle. And he felt powerful. Vindicated. Like he'd finally done something that mattered. The police will be here soon, Julia continued. Black Sun might have owned this hangar, but that much noise will attract attention even down here. We should go. Anakin grabbed the credit chip from the dead organizer's body, his winnings, earned fair, and ran. They fled through the lower levels, Julia keeping pace despite her lack of Force enhancement. Behind them, sirens wailed as the Undercity police finally responded to reports of mass slaughter in an illegal racing den. Anakin's heart hammered. Adrenaline flooded his system. He'd never felt more alive. They made it back to the turbolift and rode it up toward the clean levels, toward civilization, toward the carefully maintained lie that everything was fine. Only when the doors opened onto the Chancellor's private floor did Anakin start to process what had happened. He'd killed his first person with the Force. Had raced illegally. Had slaughtered dozens of criminals in a fight that should have been avoided. And he didn't regret any of it. Julia removed her hood, her silver gold hair spilling free. "You're bleeding." Anakin looked down. The shoulder wound was shallow, already clotting. "It's fine. You should get medical attention. Later." He turned to face her fully. "How can you be so calm about this? I just killed so many people. They were criminals. Slavers. Murderers." Julia's voice was matter-of-fact. "The galaxy is better without them. You did a service. The Jedi wouldn't see it that way. Then the Jedi are fools who don't understand how the real galaxy works." Julia stepped closer, and her intensity made Anakin want to step back. But he didn't. "You saw it today. The authorities who don't care. The criminals who operate freely. The people who suffer and die while the Republic looks away. You can't save the galaxy by meditating in a temple, Anakin. You save it by acting. By doing what needs to be done, even when it's hard." She was right. Anakin knew she was right. But it felt like a betrayal of everything the Jedi had tried to teach him. "I should get back to the temple," he said. "Of course." Julia touched his arm lightly. "Thank you for escorting me. For protecting me. For everything." "Julia. I know what you're going to say. That I shouldn't have taken you down there. That it was dangerous and foolish and could have ended badly." Her smile was slightly mad. "But it didn't. And now you know the truth. Now you've seen beyond the lies the Republic tells itself." Anakin wanted to argue. Couldn't find the words. "Go," Julia said softly. "I'll see you again soon. Father will make sure of it." Anakin took the turbolift back down, found a public refresher, and cleaned the blood off as best he could. The wound on his shoulder would need back-taw, but he could hide it under his robes for now. The walk back to the temple felt longer than usual. Every step, he replayed the day. The homeless man dying. The thief's neck snapping under invisible pressure. The pod race. The Black Sun thugs falling to his lightsaber. He'd crossed lines today. Multiple lines. The kind the Jedi specifically warned against. And he felt more certain of himself than ever before. When he finally reached his quarters in the temple, Obi-Wan was waiting. "Anakin. Where have you been? You missed afternoon training. The Chancellor requested my presence. I was detained longer than expected." Obi-Wan's eyes narrowed, taking in Anakin's slightly disheveled appearance, the careful way he held his shoulder. "Are you injured?" "No, Master. Just tired." It was the first direct lie Anakin had ever told Obi-Wan. It felt easier than it should have. "Very well. Get some rest. We have lightsaber practice with Master Windu tomorrow morning. He wants to see your progress with Jaime Lannister's instruction." "Yes, Master." Obi-Wan left. Anakin collapsed onto his bunk and stared at the ceiling. Today, he'd killed his first people. Had seen how corrupt and broken the Republic really was. Had felt real power flow through him without restraint. The Jedi taught that fear led to anger, anger led to hate, hate led to suffering. But what if suffering was already there? What if anger was the appropriate response to injustice? What if the path the Jedi feared was actually the path to fixing everything that was broken? Anakin closed his eyes and dreamed of purple lightsabers, silver gold hair, and the intoxicating rush of combat without limits. Tomorrow, he would meditate and train and pretend to be the Jedi they wanted him to be. But something had changed today. Some barrier had cracked. And Anakin wasn't sure he wanted to rebuild it. The shuttle descended through Alderaan's pristine atmosphere, its engines humming softly as mountains gave way to rolling green hills dotted with architectural marvels. Anakin pressed his face against the viewport, watching as an enormous castle materialized from the morning mist, all turrets and towers and impossibly tall spires that seemed to defy basic engineering. Hogwarts. Impressive, Ferris Olin said from the seat beside him. At 15, the older Padawan had filled out, grown taller, though his face still carried that same serene certainty that made Anakin want to punch something. The wizards built well. It's fine, Anakin replied, keeping his voice neutral. The castle was impressive, he'd give it that. But the Jedi Temple had a elegance Hogwarts lacked, all clean lines and purposeful design where the wizarding school sprawled in organized chaos. Anakin appreciated beauty, but he was a minimalist at heart. Form followed function. Fine. Prince Joffrey Baratheon scoffed from across the aisle. At 15, he'd grown into his looks, blonde hair perfectly styled, handsome in that aristocratic way wealth bought, green eyes sharp with perpetual cruelty. It's a monument to outdated magic. The Force users of Westeros could have built something twice as grand. Jon Snow, seated beside Joffrey, said nothing. The contrast between them was stark. Where Joffrey preened, Jon remained quiet, his dark hair falling across grey eyes that missed nothing. He wore his bastard status like armor, using it to observe without being noticed. At 15, he'd learned the value of silence in a galaxy that judged him for his birth. Anakin had met Jon briefly before the trip. The young man reminded him uncomfortably of himself, an outsider trying to prove worth through skill alone. They'd nodded at each other with mutual understanding and then maintained careful distance. Neither needed the complication of friendship. I still can't believe we have to escort tournament participants, Joffrey continued, his voice rising. I'm a prince. I should be competing, not babysitting. The council felt your unique perspective would be valuable, Ferris said diplomatically. Translation: they wanted Joffrey where they could watch him. Anakin remembered everything about Prince Joffrey. The fountain incident when they were 9, when Anakin's anger had cracked stone and drenched the spoiled prince. The broken nose Joffrey received when he'd mocked Julia, her silver gold hair and Targaryen heritage. The duel at 12 where Anakin had dismantled him in under a minute. But he also remembered Joffrey beating Draco Malfoy bloody after the wizard threw the first punch. Whatever else Joffrey was cruel, spoiled, dangerous, he wasn't entirely without spine. Besides, Joffrey added, his hand moving to the lightsaber at his belt green blade, Anakin knew, though the prince had wanted red. I've learned much since our last encounter, Skywalker. I've been training with Sir Jaime. My fighting style has improved considerably. I'm sure it has, Anakin said, meaning none of it. Ferris shot him a warning look. They had one thing in common on this trip, neither liked Joffrey Baratheon. The prince was volatile, cruel, and represented everything wrong with inherited power. But orders were orders, and the Jedi Council wanted observers at the Triwizard Tournament's final task. The shuttle landed on Hogwarts grounds with barely a whisper. As the ramp descended, Anakin stepped out into air that smelled of grass and magic, a different signature than the Force, lighter but somehow more capricious. The castle loomed before them, and immediately Anakin felt dozens of eyes on his group. Students clustered in windows and along pathways, staring at the Jedi and the prince with undisguised curiosity. Many of those eyes belonged to girls, who stared at Anakin and then looked away blushing, whispering to each other behind their hands. What's wrong with them? Anakin muttered to Ferris. Wrong with who? Those girls. They keep staring and then their faces turn red. Are they sick? Ferris blinked. Then, impossibly, a smile tugged at his normally serious mouth. Anakin, they're not sick. They're noticing you. Noticing me? Why? Jon Snow made a sound that might have been a cough or a laugh. Even Joffrey smirked. Skywalker, for a genius, you're remarkably dense about certain things. Anakin had no idea what they meant. At the temple, no one stared at him like that. He was just another Padawan, albeit one with a purple lightsaber and a reputation for breaking rules. Here, apparently, something was different. They entered the castle through massive oak doors that opened without being touched. The entrance hall was cavernous, lit by floating candles that defied gravity, walls lined with moving portraits that called out greetings or insults depending on their mood. Dumbledore waited at the base of a grand staircase, his robes covered in moving stars, his white beard long enough to tuck into his belt. His blue eyes sharp behind half-moon spectacles fixed on Anakin with undisguised interest. "Welcome, welcome." Dumbledore's voice carried warmth, but Anakin felt something underneath it. Manipulation. Calculated charm. The headmaster was hiding many somethings behind that grandfatherly facade. Master Skywalker, Master Olin, Prince Joffrey, Jon Snow. Thank you for making the journey. Headmaster, Ferris bowed respectfully. Anakin mimicked the gesture but kept his mental shields tight. Dumbledore wasn't force-sensitive, but his mind was shielded in ways Anakin had never encountered. When he'd tried to sense the wizard's surface thoughts, he'd hit a wall of pure nothing, not defense exactly, just absence. Like trying to read a blank page. It was unsettling. Most people's thoughts leaked constantly, little emotional signatures that Force users learned to filter. Dumbledore was silence. Either he had natural defenses Anakin couldn't penetrate, or he'd learned techniques that shouldn't exist for non-Force users. One of the most powerful wizards to ever live, Anakin remembered hearing. Apparently that wasn't exaggeration. "How do you find our school?" Dumbledore asked, gesturing around the entrance hall. "It's fine," Anakin said. The word came out flatter than intended. "Fine." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. High praise from the Chosen One. Anakin's jaw tightened. He hated that title. Hated how everyone, even wizards who had their own prophecies, treated it like a brand marking his every action. "The tournament's final task takes place on Coruscant," Dumbledore continued, his tone becoming more serious. "The Valley of the Dark Lords. We need Jedi escorts because the location is dangerous. Too dangerous for teachers to enter without compromising the tournament's integrity. The champions must face the challenges alone. But having Force users nearby to extract them if necessary seemed prudent." "You want us to babysit," Joffrey said flatly. "I want you to ensure none of our champions die." Dumbledore's voice lost its warmth. "Coruscant is heavy with dark side energy. Ancient Sith tombs line the valley. The spirits there are restless and powerful." "We understand," Ferris said before anyone else could speak. "When do we leave?" "This evening. But first, let me introduce you to the champions." They followed Dumbledore through corridors that shifted without warning, up staircases that moved mid-climb, past ghosts who nodded politely and suits of armor that saluted. Anakin catalogued everything: exits, structural weaknesses, places where the Force flowed strangely through the castle's ancient stones. The champions waited in a side chamber. Anakin recognized 3 of them immediately. Harry Potter stood near a window, 15 now, taller but still carrying that same anger barely contained beneath his skin. When their eyes met, Harry nodded an acknowledgement of shared history, if not friendship. Ron Weasley had grown too, all gangly limbs and freckles, his red hair even more chaotic than Anakin remembered. He looked at Anakin and immediately his expression soured with jealousy. Hermione Granger had changed the most. 14 or 15 now, her bushy brown hair somewhat tamed, her brown eyes still holding that insufferable certainty that she knew better than everyone else. When she saw Anakin, her cheeks flushed, and something complicated crossed her face: embarrassment, attraction, and the lingering sting of being intellectually bested by a 9-year-old slave boy years ago. "So what, he's the Chosen One and handsome," Ron muttered, not quite quiet enough. "Not that special." Hermione shot him a look that could have melted steel. "Ron, don't." "What?" "I'm just saying. Everyone acts like Skywalker's so impressive just because he beat you at everything when he was 9, Anakin interrupted. Had no formal education and still ran intellectual circles around your smartest witch of your age over there. Is that what you were going to say? Ron's face went as red as his hair. Hermione looked like she wanted the floor to swallow her. Before the situation could escalate, other voices filled the chamber. Well, well. Potter. Draco Malfoy entered with his usual entourage, Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like trained bears. At 15, Draco had grown into his aristocratic features, blonde hair slicked back, grey eyes cold with disdain. Those eyes widened when they landed on Anakin. The chosen one. I can't believe this. A filthy slave, worse than a mudblood, and everyone treats him like. Careful, Malfoy. Joffrey's voice cut through the room like a knife. The prince stepped forward, and despite their mutual hatred, there was something in his tone that made Draco pause. You're a wizard. Support class at best. Merchants if we're being generous. The Knights of Westeros are force-sensitive equivalent to Sith and Jedi, with thousands of years of history. You want to talk about bloodlines and power? Know your place. Draco's face paled, then flushed with rage. Wait until my father hears about this. I'm a prince, Joffrey said coldly. Your father can petition my father if he has complaints. Good luck with that. The two locked eyes, old hatred simmering. Anakin remembered Joffrey had beaten Draco bloody years ago after the wizard threw the first punch. Neither had forgotten. Gentlemen, Dumbledore's voice carried steel beneath velvet. We have more important matters. Harry, Cedric, Fleur, Victor, meet your escorts. Cedric Diggory stepped forward, handsome, athletic, radiating that insufferable confidence of someone who'd never really failed. Victor Crumb, the Durmstrang champion, gave a curt nod. And Fleur Delacour. She was 17, stunningly beautiful with silvery blonde hair and blue eyes that seemed to catch light strangely. Partvila, Anakin remembered. Magical creature ancestry that gave her an enchanting quality. She looked at Anakin and blushed, moving closer with obvious interest. Anakin Skywalker, yes? I've heard much about you. Hello, Anakin said, taking a step back. She was too close, her perfume too strong, and she was definitely sick. Her cheeks were flushed and she kept touching her hair in that nervous way people did when fevered. You are even more handsome than ZE stories say, Fleur continued, moving closer still. Anakin took another step back. You should see the medics. You're clearly unwell. Behind him, Jon Snow made that coughing laughing sound again. Even Ferris looked like he was struggling not to smile. Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape appeared to escort them to the transport ships. McGonagall was stern but fair, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Snape. Snape looked at all of them with barely concealed contempt, his black robes billowing as he moved, greasy black hair framing a face that suggested he'd never smiled in his life. Follow me, Snape said, his voice like oil over gravel. Try not to cause an international incident before we reach Korriban. They boarded a larger shuttle, one designed to carry multiple passengers plus cargo. The champions settled into their seats while Anakin and Ferris took positions near the exits. Joffrey and Jon sat together, an uneasy alliance born of shared mission. Immediately, Joffrey and Draco began arguing. My family has served kings for generations, Joffrey announced. We're force-sensitive warriors who've shaped galactic politics for millennia. The Malfoys are one of the sacred 28, Draco shot back. Pure-blood wizarding families who support class, Joffrey interrupted. Merchants. No match for actual force users. You're useful tools, Malfoy. Nothing more. Draco's face went purple. His fist lashed out, connecting with Joffrey's jaw. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Joffrey's hand shot up, caught Draco's second punch mid-swing, and twisted. The force surged crude, powerful, and Draco flew backward into his seat. Wait until my father hears about this, both of them shouted simultaneously. Anakin and Ferris exchanged a look and moved to separate them before the shuttle's pilot lodged a formal complaint. "Children," Ferris muttered. "Spoiled children with power," Anakin corrected. Once they'd been forcibly separated, Joffrey glaring from one end of the shuttle, Draco nursing his bruised pride at the other, the trip settled into uneasy silence. Until Joffrey, clearly unable to help himself, looked at Pansy Parkinson, Draco's date to some dance event, and smiled cruelly. "That's your dance partner? Pansy, wasn't it? She was begging me to take her instead. Said you stepped on her feet the entire night." Draco lunged again. This time Anakin caught him, holding the struggling wizard back while Ferris restrained Joffrey. "Enough." Ferris's voice carried unexpected authority. "Both of you, sit down and shut up, or I'll recommend to the council that neither of you leave this shuttle when we land." They subsided, but the damage was done. Every champion now looked at Joffrey with varying degrees of dislike, and Draco radiated impotent fury. "You insulted us," Victor Crumb said quietly. His accent was thick, but his meaning clear. "Called us second-rate." "I called you what you are," Joffrey replied. "Inferior to Force users. It's simply fact." "He's not entirely wrong," Harry muttered, and Draco shot him a betrayed look. The shuttle ride to Korriban took 6 hours. During that time, Anakin was approached by nearly everyone. Fleur tried 3 more times to engage him in conversation, each time standing too close, asking too many questions, blushing too much. Anakin finally asked Ferris if there was an illness going around. "She likes you, Anakin. She's sick." "No, she likes you." "Romantically." Anakin stared. "Why?" Ferris gave up trying to explain. Hermione approached next, her steps careful, her face still carrying that flush. "Anakin, I wanted to apologize for years ago. When we argued. I was immature. Arrogant. You were right to call me out. It was a good apology. Sincere." Anakin nodded. "Accepted. I've read about your accomplishments. The Battle of Naboo, your training with Jaime Lannister, your purple kyber crystal." Her voice carried genuine admiration mixed with something that might have been envy. "You're extraordinary. I'm just me." "That's not." Hermione stopped, seemed to gather herself. "Would you tell me about the Force? How it differs from magic? I've been studying the theoretical overlap, and I think there might be a unified field theory that—" "Hermione," Anakin interrupted gently. "I'm here to do a job. Not to be studied." Her face fell. Behind her, Ron smirked, clearly enjoying her rejection. Anakin felt a pang of guilt. She'd been genuinely curious, not condescending. But he'd had enough of being everyone's fascinating project. When they finally broke through Korriban's atmosphere, the shuttle fell silent. The planet was dead. Not lifeless dead. Brown and red rocks stretched in every direction, dust storms visible even from orbit, and a feeling of wrongness that made every Force-sensitive person on board flinch. "Dark Side Nexus," Ferris whispered. "I've never felt anything like this." Anakin could. The dark side wasn't just present here, it was concentrated, ancient, seductive. It sang to something deep in his chest, called to the anger he carried, promised power beyond imagination. He clenched his fists and focused on his breathing. The Valley of the Dark Lords appeared as they descended a massive canyon carved into Korriban's surface, its walls lined with enormous faces carved from stone. Sith lords from millennia past, their stern visages watching over tombs that held their remains and their secrets. "That's where the final task takes place," Dumbledore's voice came over the COMM from the lead shuttle. "The champions will enter tombs assigned by lottery. Inside, they'll face challenges designed to test courage, skill, and resolve. First to retrieve the Triwizard Cup wins. And if they don't come out?" Anakin asked. "That's why you're here." They landed on a plateau overlooking the valley. Ancient Sith architecture rose from the dust-crumbling temples, ruined academies, structures that had stood for 5,000 years and would stand 5,000 more. The champions disembarked, each one looking pale despite their training. Even Victor Crumb, usually stoic, swallowed hard as he felt the valley's oppressive weight. "Stick together," Cedric said, taking charge. "We'll move as a group until we reach the fork, then split according to the map." They descended into the valley on foot, following a path of ancient stone that wound between monuments to darkness. Anakin kept his hand near his lightsaber, every sense alert. Beside him, Ferris was muttering meditations under his breath, fighting the dark side's pull. Jon Snow moved with practiced silence, hand on his force-enhanced sword. Even Joffrey had stopped posturing, his green lightsaber ready. They reached a massive structure, the tomb of Marka Ragnos, according to inscriptions carved in ancient Sith. The champions were supposed to enter separately, each taking a different passage. That's when everything went wrong. Green light erupted from the tomb's entrance. Cedric Diggory, who'd been in the lead, stumbled backward, a look of surprise on his handsome face. Then he collapsed, dead before he hit the ground. "Avada Kedavra," Harry whispered, horror in his voice. "The killing curse." Figures emerged from the tomb. Death Eaters, masked wizards in dark robes, wands raised. And at their center, a figure that made Anakin's blood run cold. Lord Voldemort had returned. He was grotesquely pale, snake-like features twisted into something barely human. Red eyes gleamed with malice. But there was something new. Anakin could feel it in the Force. Voldemort had a connection now, weak but present, where before there'd been nothing. "Harry Potter," Voldemort's voice was high, cold, delighted. "How kind of you to come. And you've brought friends. How perfect." His red eyes found Anakin. "Skywalker. The chosen one himself. Your body will complete my return. Stronger Force connection. Younger. Everything I need." "He's Force sensitive," Ferris breathed. Voldemort laughed, a sound like breaking bones. "I've spent years on this. Experiments. Horcruxes. Dark rituals. Working with Lord Sidious, though he doesn't know I plan to surpass him. I've achieved a basic Force connection. Just enough to sense, to touch the power I've craved all my life. But to truly wield it." He gestured at Anakin. "I need you." More figures emerged. Death Eaters spread out, at least 20. And then Bellatrix Lestrange stepped into view, her wild black hair framing a face twisted with manic glee. "Well, well. The little boy from Naboo. Look how you've grown." Her eyes raked over Anakin appreciatively. "Quite handsome now. My lord will love wearing your skin." And behind her, moving with predatory grace, his red and black tattooed face a mask of fury. Darth Maul. He'd survived. 4 years since Naboo, 4 years of hatred and pain and singular focus. His yellow eyes found Anakin and Ferris, and his lipless mouth twisted into a snarl. At last, Maul breathed. His double-bladed lightsaber ignited, red plasma crackling. 4 years I've waited. 4 years of suffering. And now he inhaled deeply, theatrically, "I smell Kenobi on you." His teachings. His stink. His eyes shifted to Ferris. "And you, yes. The woman. Siri Tachi. His former lover. I can sense her touch on your training." Ferris went rigid. "That's Master Kenobi, and Master Tachi didn't." "Didn't what? Break the code? Please." Maul's laugh was cruel. "I can sense truth, boy. They loved each other. Probably ended it before attachment became too strong, but the bond was there. Is there still, buried under all that Jedi denial?" Anakin glanced at Ferris and saw genuine shock on his fellow Padawan's face. Obi-Wan and Siri Tachi? The perfect Jedi who lectured about attachment? It didn't fit. Except Anakin could sense it was true. Maul wasn't lying. We'll never look at them the same way again, Anakin thought. Joffrey seemed unconcerned by these revelations, but fear radiated from him in waves. Even his arrogance couldn't stand against Darth Maul. Hand over the Chosen One and Potter, Voldemort said, his wand pointed casually at the group. Do that, and the rest of you can leave. Refuse. Death Eaters raised their wands. Well. Joffrey and Draco both looked like they were actually considering it. A flicker of calculation crossed both their faces, weighing survival against honor. But even they weren't stupid enough to trust Death Eaters and Sith. No, Ferris said firmly, his blue lightsaber igniting. We won't. Why are you so ugly? Anakin interrupted, staring at Voldemort. You don't even have a nose. You look like a snake had an affair with a corpse. This is the guy who terrorized wizards across the galaxy. This thing. Voldemort's red eyes blazed with fury. Expelliarmus. Harry's wand snapped up, red light erupting. And the battle began. Anakin's purple lightsaber blazed to life as Death Eaters opened fire, curses and hexes filling the air in streams of colored light. He deflected the first three back at their casters, his blade a blur. Green killing curses he dodged entirely. Lightsabers could deflect most spells, but Avada Kedavra was too dangerous to risk. Beside him, Ferris moved with textbook precision, his blue blade working in perfect form, 3 defensive patterns. Every strike calculated, every movement efficient. Joffrey ignited his green lightsaber with shaking hands but managed to block a stunning spell that would have dropped him. Jon Snow's force-enhanced sword sang as it cut through a Death Eater's wand arm, blood spraying. The Death Eaters spread out, trying to surround them. Bellatrix cackled, firing curses with wild abandon. Dance, little Jedi! Dance! Anakin reached out with the Force, grabbed a chunk of fallen masonry, and hurled it at a cluster of Death Eaters. 3 went down hard. He pressed forward, his lightsaber cutting through wands, arms, anything that got too close. A Death Eater tried to apparate behind him. Anakin sensed it, spun, and his purple blade took the wizard's head clean off. No hesitation. No mercy. Ferris engaged 2 Death Eaters simultaneously, his defensive style frustrating their attempts to land killing blows. But he couldn't go on offense without exposing himself, and they knew it. Anakin force-pushed one of Ferris's attackers into a tomb wall hard enough that armor cracked. The man slid down, unconscious or dead. Thanks, Ferris gasped. Don't mention it. Bellatrix targeted Harry specifically, green curses flying. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Poor little Potter! Where are your parents now? Oh wait, I helped kill them. Harry's face went white with rage. His wand moved in complex patterns, shields snapping up, stunning spells firing back. But Bellatrix was too skilled, too fast. She danced around his attacks, laughing hysterically. Anakin moved to help but Maul blocked his path. No, no, young Skywalker. You face me. Maul's double-bladed lightsaber spun in a complex kata. I've waited for this. Their blades clashed, purple against red. The impact sent shockwaves through the Force. Maul was impossibly skilled. Form 7, Juyo, the most aggressive style in existence. His double blade moved like a living thing, attacking from angles that shouldn't exist. Anakin gave ground, barely blocking, his purple lightsaber working overtime. A strike at his head blocked. Low sweep at his legs jumped. Thrust at his center parried. Each exchange came faster, harder, more desperate. You're good, Maul admitted, pressing his advantage. Better than I expected. But you're untrained. Raw. I've spent 4 years in darkness, honing my hatred into a weapon sharper than any blade. Anakin didn't waste breath responding. He channeled the Force, let it flow through him, and suddenly he could see it, the pattern in Maul's attacks, the rhythm beneath chaos. He began to counter. Purple blade caught red, twisted, forced Maul back a step. Anakin pressed, mixing forms vs power strikes with 4's acrobatics with elements of 2's precision. His own style, unrefined but effective. Maul's eyes widened. Impressive. Behind them, the battle raged. Voldemort had engaged Joffrey and Jon Snow, his wand firing curses faster than either could properly defend. Joffrey's lightsaber work was adequate but his footwork terrible. He stumbled, nearly took a killing curse, only survived because Jon force pushed him aside. Ferris had taken on 3 Death Eaters. His calm was cracking under pressure, anger bleeding into his technique. Each strike came harder, less controlled. Ferris! Anakin shouted. Control! I'm trying. But Ferris's blue blade swept through a Death Eater's wand in a strike that definitely wasn't defensive anymore. The Death Eater screamed as Ferris's next attack took his arm off at the elbow. The Padawan stared at what he'd done, horror crossing his perfect features. Anakin couldn't worry about Ferris's crisis of conscience. Maul was pressing again, his double blade a crimson blur. One end came for Anakin's head while the other swept his legs. Anakin backflipped, the force launching him 6 meters backward. He landed in a crouch, saw an opening. Voldemort's wand swung toward him. Avada! Anakin rolled left. The green curse missed by centimeters, hit a Death Eater behind him instead. The man dropped without a sound. Clumsy, Bellatrix chided. You killed Mole Cyber. He was in the way, Voldemort replied without emotion. They couldn't win. The math was simple: too many attackers, too much power concentrated. Maul alone was nearly their equal. Voldemort and Bellatrix supporting him made victory impossible. We need to retreat. Anakin shouted. Agreed. Ferris blocked another curse, his face pale. But where? Anakin looked around desperately. The tomb entrance loomed behind them, Mark Aragnos's tomb, dark and foreboding. Dangerous, but no more dangerous than staying here. Inside. Everyone, inside the tomb. Are you insane? Draco shrieked. That's our only chance. Move. Anakin reached out with the Force, found the tomb's entrance supports ancient, crumbling, barely stable, and pushed. Stone cracked. The entryway began collapsing. Now. They ran. Harry grabbed Ron, Hermione grabbed Fleur. Victor helped Cedric's body, refusing to leave him. Joffrey and Jon sprint together. Ferris covered the rear, his lightsaber deflecting final curses. Anakin was the last inside. He turned, saw Maul charging, and unleashed everything he had, a force push backed by desperation and fear and fury. The wave hit like a tsunami. Maul flew backward. Death Eaters tumbled. Voldemort staggered. The tomb entrance collapsed with a roar of falling stone, sealing them inside. Darkness swallowed them whole. For long moments, no one spoke. Then lightsabers ignited, purple, blue, green, and wands lit with soft lumos charms, pushing back the darkness. They stood in a corridor carved from red stone, walls covered in Sith hieroglyphs that seemed to writhe in the unstable light. The air was thick, stale, heavy with dark side energy that made breathing difficult. We're trapped, Hermione whispered. You've trapped us in a Sith tomb. Better than dead, Anakin shot back. But he wasn't sure that was true. Joffrey and Draco had both gone pale. Harry looked around with wary determination. The other champions huddled together, fear radiating from them. There might be another exit, Ferris said, though he sounded doubtful. Tombs this old often have multiple passages. Or we just sealed ourselves in a death trap, Ron muttered. A sound echoed from deeper in the tomb. Not footsteps exactly, more like a presence announcing itself. Ancient. Powerful. Amused. Someone enters my domain, a voice said, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. How delightful. From the shadows ahead, a figure materialized. Not solid, translucent, glowing with sickly red light, but unmistakably present. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with features that were humanoid but wrong. Red skin, crimson actually, the color of fresh blood. Sharp predatory features, bone spurs visible on his arms, black eyes that held millennia of darkness. He wore ancient Sith armor, ornate and terrifying, and a crown that marked him as royalty. Marka Ragnos, Ferris breathed. The spirit of Marka Ragnos. The spirit inclined his head, amused. Indeed. Dark Lord of the Sith, ruler of an empire dead 5,000 years. And you are? Those black eyes fixed on Anakin. Ah! The chosen one. I can sense the darkness in you, boy. The conflict. The anger barely leashed. You walk both paths, light and dark, Jedi and something else entirely. We don't want trouble, Anakin said, which was possibly the stupidest thing he could have said to an ancient Sith Lord's spirit. Ragnos laughed. Don't you? Then why enter my tomb? His gaze swept over the group, lingering on Joffrey and Draco with obvious contempt. Wizards. None force-sensitive weaklings. You're all trespassing on sacred ground. We were running from enemies, Ferris said. We meant no disrespect. Meant no disrespect. Ragnos's form seemed to grow larger, more threatening. You dare enter without offering tribute? Without proving worth? I should possess you all right now. Especially you, boy. He gestured at Ferris. Your light burns so bright it's offensive. Wait. Anakin stepped forward. If I fight you, if I last even 1 minute against you, will you let us go? The other champions made sounds of protest. Even Ferris looked shocked. Ragnos studied Anakin with renewed interest. A minute? Against me? Boy, I was Dark Lord when the Sith Empire spanned half the galaxy. I've forgotten more about combat than your Jedi Masters have ever known. Then it should be easy for you, Anakin said. 1 minute. And if I last, you give me something. What would you have? A blessing. A mark of the Sith. Anakin could feel everyone staring. One that gives me the right to rule them, if I choose. Anakin. Ferris grabbed his arm. What are you saying? Trust me, Anakin whispered. Then louder, do we have a deal? Ragnos's expression shifted to something almost like respect. You don't seek to defeat me. Just survive. Smart. And you want Sith authority. He laughed again. I like you, boy. You're practical. Ambitious. You walk both paths openly instead of hiding behind Jedi lies. Very well. 1 minute. But know this, your lightsaber cannot harm my spirit. You'll be fighting something you cannot kill. I understand. Then begin. Ragnos moved faster than anything dead should move. His spirit form solidified enough to hold a manifestation of his ancient blade, and that blade swept toward Anakin's throat with killing intent. Anakin blocked barely. The impact sent shockwaves up his arms. He's solid enough to hit but not solid enough to hurt. How do I fight that? He didn't. He survived. Ragnos attacked with 5,000 years of refined technique. Every strike was perfect, economical, brutal. His blade came from angles Anakin couldn't predict, forcing him into desperate parries. 15 seconds. Anakin gave ground, his purple lightsaber barely keeping pace. Ragnos feinted high, struck low. Anakin jumped, used the force to propel himself off a wall, barely avoided losing his legs. 30 seconds. You're better than expected. Ragnos pressed harder. His blade blurred, became 6 strikes simultaneously. Anakin blocked 3, dodged 2, took the 6th on his shoulder guard. Pain exploded even through armor. 45 seconds. Anakin stopped trying to fight. He focused entirely on defense, not Ferris's textbook style but pure survival instinct. He let the force flow through him completely, not thinking, just reacting. Block. Parry. Dodge. Roll. Block again. Every muscle screamed. His arms felt like they'd tear from their sockets. But he was still standing. 55 seconds. Ragnos's final strike came with all his ancient power. Anakin couldn't block it. Couldn't dodge it. So he did something insane. He dropped his lightsaber and caught the blade with the force, freezing it centimeters from his heart. For one eternal second, they stared at each other. Anakin holding a Sith Lord's blade through sheer will. Ragnos looking genuinely impressed. 60 seconds, Ferris called out, his voice shaking. Ragnos withdrew his blade. The weapon dissipated, returning to formless energy. Well done, young Skywalker. Very well done. He raised one translucent hand, and red light erupted from his palm. It struck Anakin's chest, burned through his robes, and branded his skin with a symbol that flared bright before fading to invisibility. The mark of the Sith Lord, Ragnos said. It marks you as my successor should you choose to claim that mantle. With this mark, any Sith would be compelled to acknowledge your authority. You could rule them, if you wished. I don't want to rule the Sith, Anakin said. Now, perhaps. But we'll see. Ragnos looked satisfied. I could have used someone like you in my empire. Maybe we wouldn't have fallen. Anakin pulled his robes closed, hiding where the mark had been. He could feel it there, warm, pulsing with dark side energy. Power waiting to be claimed. Ferris looked horrified. Anakin, do you understand what you've done? Saved us. You're walking a dangerous path. I've been walking it for years, Ferris. This just made it official. Before the argument could continue, Anakin looked at Ragnos. Your appearance. The red skin. I've never seen your species before. The ancient Sith Lord's expression turned distant, almost melancholy. That's because they're all dead, boy. Or diluted across so many generations their blood is meaningless. I'm a Sith pureblood, half human, half Sith species. We ruled this galaxy once. Pride and loss mixed in his voice. Now we're legends even among legends. I'm sorry. Don't be. We fell because we deserved to fall. Empire built on cruelty alone cannot stand. Ragnos turned toward the tomb entrance. Speaking of cruelty, your pursuers are attempting to break through. They'll succeed soon. Allow me to discourage them. The spirit floated toward the collapsed entrance, passing through solid stone as easily as air. A moment later, screams erupted from outside. The group crept closer, peering through cracks in the rubble. Ragnos had manifested fully on the other side. Death Eaters scattered, firing curses that passed harmlessly through him. He raised his hands, and pure dark side energy erupted, not force lightning exactly, but older, rawer, more terrible. Death Eaters exploded. Simply ceased to exist, reduced to ash and screaming spirits. Maul, recognizing true power when he saw it, fled. Bellatrix followed, her mad laughter trailing behind. Voldemort tried one curse, it failed spectacularly and he too retreated, his nascent force connection utterly inadequate against 5,000-year-old Sith mastery. Leave my tomb, Ragnos's voice shook the valley. Or be destroyed. They left. When the screaming finally stopped, Ragnos returned. There. That should give you time to escape. Thank you, Anakin said. Don't thank me. I did it for my own amusement. But there was something in the ancient spirit's expression, satisfaction at having protected those who'd shown him respect, perhaps. Go. Exit through the southern passage. It will bring you to your ships. They went, moving quickly through corridors that seemed to shift and guide them. Behind them, Marka Ragnos's presence faded, returning to eternal rest. When they finally emerged into Korriban's harsh sunlight, the champions collapsed in exhaustion and relief. Anakin and Ferris remained standing, lightsabers ready, scanning for threats. None came. They'd survived. The return to Hogwarts was somber. Cedric Diggory's body lay in the shuttle's cargo hold, a reminder that not everyone had been so lucky. The champions were traumatized, quiet, processing what they'd seen. When they finally landed, Dumbledore was waiting with the entire faculty. His blue eyes took in their condition, bloodied, exhausted, terrified, and his face went grim. "Tell me everything," he said. They did. Anakin and Ferris gave the report, explaining Voldemort's return, Maul's survival, the Death Eater attack, their escape into Ragnos's tomb. They left out the part about the Sith mark. That was private. Dumbledore listened with growing horror. When they finished, he looked very old. The Jedi Council must be informed immediately. And the Senate. If Voldemort has force sensitivity now, even basic, he'll be more dangerous than ever, Professor McGonagall finished. Her stern face looked genuinely shaken. Within hours, the Jedi Council had been summoned via holo-comm. Yoda, Mace Windu, and other masters appeared as flickering blue images. Even Supreme Chancellor Palpatine joined the transmission, his expression carefully concerned. "Troubling, this is," Yoda said after hearing the full report. "Voldemort with Force connection, a danger he represents. And Maul survived," Mace Windu's voice was tight. "For years we believed him dead. He knows about Master Kenobi and Master Tachi," Ferris said quietly. "Their past relationship. He'll use that." A long silence. Then Yoda, "Deal with that, they will. Personal matter, it is." But Anakin saw Obi-Wan's hologram flicker with something surprise, guilt, old pain carefully hidden. Siri Tachi's image beside him went very still. So it was true. Even perfect Jedi broke the code sometimes. "Young Skywalker," Palpatine's voice drew Anakin's attention. The Chancellor's face was warm, concerned, but something in his eyes. "You showed remarkable courage. Protecting your fellow Jedi and innocent champions. The Republic is grateful. I just did what needed to be done, Chancellor." Modesty. A rare quality. Palpatine smiled. "When you return to Coruscant, please visit my apartments. My daughter Julia has been asking about you. She'll want to hear about your adventures firsthand." Jaime Lannister's hologram appeared next. The Kingslayer looked genuinely impressed. "Survived an encounter with Darth Maul at 13. I chose well when I offered to train you, Skywalker." "Very well indeed." The debriefing continued for hours. Questions, answers, analysis. By the time they were dismissed, Anakin felt hollowed out. Ferris found him afterward, sitting alone in one of Hogwarts' courtyards. "We need to talk about what happened in that tomb." "No, we don't. Anakin, you accepted a Sith mark. Do you understand what that means?" "It means I have options." Anakin met his fellow Padawan's eyes. "The Jedi don't trust me, Ferris. They never have. The Council looks at me and sees a threat. Maybe they're right. Maybe I do walk both paths. But I'd rather have power and choose not to use it than need it and not have it. That's dark side thinking. It's practical thinking." Anakin stood. "I'm not falling, Ferris. I'm not going to become some Sith Lord. But I'm also not going to be the Jedi's perfect weapon who only does what they allow. I'm going to be myself. And if that means walking between light and dark." He shrugged. "So be it." Ferris looked like he wanted to argue more. Instead, he just sighed. "I'll be watching. Not because I don't trust you, but because I do. And because someone needs to pull you back if you go too far." "Fair enough." They clasped arms, not quite friends, not quite rivals, but something in between. Two Padawans who'd survived hell together and come out changed. As Anakin boarded the shuttle back to Coruscant that evening, he touched his chest where the mark of Marka Ragnos lay hidden. Power thrummed beneath his skin, dark and seductive and waiting. I'm walking both paths, he thought. Light and dark. Jedi and something else. And I'm not sure which one I'll choose in the end. The shuttle lifted off, leaving Hogwarts and its secrets behind, carrying Anakin Skywalker toward a future that grew more complicated with each passing day. The ice cream shop on level 3847 of Coruscant was small, tucked between a textile merchant and a droid repair facility, but it had the best Nerf milk ice cream in 6 sectors. Anakin sat across from Julia Palpatine, watching her delicately work through a cone of something purple and sparking with edible glitter while he attacked his chocolate with single-minded intensity. At 14, Anakin had shot up several inches in the past months, his shoulders broadening, his face losing the last softness of childhood. The Padawan braid swung behind his right ear as he moved, and he'd noticed with increasing discomfort that more people stared at him now. Not just girls at Hogwarts, but here on Coruscant too. Merchants gave him discounts. Strangers smiled. It was deeply unsettling. Julia had changed too. At nearly 14, she'd become breathtaking in that otherworldly Targaryen way, silver gold hair falling in waves past her shoulders, blue eyes that seemed to glow in certain lights, features so perfect they looked carved rather than born. She wore simple clothes today, trying to blend in, but she drew eyes everywhere they went. Is this a date? Anakin asked suddenly. Julia paused mid-lick, ice cream dripping slightly. What? This? Ice cream? Just the two of us? Is this what people call a date? A smile tugged at her lips, genuine, not the calculating expression she usually wore. Would it bother you if it was? I don't know. Maybe. Anakin frowned at his cone. The Jedi forbid attachments. Dating seems like it would fall under that. The Jedi forbid a lot of things you've been ignoring, Julia pointed out. The dark side studies. The Sith mark. Your promise to free your mother despite the Council's refusals. She had a point. So is it a date? If you want it to be. Julia's expression softened into something almost vulnerable. You're the only person who's ever treated me like I was just me. Not the Chancellor's daughter. Not a Targaryen. Not a political asset or a mad princess waiting to happen. Just Julia. Anakin felt heat rise to his cheeks. You're weird. So are you. Fair. They finished their ice cream in comfortable silence, and Anakin was just considering whether he should try holding her hand. Did people do that on dates? When his COMM unit chirped urgently. Obi-Wan's voice crackled through. Anakin, report to the Jedi Council immediately. The Chancellor's daughter is to accompany you. This is an emergency. The warmth drained from Anakin's chest, replaced by cold dread. Master, what's happened? Just come. Now. The Jedi Council chamber felt smaller than usual, packed with people who had no business being there. The council members sat in their usual circle: Yoda, Mace Windu, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and others. But standing in the center were Chancellor Palpatine, Jaime Lannister, Tyrion Lannister, and to Anakin's surprise Julia's two older brothers, Julian and Cassian, both in military dress uniforms. At 25, Julian and Cassian had grown into imposing figures. Julian, blonde-haired with those calculating green eyes, wore the insignia of a Republic admiral. Cassian, red-haired and dangerous, bore the rank of general. Both had been trained as soldiers, both had earned reputations as brilliant tacticians. And both looked grim. Anakin. Julia. Palpatine's voice carried none of its usual warmth. Thank you for coming. I'm afraid we have a situation. What kind of situation? Anakin asked, but something in the Force was screaming at him. Danger. Loss. Grief approaching like a tidal wave. Jaime Lannister stepped forward, his handsome face unusually serious. 3 days ago, Dothraki raiders attacked settlements on Tatooine's outer rim. The Dothraki are... I know what they are, Anakin interrupted. Nomadic raiders. They attack planets, enslave populations, sell captives to the highest bidder. What does this have to do with me? Jaime's expression grew even more somber. Your mother, Shmi Skywalker. She was originally kidnapped by Tusken raiders from her home at the Lars Moisture Farm. But before anyone could mount a rescue, the Dothraki attacked. They slaughtered the Tuskens and took several captives. Your mother was among them. The world tilted. Anakin's hand shot out, grabbing the nearest chair for support. What? She's alive, Palpatine said quickly. But the situation is complicated. The Dothraki Khalasar that took her is led by Khaleesi Daenerys Targaryen. Julia went very still beside him. Daenerys Targaryen, Palpatine continued, his voice tight, views herself as the one true heir to the Iron Throne of Westeros. She has made demands. Either Julia surrenders herself to Daenerys's custody, or... He paused. Or she will execute Shmi Skywalker. What? Anakin's voice cracked through the chamber. Why would she? What does my mother have to do with Julia? Because you know Julia, Mace Windu said flatly. Because Julia is also a Targaryen, a rival claimant to the throne Daenerys believes is hers by right. This is about eliminating competition and sending a message. She demands Julia submit to her authority, Julian added, his voice clinical. Bend the knee, acknowledge Daenerys as the rightful queen, and serve her. If Julia refuses, or if we refuse to deliver her. He didn't finish. She'll kill my mother. Anakin's hands clenched into fists. When did this happen? Why wasn't I told immediately? We've been negotiating, Tyrion Lannister said quietly. Trying to find an alternative. But Daenerys Targaryen she's changed. The girl who freed slaves in Slaver's Bay has become something else. Ruthless. Paranoid. Desperate for legitimacy. She has an army, Cassian said. Dothraki raiders, at least 5,000 strong. Plus an elite force called the Unsullied Warrior Eunuchs trained from childhood, 800 of them, force-sensitive and equipped with force pikes. And she has dragons. 3 of them, though they're not as large as the ancient ones. Dragons aren't a threat in the modern age. Mace Windu said dismissively. Starfighters could eliminate them. She also has dark side training, Obi-Wan added, appearing from the shadows. Daenerys spent years learning from various Sith remnants. She's dangerous, Anakin. More dangerous than you might expect. Anakin barely heard any of it. His mother. Captured. Held hostage. Threatened with execution. And all because of who he knew. Where? His voice came out flat. Where is she holding my mother? Tatooine, Jaime answered. Neutral territory. She wants to meet in the desert, far from Republic forces. Just a small delegation. It's a trap, Yoda said quietly. Obvious, it is. Lure us into the desert, spring an ambush, she will. I don't care. Anakin met the ancient Jedi's gaze. That's my mother. I'm going. As am I, Julia said. Her voice was ice. If this woman wants me, she can face me. But I won't hide while innocent people die because of my bloodline. Julia Palpatine began. Father, I'm going. You can't stop me. She turned to her brothers. Will you come? Julian and Cassian exchanged a look. We're the Republic's representatives, Julian said. If Daenerys wants negotiation, she gets proper authority. Yes, we're coming. Palpatine looked like he wanted to argue, but something in his daughter's expression stopped him. Instead, he turned to the Jedi Council. I'm asking the order to sanction this mission. Anakin has a right to attempt a rescue. Dangerous, this is, Yoda warned. Sense much darkness, I do. In Daenerys Targaryen, yes. But also in the future. Paths converging, I see. Choices that will define everything. I'm going, Anakin repeated. With or without permission. Mace Windu's jaw tightened, but he nodded. You have permission. But Anakin, be careful. Your anger is showing. Don't let it consume you. Too late for that. The transport ship cut through Tatooine's atmosphere 12 hours later, the binary suns blazing overhead as familiar desert stretched endlessly below. Anakin stood at the viewport, hands clenched, his purple lightsaber a comforting weight at his belt. Beside him, Julia was silent, her silver gold hair bound back, dressed in practical clothes rather than her usual elegant robes. She'd refused to wear anything that marked her as the Chancellor's daughter. Today, she was just a Targaryen facing another Targaryen. Julian and Cassian occupied the seats behind them, both armed with blasters and vibrowords, both radiating military readiness. They'd been quiet during the journey, speaking in low tones about tactics and contingencies. Whatever else Anakin thought about Julia's brothers, they were taking this seriously. The transport landed in the deep desert, kilometers from any settlement. A Dothraki servant scarred, tattooed, wearing leather and fury waited with a speeder large enough for all of them. Khaleesi waits, the Dothraki growled in accented basic. You follow. They followed. The ride took 2 hours, cutting through dunes and rocky outcroppings, the heat oppressive even with the speeder's environmental controls. Finally, they crested a ridge and saw it. A Dothraki camp spread across the valley below, dozens of tents, hundreds of warriors moving among them, blasters and vibroblades glinting in the harsh sunlight. Ships sat nearby, a small raiding fleet capable of quick strikes and faster escapes. And at the camp's center, a larger pavilion where a woman in white stood surrounded by guards. As they descended, Anakin catalogued everything. The Unsullied were immediately obvious: 800 warriors in matching armor, standing at perfect attention, their force pikes held at identical angles. They radiated discipline and deadly competence, their presence in the Force disturbingly muted, as if their brutal training had stripped away individuality so completely that they barely registered as people. One stood apart from the others, slightly taller, his armor marked with symbols of command. Grey Worm, Anakin guessed. The Unsullied commander whose reputation for tactical brilliance and absolute loyalty preceded him. Near the pavilion stood another figure, an older man, scarred, wearing armor that marked him as a knight of Westeros. Ser Yoram Mormont, Daenerys's most trusted advisor and member of her Queen's Guard. An exiled noble who'd thrown his lot in with the Targaryen cause. And then Anakin saw his mother. Shmi Skywalker knelt in the sand near the pavilion entrance, her hands bound, her face bearing fresh bruises and cuts. Her clothes were torn, blood-stained. She'd been beaten. Tortured. Starved. For days while Anakin had been eating ice cream and pretending normalcy. Behind her, a dragon loomed. Not the massive beasts of legend, but still terrifying, 10 meters long, scales the color of midnight, eyes like molten gold. Its mouth hung slightly open, smoke curling from between razor teeth. One command, and it would breathe fire. One order, and his mother would burn. Rage. Pure, incandescent rage flooded through Anakin. His vision edged with red. His hands shook. Control, Julia whispered beside him. Not yet. They dismounted from the speeder and approached on foot. Dothraki warriors closed in around them, not threatening exactly, but making clear that escape would be difficult. The woman in white stepped forward. And Anakin got his first real look at Daenerys Targaryen. She was beautiful, devastatingly so, with silver blonde hair falling in elaborate braids, purple eyes that seemed to burn with inner fire, features that could have been carved by master artists. She wore flowing white robes that somehow stayed pristine despite the desert, and she moved with absolute confidence. But there was something wrong in her eyes. Something broken and cruel and desperate all at once. This was the woman who'd freed slaves in Slaver's Bay. Who'd burned the cows who tried to enslave her. Who'd conquered cities and broken chains and called herself the breaker of chains, the mother of dragons, the unburnt. This was also the woman who'd burned innocents. Who'd grown ruthless in her quest for power. Who'd let her quest for the Iron Throne consume whatever compassion she'd once possessed. Anakin Skywalker, Daenerys said, her voice carrying across the camp. The Chosen One. And Julia Palpatine. Another Targaryen with false claims to my throne. How perfect! You both came. Let my mother go, Anakin said without preamble. This doesn't concern her. Everything concerns me, Daenerys replied. I am the rightful queen of Westeros, the mother of dragons, the true heir to the Iron Throne. Your friend, she gestured at Julia with contempt, is a pretender. A false dragon who must bend the knee or be destroyed. I'm not your subject, Julia said calmly. I have no interest in the Iron Throne. I've lived on Coruscant my entire life. Westeros means nothing to me. Lies. Daenerys's composure cracked, fury blazing across her perfect features. All Targaryens desire the throne. It's in our blood, our destiny. You're a rival who must be eliminated. This is madness, Julian said, stepping forward. The Chancellor will not surrender his daughter. King Robert will not yield the Iron Throne based on ancient bloodlines. If you want legitimacy, you need to. I don't need anything from Robert Baratheon. Daenerys's voice rose to a shriek. The usurper who stole my family's throne. Who murdered children. Who drove my family into exile. He deserves death, and so do all who support him. Cassion's hand moved toward his blaster. Immediately, Unsullied shifted, force pikes lowering to attack position. Dothraki warriors raised weapons. Ser Yoram moved to flank Daenerys, his force-enhanced sword ready. Easy, Anakin said, though every instinct screamed at him to attack. We're here to negotiate. What do you want? Daenerys's eyes fixed on him, and a smile crossed her lips, cold, calculating, cruel. I want Julia Palpatine to bend the knee. To acknowledge me as the rightful queen. To serve me, as all Targaryens should serve the true dragon. And if she refuses, then I command my dragon, Daenerys gestured casually, to burn your mother alive. Or, she continued, turning her attention to Anakin, you could stay here with me. The Chosen One, the greatest force user of this generation. With you at my side, with your power supporting my claim, the galaxy would have to acknowledge my right to rule. Choose, Anakin Skywalker. Give me Julia, or give me yourself, or watch your mother die. Anakin's mind raced. 3 impossible choices. Betray Julia, the girl who'd been his friend for 5 years, who'd stood by him, who'd defended him when no one else would. Betray himself, surrender to a mad tyrant's ambitions, become a weapon for her conquest. Or let his mother die. He looked at Shmai. Even battered, even tortured, she held herself with dignity. When their eyes met, she shook her head slightly. Don't do it. Don't sacrifice yourself or the girl for me. Please, Anakin tried one more time, searching for anything human in Daenerys's eyes. You were a liberator once. A breaker of chains. I was a slave too. I understand what it means to be owned. But this kidnapping, torture, execution, this isn't justice. This is just cruelty wearing justice's mask. For a moment just a heartbeat, something flickered in Daenerys's expression. Doubt? Regret? But it vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by cold certainty. I am a liberator, she said. I freed thousands. But I learned that the only way to truly free the oppressed is to break the powerful. To burn the old world and build a new from the ashes. Your mother is collateral in a war for something greater than one life. You're insane, Anakin breathed. I am a queen. Daenerys screamed. I am the dragon. I am. Shmi spat. The glob of saliva hit Daenerys's perfect face, dripping down her cheek. The entire camp went silent. Even the dragon seemed to pause, surprised. Anakin stared. He'd never in his entire life seen his mother do anything like that. Shmi Skywalker, who'd taught him kindness and patience and mercy, who'd endured slavery with grace, who'd never raised her voice in anger. She'd just spit in the face of a woman who commanded dragons. "You are evil," Shmi said quietly. Her voice was steady, unafraid. "Maybe you weren't always. Maybe something terrible happened to you, something that twisted whatever good you had inside. But this," she gestured with her bound hands, "this isn't right. This isn't justice. This is the act of a monster wearing a crown." Daenerys wiped her face slowly. Her hand shook with rage or shame, Anakin couldn't tell. When she spoke, her voice was very quiet. Those were the words the Mad King used. "My father. Burn them all." She looked at the dragon. "I am not mad. I am righteous. I am Dracarys," she whispered. The dragon opened its mouth, and fire erupted. "No!" Anakin's scream tore from his throat, but he was too far, too late, and the flames were already. Shmi didn't scream. That's what broke something fundamental in Anakin's mind. As fire consumed her, as her skin blackened and her clothes burned away, she didn't give Daenerys the satisfaction of hearing her pain. She simply looked at Anakin, and through the flames, through the agony that must have been unimaginable, she mouthed 3 words. "I love you." And then she was gone. Ash and burned flesh and the smell of death. Something inside Anakin shattered. The mark of Marka Ragnos blazed to life on his chest, burning through his robes, glowing with sick red light. Power dark, ancient, limitless flooded through him. The dark side responded to his rage like it had been waiting his entire life for this moment. Anakin's eyes turned yellow. Pure Sith yellow, glowing with hatred. His purple lightsaber ignited in his hand, and he moved. Dothraki warriors charged. Anakin's blade carved through the first 3 before they could raise weapons. A thrust through one's chest. A sweep that took another's head. A spin that gutted the third. More came. He killed them all. An unsullied warrior attacked with his force pike. Anakin dodged, grabbed the pike with the force, and slammed it through its owner's skull. Blood sprayed. Anakin didn't care. Grey Worm roared orders, and the Unsullied formed ranks perfectly disciplined, advancing in phalanx formation. Their pikes lowered in unison, a wall of death moving forward. Anakin reached out with the force and crushed. The phalanx collapsed as invisible hands grabbed Unsullied and slammed them together, into the ground, into each other. Bones cracked. Armor shattered. Men screamed. Julian and Cassian had drawn blasters, firing into the Dothraki ranks. Julia stood her ground, her own blaster appearing from beneath her robes, dropping warriors with clinical precision. They were shouting something, probably telling Anakin to stop, to control himself, to think, but he couldn't hear them over the roaring in his ears. Ser Yoram Mormont stepped into Anakin's path, his force-enhanced sword raised. "Stand down, boy. This isn't." Anakin attacked. Their blades met purple lightsaber against ancient Westerosi steel that could withstand plasma. Yora was skilled, a trained knight with decades of experience. He fought with Form 2 precision, his blade seeking openings, his footwork perfect. Anakin fought with pure rage. His strikes came from impossible angles, powered by fury and the dark side's endless well of strength. High strikes, low strikes, spinning attacks that shouldn't work but did because Anakin was faster than any human should be. Yora blocked the first 10 strikes. The 11th caught his shoulder, burning through armor. He gasped but kept fighting. Anakin pressed. His purple blade became a blur, each strike faster than the last, technique abandoned in favor of overwhelming aggression. This was Mustafar choreography, the same furious assault Anakin would later use against Obi-Wan, every move designed to beat down defenses through sheer power. Yora's sword met Anakin's lightsaber, was pushed back, met it again. But he was slowing. Tiring. The dark side gave Anakin limitless endurance, fed his rage into fuel for his muscles. A force push sent Yora stumbling. Anakin's lightsaber carved through his sword hand. The blade fell. Yora stood there, shocked, staring at the cauterized stump. An unsullied warrior dropped nearby, his force pike clattering to the sand. Anakin grabbed it with the force, spun it through the air, and hurled it with all his power. The pike struck Yora through the mouth, erupting from the back of his skull in a spray of blood and bone. The knight's eyes went wide, then empty. He collapsed. Anakin barely noticed. He was already moving toward Daenerys. Dothraki warriors tried to stop him. He killed them. Unsullied formed another wall. He broke it, using the force to lift warriors and slam them into the ground hard enough that armor crumpled and bodies didn't rise. One of the dragons lunged at him, the one that had burned his mother. Anakin reached out with the force and squeezed. The dragon's eyes bulged. It made a strangled sound, clawing at its throat. Then it collapsed, unconscious, as Anakin cut off blood flow to its brain. The other two dragons roared in fury. Anakin force-choked them too. All three dragons lay in the sand, breathing but helpless, as Anakin walked past them toward their mother. This shouldn't be possible. Choking three dragons simultaneously while maintaining combat awareness? That required power beyond anything a 14-year-old should possess. But the dark side poured through him in torrents, and the mark of Marka Ragnos burned on his chest, amplifying everything. Daenerys stared at him, and for the first time, true fear crossed her face. How are you?" Her red lightsaber ignited. Sith blade against Jedi blade. Or rather, Sith blade against something that was no longer quite Jedi. They clashed. Daenerys was skilled. She'd trained for years in dark side combat, and it showed in her aggressive form, 7 attacks wide, powerful swings designed to overwhelm opponents. She spun, struck high, swept low, pressed forward with the confidence of someone who'd won dozens of duels. Anakin was better. He blocked her first strike, parried the second, and riposted with a thrust that forced her back 3 steps. His purple blade moved in patterns drawn from multiple forms: Cheyenne power strikes, Ataru acrobatics, Makashi precision, all blended into something uniquely his. Daenerys attacked with a overhead chop. Anakin stepped aside, let her blade hit sand, and kicked her in the stomach. She flew backward, hit the ground hard, rolled to her feet with impressive grace. "You're just a boy," she screamed, attacking again. "I'm the chosen one," Anakin replied, his voice distorted by rage and dark side corruption. "And you killed my mother." Their blades locked. Anakin stared into Daenerys's purple eyes and saw the moment she realized she couldn't win. "Not here. Not now. Not against this." She disengaged, spun toward Grey Worm. "Retreat. Fall back to the ships." The Unsullied responded instantly, their discipline overriding even self-preservation. They formed a fighting retreat, covering Daenerys's escape while Dothraki warriors scattered toward speeders and transports. Anakin lunged after her, but Julian grabbed his arm. "Let her go. She killed my mother." Anakin's lightsaber came up, ready to cut through anyone who. Ships descended from orbit. Republic vessels, their hulls marked with Senate insignias. A personal transport bearing the seal of House Stark. Another with House Baratheon's stag. And a Jedi shuttle, its ramp already lowering. They'd called for backup. While Anakin was fighting, while he was drowning in rage, Julia's brothers had signaled every ally they had. Daenerys reached her ship, her remaining forces clustering around her. The dragons stirred, recovering from Anakin's force choke, and lumbered onto loading ramps. The Dothraki fleet lifted off in organized chaos, ships scattering across the sky, jumping to hyperspace before Republic fighters could intercept. Gone. Anakin stood in the center of carnage, dozens of bodies, blood soaking into sand, the smell of death and burned flesh, and felt the dark side recede slightly. Not gone, never gone now, but less overwhelming. His eyes faded from yellow to blue. His lightsaber deactivated. He looked at his hands and saw them shaking. Behind him, footsteps approached. Anakin turned to see. Everyone. Obi-Wan emerged from the Jedi shuttle, his expression torn between horror and sympathy. The council followed Yoda, Mace Windu, Ki-Adi-Mundi. Behind them, Republic security forces spread out, securing the area. From the House Stark transport came Eddard Stark, Hand of the King, his stern face carved from northern ice. And from the Baratheon ship descended Robert Baratheon himself, the King of Westeros, massive and loud and furious. Jaime Lannister was there too, standing beside Tyrion, both brothers looking at the battlefield with something like awe. Anakin, Obi-Wan said softly. Approaching carefully like Anakin might bolt. Anakin, are you? She's dying. Anakin's voice came out hollow. He turned toward where his mother's burned body lay in the sand and ran. He dropped to his knees beside her, and impossibly, she was still breathing. Barely. Her body was charred almost beyond recognition, skin blackened, but her eyes were still his mother's. Mom, Anakin whispered, cradling what was left of her. Mom, I'm here, I'm. Anakin. Her voice was a rasp, barely audible. Each word cost her everything. My son. So proud. Don't talk. Please, we'll get you to medical, we'll. No. Blood flecked her lips. Listen. I love you. Always loved you. You're good. Stay good. I tried to save you, Anakin sobbed. I tried, You did. She smiled, somehow, through the pain. Good luck, my son. Her eyes closed. Her breathing stopped. Shmi Skywalker was dead. The dark side pulled at Anakin, whispering promises of power, of vengeance, of drowning this pain in fury. The mark of Mark Aragnos burned on his chest, eager to be used again. But he just held his mother's body and wept. Around him, the various factions stood in awkward silence. The Jedi Council kept their distance. Even Yoda, who'd seen 10 centuries of tragedy, seemed at a loss. Republic security forces stood at attention, not sure what else to do. Robert Baratheon, however, couldn't stay quiet. This is what they do, he roared, his voice carrying across the desert. This is what Targaryens are. Mad dragons who burn the innocent. This is why they all need to die. Every last one of them. Anakin's head snapped up. Through tear-blurred eyes, he stared at the King of Westeros. Shut up, he said quietly. Robert blinked. What? I said shut up. Anakin stood, still holding his mother's body. Don't you dare talk to me about Targaryens. Julia did nothing wrong. She was born with silver hair and blue eyes, and you want her dead for it. Your obsession, your hatred, that's what made Daenerys desperate enough to do this. Boy, you don't understand. I understand perfectly. Anakin's voice rose. My mother is dead because of your incompetence. You rule Westeros, claim to be its king, but you couldn't stop one rebel from raising an army. You couldn't protect your own people from Dothraki raiders. You let Daenerys grow powerful enough to threaten the entire sector, and now my mother. His voice broke. He started again, harder. My mother paid for your failures with her life. So don't you dare blame this on my friend who did nothing except have the wrong bloodline. Robert's face went purple with rage. How dare you? I am the king. You're just a... Shut up. Anakin's eyes flashed yellow again just for a second. One more word about Julia being responsible for this, and I will end you. I don't care if you're a king. I don't care what it would mean politically. I will cut you down where you stand." The desert went very quiet. Even Jaime Lannister, who feared nothing, looked taken aback. Robert Baratheon opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. No one, in his entire reign, had ever spoken to him like that. "Anakin," Mace Windu said carefully. "You need to stand down. The dark side is still. I know what the dark side is doing." Anakin's voice was cold. "And right now, I don't care. My mother deserves better than listening to a king blame innocent people for his own mistakes." Yoda stepped forward, his cane tapping against sand. "Right, you are, young Skywalker. Blame the girl, we will not. Grieve, you must. Mourn, we all must. Then what?" Anakin looked at the ancient master. "Then you'll lecture me about attachments? About how I shouldn't have cared? About how my mother's death is somehow a lesson in letting go? No." Yoda's voice was infinitely sad. "Then we help you bury her. As she deserves. As all deserve." Anakin stared at him. Then, slowly, he nodded. The Lars moisture farm was exactly as he remembered: squat buildings hunched against the desert, moisture vaporators spinning in the endless wind, everything covered in fine sand. Clive Lars and his son Owen stood at respectful distance as Anakin dug the grave by hand, refusing all offers of help. He worked in silence, his tunic soaked with sweat, his hands blistering. The physical pain was welcome. It gave him something to focus on besides the howling void where his mother used to be. Julia appeared sometime during the second hour, carrying water. She didn't say anything, just sat nearby and waited. When the grave was finally deep enough, Anakin climbed out. He'd wrapped his mother's body in clean cloth, covered her burns, tried to give her dignity in death. He lowered her carefully into Tatooine's sand, the planet that had enslaved her, trapped her, and finally killed her. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I promised I'd come back for you. Promised I'd free you. I failed." "You didn't fail." Julia's voice was quiet. "You tried everything. This isn't your fault. Isn't it? If I'd never met you, if I'd never become friends with a Targaryen, maybe Daenerys wouldn't have." "Don't." Julia stood, moved to stand beside him. "Don't you dare blame yourself for my bloodline. And don't you dare blame me. Neither of us did this. Daenerys Targaryen did this. She made the choice. Not us. She killed my mother." Anakin's voice was hollow. "She looked at me and killed my mother just to prove a point. I know. I'm going to kill her." The words came out flat, certain. "I don't care how long it takes. I don't care what I have to become. Daenerys Targaryen will pay for this with her life. I swear it." Julia said nothing. She just took his hand and stood with him as he buried his mother in the sand of Tatooine, beneath the binary suns that had witnessed both their beginning and her end. Behind them, the Jedi Council watched from their ship. Anakin could feel their concern, their fear, their certainty that he'd just taken a step toward darkness from which there might be no return. Mace Windu had wanted to arrest him immediately after the battle. Had demanded Anakin surrender his lightsaber, had insisted he'd fallen too far into the dark side to be trusted. It was Yoda who'd stopped him. Yoda who'd sensed that forcing the issue now would only drive Anakin further into darkness. Yoda who'd counseled patience, compassion, time to grieve. But even Yoda looked worried now, watching Anakin kneel before his mother's grave and promise vengeance with the kind of cold certainty that promised blood. "Mom," Anakin whispered to the mound of sand, "I won't fail again. I promise. I'll become strong enough that no one I love ever dies like this again. Whatever it takes. Whatever I have to do." The mark of Mark Aragnos pulsed once beneath his robes, approving. And somewhere far away, on a ship fleeing toward the outer rim, Daenerys Targaryen touched the burns on her face where Anakin's lightsaber had come within centimeters of ending her life, and knew she'd made a powerful enemy. The Chosen One had tasted the dark side's power. The council chamber of the Jedi Temple was silent except for the soft hum of Coruscant's eternal traffic beyond the windows. Anakin Skywalker knelt in the center of the circle, his head bowed, light brown hair styled in that deliberately unkempt, shoulder-length way that reminded some of Qui-Gon Jinn falling forward to obscure his face. At 19, he'd reached his full height of 6 feet 2 inches, his frame filled out with muscle earned through years of relentless training. He wore the dark brown and black robes that had become his signature, a synthetic leather surcoat over traditional Jedi tunics, practical and protective, darker than most Jedi preferred. The absence of conformity in his appearance was deliberate. A quiet rebellion. Master Yoda stood before him, ancient and solemn. Anakin Skywalker. By the right of the Council, by the will of the Force, you may rise. Anakin stood, his movements fluid, controlled. When he lifted his head, his blue eyes met Yoda's without flinching. Trials, you have passed. Challenges, you have overcome. Ready to accept the responsibilities and privileges of a Jedi Knight, are you? I am, Master Yoda. The diminutive master ignited his lightsaber, that distinctive green blade humming to life. He touched it gently to Anakin's right shoulder, then his left. The Padawan braid, worn for 5 years since Tatooine, was severed in a single clean cut. Then by the power vested in me, I.W. Jedi Knight. Rise, Knight Skywalker. May the Force be with you. Anakin rose fully, no longer a Padawan. The braid fell to the floor, symbolic release from apprenticeship, from being held back, from years of the Council's suspicious oversight. Around the circle, Council members offered their acknowledgements. Some genuine Obi-Wan's proud smile, Ki-Adi-Mondi's respectful nod. Others grudging Mace Windu's tight-lipped acceptance, his doubt clear in every line of his face. This knighting had taken pressure. Immense pressure. Jaime Lannister had publicly called the Council's continued delays political cowardice masquerading as caution. Chancellor Palpatine had made inquiries polite but pointed about why the Chosen One remained a Padawan when lesser students had been knighted years prior. Even Dumbledore, that ancient wizard whose interest in Anakin remained mysterious and unsettling, had sent formal letters recommending advancement. The Council had finally relented. But they didn't like it. Dismissed, you are, Yoda said. Much to discuss, we still have. But celebrate this moment, you should. Anakin bowed to each council member in turn, collected his severed braid from the floor, and left the chamber. Obi-Wan caught up with him in the corridor. Congratulations, Anakin. You've earned this. Have I? Or did political pressure finally force their hand? Does it matter? Obi-Wan's voice was gentle. You're a Jedi Knight. Few reach this rank as young as you have. Be proud. Anakin looked at his former master, the man who'd trained him after Qui-Gon's death, who'd been patient when the Council demanded harshness, who'd defended him even when Anakin's methods pushed every boundary. Thank you, Master. For everything. I'm not your master anymore. We're equals now. Obi-Wan smiled. Though I suspect you'll surpass me soon enough. If you haven't already. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Obi-Wan's expression grew serious. The Council is summoning you back. We have a mission. The briefing was extensive. A diplomatic gathering on Mandalore neutral territory where Republic representatives would meet with various galactic factions, including separatist leadership. The separatist movement had been growing for years, planets dissatisfied with Republic corruption and bureaucratic paralysis. Now they'd organized into a legitimate political force, complete with military backing. Dangerous times. The delegation would include Chancellor Palpatine and his family, leaders from the Ministry of Galactic Magic, including Dumbledore himself, King Robert Baratheon of Westeros and his court, various senators including Padme Amidala of Naboo, and Jedi protection. And representing the Separatists, Count Dooku and Daenerys Targaryen. Anakin's hands clenched when he heard her name. 5 years since Tatooine. 5 years since his mother burned. 5 years of training, learning, preparing for the day he'd face her again. Anakin, Mace Windu's voice cut through his thoughts. You will control yourself. This is a diplomatic mission. Personal vendettas have no place here. I understand, Master Windu. Do you? The senior council member's eyes bored into him. Because I sense darkness in you still. The kind of darkness that leads to rash action. I said I understand. Anakin's voice was flat. I'm a Jedi Knight now. I know my duty. Yoda sighed. Accompany Master Kenobi, Master Tachi, and Knight Olin, you will. Protect the Chancellor and his family. Observe the Separatist leadership. Report what you learn. Yes, Master. They were dismissed. As Anakin left, he caught Obi-Wan and Siri Tachi exchanging a look brief, laden with history and carefully buried emotion. Ever since Darth Maul's revelation on Korriban, Anakin had seen his master differently. The perfect Jedi who preached non-attachment had loved. Maybe still loved, in whatever way Jedi allowed themselves. It made Obi-Wan more human. And made his lectures about the Code Ring more hollow. Mandalore was beautiful in the way that prosperity bought gleaming cities rising from once barren deserts, architectural marvels blending traditional Mandalorian aesthetics with modern Republic luxury. Duchess Satin Cries had transformed her world from warrior culture to pacifist showcase, though tensions with traditionalists remained. The diplomatic reception was held in Sundari's royal palace, a massive structure of white stone and curved metal that caught the setting sun and reflected it in blinding brilliance. As transports landed and delegations assembled, Anakin stood with the Jedi contingent, scanning faces and feeling presences in the Force. Chancellor Palpatine arrived with his family. 30 years old, Julian and Cassian cut imposing figures in their military uniforms, admiral and general respectively, their reputations as tactical geniuses preceding them. Octavia Palpatine wore diplomatic elegance and her usual expression of barely concealed disdain. And Julia. At 19, Julia Palpatine had become what the poets would write about if they had courage to describe madness-wearing beauty's face. Her silver-gold hair fell in elaborate braids that evoked her Targaryen heritage, her dress a deep blue that made her eyes seem to glow with inner fire. She moved with predatory grace, and when her gaze found Anakin across the landing platform, something in her expression made his breath catch. Obsession. Possession. Love twisted into something that shouldn't exist but did. She hadn't stopped watching him in 5 years. If anything, her attention had intensified. Walking between madness and greatness just like the Targaryen coin flip promised, mirroring Anakin's own dance between light and dark. Knight Skywalker. Padme Amidala appeared at his elbow, making him jump. The senator from Naboo smiled. Congratulations on your knighting. I heard it was well deserved. Thank you, Senator. Anakin bowed politely. Padme had aged gracefully into her position, no longer the young queen he'd met at 9, but a seasoned politician whose idealism somehow survived Coruscant's cynical machinery. I have something for you. She gestured to an astromech droid rolling up behind her, blue and white, dome swiveling curiously. R2-D2. He served Naboo for years, but I think he'd be happier with a Jedi Knight who appreciates his unique personality. Anakin looked at the droid, who beeped enthusiastically and immediately started accessing the palace's security systems without being asked. R2, stop that, Padme said without heat. See? He's spirited. But loyal. Take care of him. I will. Thank you, Senator. As Padme moved away to join other delegates, R2-D2 rolled close to Anakin and whistled something that might have been approval or might have been mechanical scheming. Anakin decided he liked the droid immediately. The reception hall was enormous, high ceilings supported by pillars carved to resemble ancient Mandalorian warriors, transparent steel windows offering views of Sundari's illuminated cityscape, and tables laden with delicacies from across the galaxy. Beings of every species mingled, conversations flowing in dozens of languages. Anakin stayed near the periphery with Obi-Wan and Ferris Olin. At 20, Ferris had been knighted 3 years ago, his perfect adherence to the code and unquestionable skill making him the Council's favorite. They'd barely spoken since Tatooine, the memory of that day creating uncomfortable distance. "Stay alert," Obi-Wan murmured. "Something feels wrong." Anakin felt it too. An undercurrent of tension, of violence waiting to erupt. Harry Potter appeared through the crowd, flanked by Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. All three wore aura robes, the dark wizard catchers of the Ministry of Galactic Magic, elite law enforcement trained to combat dark magic. At 20, they'd graduated Hogwarts years ago and thrown themselves into the war against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. "Anakin." Harry's greeting was respectful. They'd never been close, but shared trauma created bonds. "I heard about your mother. I'm sorry." "Thank you." Hermione stepped forward, her expression carrying that familiar mixture of admiration and residual embarrassment from being intellectually bested at 11. "Congratulations on your knighting. You've accomplished remarkable things." "We all have." Anakin gestured to their aura insignias. "Dark wizard catchers. Dangerous work. Someone has to do it." Ron's voice carried less jealousy than it once had, though his eyes still tracked how Hermione looked at Anakin. "Voldemort's still out there. So is Maul. Bellatrix. The galaxy's full of monsters." Before Anakin could respond, another group approached. Eddard Stark, Hand of the King to Robert Baratheon, moved with northern stoicism, all honor and duty carved into weathered features. Beside him, Robb Stark, his eldest son, carried himself with the confidence of a skilled warrior. At 20, Robb had earned his own reputation, the young wolf, they called him, fierce in battle and honorable like his father. "Lord Stark." "Robb." Anakin inclined his head. "Knight Skywalker." Ned's voice was grave. "Thank you for what you did 5 years ago. Defending my daughter's friend. Standing against that madwoman. Julia did nothing to deserve Daenerys's wrath. No Targaryen deserves the hatred Robert pours on them," Ned said quietly, glancing to ensure the king wasn't in earshot. "But he won't hear reason. His obsession with destroying that bloodline." He shook his head. "It will bring us all to ruin." "Father," Robb said carefully. "Perhaps this isn't the place." Before anyone could continue, Dumbledore appeared. The ancient wizard wore robes covered in moving astronomical charts, his long white beard tied with silver clasps, those blue eyes sharp behind half-moon spectacles. "Anakin Skywalker." Dumbledore's voice carried that frustrating combination of warmth and manipulation. "May I have a word?" They stepped away from the group. Dumbledore studied Anakin with unconcealed interest. "You've grown powerful, young man. More powerful than perhaps even you realize. What do you want, Headmaster?" "Direct." "I appreciate that." Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "Dark forces gather. Voldemort, Maul, this separatist movement that threatens to tear the galaxy apart. The Republic needs weapons pointed at these threats. You could be that weapon." "I'm not a weapon." "Aren't you?" Dumbledore tilted his head. "The Chosen One. Trained in all 7 forms of lightsaber combat. Carrying knowledge that makes even council members nervous. You're powerful, Anakin. The question is whether you'll use that power for the right causes." "I have my own causes. Revenge against Daenerys Targaryen." It wasn't a question. "I understand the desire. But revenge is a dark path, one that. With respect, Headmaster, I don't need lectures." Anakin's voice hardened. "If Voldemort appears in front of me, I'll help stop him. But I'm not your weapon, and my priorities are my own." Dumbledore regarded him silently. Then nodded. Fair enough. But remember, the choices we make in pursuit of personal goals often have far-reaching consequences. Choose wisely. He left, and Anakin released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Across the hall, near a refreshment table, another commotion drew attention. Draco Malfoy stood face to face with Prince Joffrey Baratheon, both young men radiating mutual hatred. At 21, Joffrey had grown into his cruel handsomeness, blonde hair, sharp features, the kind of looks that would have been striking if not for the sadism in his eyes. He wore an elaborately decorated doublet bearing House Baratheon's stag, and his hand rested casually on a lightsaber green blade, Anakin remembered. The prince had never stopped resenting his defeats at Anakin's hands. Your family are merchants, Joffrey was saying loudly. Support class. Wizards playing at importance while real Force users shape galactic history. Draco's face had gone dangerously red. My father is Lucius Malfoy. We are among the Sacred 28. Pure-blood nobility that means nothing to actual warriors. Joffrey's smile was cruel. I should have your whole family executed and their heads hung on my wall for the insults you've given me over the years. You dare? Dare? I'm a prince. You're a wizard whose father buys influence. Know your place. Joffrey leaned closer. Lucky for you, we're at a public event. Otherwise I'd demonstrate what Westerosi Force users do to mouthy merchants who don't show proper respect. Lucius Malfoy materialized beside his son, all aristocratic fury barely contained. Prince Joffrey. I will be lodging a formal complaint about. Complain to whoever you like. Maybe ask why your son can't stop picking fights he can't win. It was technically true every confrontation between Draco and Joffrey had started with Draco throwing the first punch, usually in response to some provocation. But Joffrey's glee in pointing this out made Anakin's skin crawl. The Lannisters arrived before the situation could escalate further. Jaime moved with that same liquid grace Anakin remembered, still devastatingly handsome, still the greatest duelist in the galaxy. Beside him walked Tyrion, wit and intelligence radiating from his mismatched eyes. And with them, Cersei Lannister was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, golden-haired, green-eyed, carrying herself with the absolute certainty that she deserved power and would destroy anyone who tried to take it from her. Ambitious, ruthless, paranoid, she looked at the gathered dignitaries like pieces on a board to be moved or removed. Anakin. Jaime's greeting was genuinely warm. Look at you. A Jedi Knight at last. And I heard you mastered all 7 forms. That's my student. He turned to his siblings. Jaime, Tyrion, this is the apprentice I told you about. More Lannister than Jedi, I tell you. Cersei's gaze swept over Anakin, assessing, calculating. So you're the chosen one. I can see why grandfather suggested the match. Match? Anakin asked cautiously. Tyrion chuckled. Our father, Tywin Lannister, has been plotting since you were 9 years old. He thought you'd make an excellent match for our niece. As if summoned, Tywin Lannister appeared, a man who made presence an understatement. Tall, commanding, radiating cold intelligence and absolute authority. His calculating eyes assessed everything, everyone, cataloging weakness and strength with ruthless efficiency. Beside him walked a young woman who must be Myrcella Baratheon. At 19, she was delicate and beautiful, with golden curls and emerald eyes, wearing a dress of pale yellow that emphasized her innocence. Unlike her brother Joffrey, Myrcella radiated kindness, sweet, gentle, the complete opposite of her mother Cersei's cruelty. She blushed when she saw Anakin, her nervousness obvious but not unpleasant. Knight Skywalker. It's an honor to finally meet you. I've heard so much. Princess Myrcella. Anakin bowed. The honor is mine. My grandfather thought. She paused, gathering courage. He suggested years ago that we might be compatible. As a match. I know the Jedi Code forbids attachments, but perhaps... She trailed off, hope and embarrassment mixing on her face. She was sweet. Genuinely kind. In another life, another galaxy, maybe Anakin could have cared for someone like her. I'm flattered, Princess. Truly. But my path as a Jedi doesn't allow for such arrangements. Disappointment flickered across her features, but she smiled bravely. I understand. But if you ever change your mind, or if the Jedi rules change, I would still be interested. Lannister charm doesn't give up easily. Tyrion snorted. She means she'll keep trying. Fair warning. Before Anakin could respond, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Count Dooku entered. The former Jedi moved with aristocratic grace, his white beard and elegant robes giving him a distinguished appearance that masked the darkness underneath. Once trained by Yoda himself, Dooku had left the Order, disillusioned with the Republic's corruption and the Jedi's complacency. Now he led the separatist movement, charismatic, brilliant, dangerous. His presence in the Force was immense, controlled, like standing near a carefully contained explosion. He approached Anakin directly, ignoring everyone else. Anakin Skywalker. Qui-Gon Jinn's student, though not by his hand. I was Qui-Gon's master, you know. He spoke of you before he died. The boy who would bring balance. Count Dooku. Anakin kept his voice neutral. You lead the separatists now. I lead beings who are tired of Republic corruption. Tired of a Senate that cares more for power than people. Tired of Jedi who serve an institution that has lost its way. Dooku's eyes were sharp. You've grown powerful. I can sense it. The dark side touches you, yet you haven't fallen. Interesting. I walk my own path. As did Qui-Gon. Perhaps you're more like him than anyone realizes. Dooku's smile didn't reach his eyes. The separatists fight for a better galaxy, freed from the Republic's rot. Consider where your loyalties truly lie, young Skywalker. Sometimes the good side is simply the one with better propaganda. He moved away before Anakin could respond, leaving uncomfortable thoughts in his wake. And then she entered. Daenerys Targaryen. 5 years had done nothing to diminish her terrible beauty: silver blonde hair in elaborate braids, purple eyes burning with intensity, white dress flowing around her like living flame. She moved surrounded by guards, grey uniformed unsullied warriors and tattooed Dothraki, all heavily armed. When her eyes found Anakin across the room, she smiled. It was predatory, possessive. The smile of someone who owned what they looked at. Anakin's hands clenched. 10 years of training, of channeling dark side power without falling, of learning techniques from Damask's notes that would make the Council arrest him if they knew. All leading to this moment. Control. Not here. Not now. But soon. Daenerys approached, her unsullied parting the crowd like water. She stopped directly in front of Anakin, close enough that he could smell her perfume, something floral and wrong. Anakin Skywalker. Her voice was silk over steel. Look how handsome you've become. Such a waste that you refused my offer. We could have ruled the galaxy together. You murdered my mother. I made a strategic decision. No remorse. No guilt. Just cold calculation. She was leverage that became liability. You understand leverage, don't you? You're holding it right now, in that barely controlled rage. Around them, Jedi hands moved toward lightsabers. Dothraki warriors shifted. The entire room teetered on the edge of violence. Dance with me, Daenerys said suddenly. What? Dance? It's a diplomatic event. Refusing would be unseemly. Her smile widened. Unless you're afraid. Every instinct screamed refusal. But dozens of dignitaries watched. Refusing would cause exactly the kind of scene that would derail diplomatic efforts. Fine. They moved to the center of the hall where other couples danced to orchestral music. Daenerys placed one hand on Anakin's shoulder, her other hand clasping his, and they began the formal steps of a Mandalorian waltz. "You killed Ser Yora," she said quietly. "My most trusted advisor. Drove a pike through his mouth and watched him die. He served a monster. He served me." Her eyes flashed. "And you took him. Just like you nearly took my dragons, my army, my life. Tell me, Anakin, do you lie awake thinking about how close you came to killing me on Tatooine? Every night?" "Good." She pulled him slightly closer. "Because I think about you too. About what you could have been if you'd joined me. The Chosen One and the Dragon Queen, remaking the galaxy in our image. But you chose sentiment. Weakness. And it cost you your mother. I will kill you." The words came out flat, certain. "Not today. Not here. But I will find you, and I will end you." "That's not a threat. It's a promise." "How delightfully dark." Daenerys laughed. "You sound almost Sith. Maybe you're not so Jedi after all." The music continued. They danced in perfect synchronization, two predators circling, waiting for advantage. "Your girlfriend is watching," Daenerys murmured. "The other Targaryen. Julia Palpatine. She's been staring at you all night like she wants to own you. Does she know how much darkness you carry? Or does she love you for it? Stay away from her. Or what? You'll kill me?" "Add it to the list." Her smile turned vicious. "I wonder if she realizes what loving you will cost her. Everyone you care about dies screaming, 'Anakin! It's your gift!'" The song ended. Anakin released her like she burned. Daenerys curtsied mockingly and walked away, leaving him standing alone in the center of the dance floor, fury and shame warring in his chest. Julia appeared at his side. "My turn." She didn't wait for agreement, just took his hands and pulled him back into the next dance. The music shifted, something slower, more intimate. Julia danced with unsettling grace. Her body moving against his in ways that were probably inappropriate for a diplomatic function. Her blue eyes never left his face. "I've been waiting to dance with you all night," she said. "Watching you with her made me want to kill everyone in this room." "Julia. I know. It's excessive. Irrational. Maybe even insane." She smiled, and it was the smile of someone who'd stopped pretending sanity mattered. "But I can't help what I am. Any more than you can help what you're becoming." "What am I becoming?" "Powerful. Dangerous. Perfect." Her hand tightened on his shoulder. "You walk between light and dark, and I walk between madness and greatness. We match, Anakin. In ways no one else could understand." They danced in silence for a moment. Then Julia asked quietly, "Was it good?" "What?" "The dance. With me. Was it good?" She looked suddenly vulnerable, as if his answer mattered more than anything. Anakin looked at her, really looked. Saw past the obsession and instability to the girl who'd stood by him for 10 years. Who'd defended him when no one else would. Who'd watched him kill dozens and called it justice. "It was as good as they get," he said honestly. Her smile could have lit the room. Chancellor Palpatine approached, his expression warm but his eyes calculating as always. "Anakin. Julia. Thank you both for coming. This evening is proving productive." Julian and Cassian flanked their father, both scanning the crowd with military alertness. Octavia stood slightly behind, her gaze on Anakin as cold as ever. "Father," Julia said, still holding Anakin's hand. "May I steal the Jedi Knight for a moment? I want to show him the balcony view." Palpatine's eyes flickered to their joined hands, but he nodded. "Of course. Don't be long. The king will be making an address soon." They slipped away through a side door, leaving the reception behind. The balcony overlooked Sundari, a city of light and glass stretching to the horizon, illuminated against Mandalore's night sky. It's beautiful, Anakin said. I didn't bring you here for the view. Julia turned to face him fully. I need to tell you something. I've waited 10 years, and I can't wait anymore. Julia. I love you. The words came out with absolute certainty. Not the way normal people love. Not sanely or safely or reasonably. I love you the way fire loves wood, consuming, destructive, necessary. I've loved you since I watched you sleep when we were 9, since you defended me against Joffrey, since you looked at me like I was just Julia instead of the Chancellor's mad daughter. Anakin's breath caught. He'd known, of course. Known for years. But hearing it spoken aloud. The Jedi Code says no attachments. I know. But you've broken that code in a dozen ways already. The dark side techniques. The vengeance. The mark of Marka Ragnos burning on your chest. Her hand pressed over his heart. You're not a typical Jedi, Anakin. You never have been. So why pretend? He should refuse. Should cite duty and honor and all the things Obi-Wan taught him. Should walk away before this became something neither could take back. Instead, he kissed her. She responded instantly, desperately, like she'd been waiting her entire life for this moment. Her hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer, and the kiss tasted like madness and belonging all at once. When they finally broke apart, breathless, Julia smiled. I knew you'd choose me. You couldn't help it. We're the same. We're insane. Probably. She laughed. But at least we're insane together. Fireworks erupted over the city-planned entertainment for the diplomatic gathering, explosions of color painting the sky. They stood together on the balcony, watching light bloom and fade, and Anakin felt the future shifting around them. We should get back, he said finally. I suppose. Julia straightened his robes, fingers lingering. But this isn't finished. Not by a long shot. They returned to the reception just as King Robert Baratheon climbed onto a raised platform, swaying slightly, a glass of wine in his meaty hand. The king had not aged well, obesity, alcoholism, and bitterness wearing him down into a parody of the warrior he'd once been. Attention! Robert's voice boomed. I have something to say. The room fell silent, dignitaries turning to watch with varying degrees of concern. Separatists. Robert gestured wildly at Dooku and Daenerys. Traitors. And you, he pointed at Daenerys, you Targaryens. Dragons and madness. You're all the same. I will kill every last one of you. Every single dragon spawn who thinks they deserve. He started coughing. Violent, racking coughs that doubled him over. Wine sloshed from his glass. Then blood. Blood sprayed from Robert's mouth, running down his chin, staining his elaborate doublet. He clutched his throat, eyes bulging with shock and fear. Father! Joffrey screamed. Robert collapsed, his massive body hitting the platform with floor-shaking impact. Maesters rushed forward, but even from across the room, Anakin could sense it. The king of Westeros was dead. Chaos erupted. Nobles shouted accusations. Guards drew weapons. And through it all, Daenerys Targaryen smiled cold, satisfied, like she'd won something. Assassinated, someone yelled. The separatists killed the king. It was the Targaryens. Death to traitors. Before anyone could process what happened, the windows exploded inward. Death Watch warriors crashed through, jetpacks roaring, blasters firing into the crowd. They wore Mandalorian armor painted in the traditional colors blues, grays, blacks, and they moved with brutal efficiency. The room dissolved into screaming pandemonium. Anakin's lightsaber ignited in his hand, that distinctive purple blade cutting through smoke and chaos. Beside him, Ferris and Obi-Wan activated their weapons. Across the hall, Jedi Council members formed a protective circle around diplomats. Pre Vizsla, Death Watch's leader, landed in the center of the carnage. His armor was more elaborate than his warriors, marked with symbols of Tar Vizsla's ancient line. The dark saber hung at his belt, that unique black-bladed weapon, legendary among Mandalorians. Duchess Satin. Vizsla's voice carried over the chaos. Your pacifist weakness ends tonight. Mandalore returns to its warrior heritage, or burns in the attempt. Droids poured in behind Death Watch battle droids, super battle droids, destroyer droids rolling into position and activating shields. A full separatist invasion force. Above the city, the sky lit with weapons fire as ships engaged. A separatist fleet had come out of hyperspace, attacking Mandalore's orbital defenses. Protect the Chancellor! Obi-Wan shouted. Anakin moved instantly, cutting through droids as he reached Julia. She'd drawn her own blaster, dropping Death Watch warriors with clinical precision, but she was exposed, vulnerable. Get to the transport! Anakin deflected blaster bolts, his purple blade a blur. Now! They ran, Julia's family clustering together as Jedi created a protective corridor. Droids blocked the path Anakin cut through them, his movements incorporating all 7 forms he'd mastered. Shi'ai chose simplicity, Makashi's precision, Sorsu's defense, Ataru's acrobatics, Gemso's power strikes, Neiman's balance, and even elements of Vapad that he shouldn't know but did. An elegant death dance that left only sparking metal in his wake. They reached the transport platform where the Chancellor's shuttle waited. Security forces scrambled aboard, pulling Julian and Cassian and Octavia to safety. Julia hesitated at the ramp. Anakin! Go! I'll be right behind you. Their eyes met for a heartbeat. Then she nodded and ran aboard. The shuttle lifted off, escaping into the chaos of aerial combat. Anakin turned back toward the palace. More Jedi fought desperately, outnumbered but not outmatched, their lightsabers carving holes through droid formations. Civilians ran screaming. Death Watch warriors hunted through corridors, their weapons cutting down anyone too slow to flee. A new sound cut through the chaos, mechanical and organic, something wrong that set every instinct screaming. The remaining windows shattered as a figure crashed through, his cape billowing behind him, his multiple arms already drawing weapons. General Grievous. The Kalaesh cyborg was a nightmare made manifest, white durasteel body, clawed feet, hunched posture that promised explosive violence. His face was a mask of alien bone and rage, eyes glowing yellow with madness and hatred. He wore a cape to mock organic weakness, and in his 4 mechanical hands, he held lightsabers, trophies stolen from Jedi he'd killed. Grievous. Right now, he was death incarnate. Jedi. Grievous' voice was mechanical rasp and organic fury combined. At last. Your deaths will please Lord Tyrannus. He moved faster than anything his size should move, a blur of metal and limb and spinning blades. 2 Jedi Knights who tried to engage him died in seconds, cut down before they could mount a defense. Fall back! Mace Windu ordered. Everyone out! Defensive retreat! But Grievous had already identified the most powerful force signature in the room. He charged at Anakin, 4 arms spinning 4 lightsabers in a storm of plasma death. Anakin blocked the first 8 strikes barely. His purple blade met red, then blue, then green, then red again, the impacts sending shockwaves up his arms. Grievous wasn't force sensitive, but he didn't need to be. Cybernetic enhancements made him faster and stronger than most Jedi could handle. But Anakin wasn't most Jedi. He gave ground, let Grievous press, then struck back with a force-enhanced counter that sent the cyborg stumbling. Not far, just enough to create distance. Impressive! Grievous cackled. You're the chosen one, yes? Good. Your lightsaber will be a fine trophy. They clashed again. Grievous' 4 arms attacked from impossible angles, high and low simultaneously, spinning and thrusting and slashing in patterns that should be impossible to defend. But Anakin had trained with Jaime Lannister, had mastered forms the Jedi tried to keep from him, and he channeled the Force to predict strikes before they came. Block. Parry. Dodge. Roll under the high slash. Force push to create space. Counter with gem so power strike. His purple blade carved through Grievous' upper right arm. Metal shrieked, sparks flew, and the severed limb hit the ground still clutching its stolen lightsaber. Grievous barely paused. He crushed an attendant with his foot, literally stomped the man into the floor and used the momentary distraction to leap away, his remaining 3 arms spinning their weapons. You'll regret that, Jedi. More Death Watch poured in. Pre Vizsla advanced on Duchess Satin, demanding her surrender. The remaining party guests who hadn't escaped huddled in corners, terrified. Anakin reached out with the Force, found Julia's presence safely aboard the distant shuttle, and felt a fraction of his worry ease. Knight Skywalker. Obi-Wan appeared at his side. We need to withdraw. The Republic fleet is en route, but... A roar shook the palace. Not mechanical. Organic. Through the shattered windows, illuminated by weapons fire and burning ships, dragons flew. 3 of them, their scales reflecting explosions, their roars carrying over all other sounds. Daenerys's dragons. She'd brought her entire force to Mandalore. This was planned, Ferris said, horror in his voice. The assassination. The attack. All of it coordinated. Count Dooku appeared at the far entrance, his expression calm despite the carnage. Duchess Satin, I'm afraid your neutrality has been revoked. Mandalore will join the Separatist alliance, or it will burn. The choice is yours. Never. Satin's voice rang with defiance despite her fear. Mandalore stands with. Grievous lunged at her, claws extended to kill. Anakin threw his lightsaber. The purple blade spun through the air, intercepting Grievous' strike, giving Satin time to stumble back. The lightsaber returned to Anakin's hand like a loyal hound. Retreat. Obi-Wan ordered. All Jedi, fall back to the extraction point. They fought their way out a running battle through palace corridors filled with droids and Death Watch. Grievous pursued relentlessly, his mechanical body taking damage but refusing to stop. Every few meters, another Jedi fell, cut down or overwhelmed. Then the sky erupted with new arrivals. Republic cruisers dropped out of hyperspace, their hulls marked with the Grand Army's insignia. Smaller transports descended toward the palace, LAAT gunships disgorging troops in white armor. Clone troopers. Thousands of them, all identical, all moving with practiced efficiency. They spread through Sundari in organized formations, engaging droids and Death Watch with disciplined precision. Everyone froze. Jedi stared. Diplomats gaped. Even Grievous paused his assault, his mechanical eyes assessing this new threat. From the lead cruiser, a small shuttle descended. Master Yoda emerged, standing tall despite his diminutive size. Commissioned in secret, this army was, Yoda announced, his voice carrying through comlinks. Created on Kamino, to protect the Republic in its darkest hour. Clones, grown from the template of Jango Fett, trained for war. Use them, we must, to preserve democracy. This is madness. Duchess Satin shouted. Militarizing the Republic. Already militarized, the Separatists have done, Yoda countered. Respond, we must, or fall, the Republic will. The clone army engaged. Suddenly outnumbered, the Separatist forces began retreating. Grievous leaped through a window, his cape billowing as he escaped to a waiting ship. Death Watch scattered, Pre Vizsla screaming about betrayal as he jetpacked away. The dragons wheeled overhead. Then flew toward the departing Separatist fleet. In minutes, the battle was over. Mandalore belonged to the Republic, secured by an army no one knew existed until today. In the aftermath, as medics treated wounded and diplomats processed what had happened, Joffrey Baratheon stood over his father's body and screamed. Find them! Find everyone responsible for this! I want the Separatists destroyed! I want every Targaryen dead! I want... You want to behave like a king instead of a child, Tywin Lannister said coldly, appearing beside his grandson. Your father is dead. You are king now. Act like it. Joffrey's face twisted with rage and grief. Eddard Stark. He poisoned my father. He was hand of the king, he had access. Lord Stark did nothing, Robb began. Arrest him. Joffrey shrieked. For treason. For regicide. He plotted with the separatists. With Targaryens. With. You will not arrest my father. Robb's hand went to his sword. Stand down, Tywin ordered. Both of you. Now is not the time. But Joffrey was beyond reason. He ordered his guards to seize Ned Stark. The guards, confused and frightened, obeyed their new king. Robb exploded into action, but was overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Both Starks were taken into custody, hauled away despite their protests and the objections of every reasonable person present. The galaxy had just witnessed an assassination, an invasion, and the revelation of a secret clone army. And now a king had ordered his hand arrested for treason. The Great Galactic Revolution had begun. The journey back to Coruscant was tense. Reports flooded in, planets declaring for the separatists, others rallying to the Republic. The galaxy was fracturing, choosing sides in a war everyone saw coming but no one wanted. On the transport, Anakin sat alone except for R2-D2, who beeped concerned questions. I'm fine, R2. The droid whistled skeptically. 2 days after their return, news arrived that made Anakin's blood boil. King Joffrey Baratheon had executed Eddard Stark. Publicly. Beheaded him for treason in front of thousands. Westeros had erupted into civil war. The northern part of the planet, led by Robb Stark declaring himself king in the north, had rebelled against the crown. The southern regions remained loyal to Joffrey and House Lannister. Fleets clashed in Westeros's orbital space. Armies marched. Brothers killed brothers. Meanwhile, Voldemort and his Death Eaters had declared for the separatist cause. Darth Maul remained at large. Daenerys's forces scattered across the Outer Rim, preparing for the next strike. The galaxy was burning. Anakin walked through Coruscant's lower levels, needing to be away from the temple, from the Council's endless meetings about strategy and deployment. R2-D2 rolled beside him, navigating the crowded streets with cheerful determination. His comlink chirped. Julia's voice came through. Meet me. Sector 4731. The old fountain. He found her there, standing in artificial rain from a decorative water feature, her silver gold hair plastered to her face, her dress soaked. She looked beautiful and broken and perfectly herself. It's all falling apart, she said without preamble. The galaxy. The Republic. Everything. I know. Marry me. Anakin stared. What? Marry me. Now. Tonight. Julia moved closer, rain streaming between them. We can't tell anyone, not my family, not the Jedi. It has to be secret. But I need something real before the galaxy tears itself apart. I need you to be mine, and me to be yours, and consequences be damned. Julia, this is insane. I know. But when have we ever been sane? She took his hands. Say yes, Anakin. Please. He should refuse. Should be logical and rational and think about duty and code and consequences. Instead, he said, yes. Naboo was as beautiful as Anakin remembered: green rolling hills, crystalline lakes, architecture that blended nature and civilization in perfect harmony. They landed at Varikino, a lake retreat in the countryside where privacy was guaranteed. Julia wore a simple white dress. Anakin wore his Jedi robes. R2-D2 served as witness and recorded the ceremony with his internal systems. A local holy man performed the ceremony as the sun set over the lake. Traditional Naboo vows, spoken quietly, binding them in ways that would probably destroy them both eventually. I, Anakin Skywalker, take you, Julia Palpatine, to be my wife. In darkness and light. In madness and reason. Until death or the Force separates us. I, Julia Palpatine, take you, Anakin Skywalker, to be my husband. In fire and ash. In obsession and devotion. Until nothing remains of either of us. They exchanged rings, simple bands that Julia had somehow acquired, hidden beneath robes and dresses where no one would see. The holy man pronounced them married as the sun disappeared beneath the horizon. They stood together on Varakino's balcony afterward, watching darkness claim the lake, and Anakin spoke the words that would become infamous. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Not like here. Everything here is soft. Smooth. He ran his hand down Julia's arm, marveling at the contrast between her and Tatooine's brutal terrain. You're nothing like sand. Julia laughed, genuine, unguarded, the sound of someone who'd stopped pretending anything made sense. That's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. Which tells you everything about my life. We're married, Anakin said, testing the words. We're married, Julia confirmed. Secret, illegal, probably doomed. But ours. R2-D2 beeped cheerfully, storing the ceremony recording in his most encrypted files. They spent 3 days at Varakino, 3 days of pretending the galaxy wasn't burning, that duties and destinies didn't exist, that they were just Anakin and Julia instead of Chosen One and Chancellor's daughter. Then reality called them back. The Great Galactic Revolution continued. The Clone Wars, named for the Republic's new army, spread across thousands of worlds. Anakin received deployment orders. Julia returned to her father's side, playing the political games that kept the Senate from completely falling apart. But they'd had their 3 days. Their secret. Their impossible, insane, perfectly wrong choice. And in the years to come, when everything fell apart, as they both knew it would, they'd have this memory. Sunset on Naboo. A simple ceremony. A droid bearing witness. And 2 people who walked between light and dark, madness and greatness, choosing each other despite every reason not to. The galaxy was at war. And the Chosen One was married. The rain on Kamino was eternal sheets of water falling from grey skies into grey oceans, drumming against the pristine white structures that rose like geometric ghosts from the endless storm. Anakin stood on one of Tipica City's landing platforms, his dark robe soaked despite the covered walkway, watching as clone troopers moved in perfect formation through the rain. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. All identical, all bred for war, all wearing armor painted with the blue markings of the 501st Legion. His Legion. General Skywalker. The voice was strong, confident, carrying a note of respect that sounded earned rather than programmed. CT 7567, sir. My brothers call me Rex. Anakin turned to see a clone trooper approaching, identical to every other clone in features but somehow different in presence. Rex wore captain's insignia on his blue-marked Phase 2 armor, and his helmet was tucked under his arm, revealing a face that was Jango Fett's template but worn with experience. Blonde hair, regulation cut, and eyes that held intelligence and something the Kaminoans probably hadn't intended, personality. Captain Rex. Anakin extended his hand. I've heard good things. Have you, sir? Rex clasped his hand firmly. That's surprising. Most Jedi don't pay attention to clone reports. I'm not most Jedi. No, sir. Rex's expression suggested approval. I've heard that about you too. The Chosen One who doesn't follow the rules. That'll work well with this battalion. We're not exactly by the book either. Another clone approached this one with sergeant's markings and a slight limp that spoke of recent injury. CC 1119, General. Sergeant Apo. I'll be coordinating ground operations under Captain Rex's command. Apo. Anakin nodded. That leg giving you trouble? Apo looked surprised that a Jedi had noticed. Training accident, sir. Nothing that'll slow me down in the field. Good. Because where we're going, slow gets you killed. They walked through Tipica City's corridors, all white walls and soft lighting, sterile as a medical facility, which in some ways it was. Kaminoan technicians moved past, tall and grey and serene, their enormous eyes tracking the Jedi and his new soldiers with clinical interest. In the main barracks, the 501st Legion assembled. 5,000 clone troopers stood in perfect formation, their blue-marked armor gleaming under artificial light. All the same face, all the same height, all the same training. But as Anakin looked closer, he saw differences. Small customizations, tallies carved into armor, unique paint patterns, slight variations in stance that spoke of individual combat experiences. Men, Rex's voice carried across the hangar. This is General Anakin Skywalker. He'll be leading us into battle. Some of you have heard stories: the kid who destroyed a droid control ship at 9, the Padawan who fought Darth Maul, the Jedi who carries a purple lightsaber and learned all 7 combat forms. I'm here to tell you the stories are true. And I'm also here to tell you that General Skywalker treats his men like people, not equipment. You give him respect, he'll give it back. You fight for him, he'll fight for you. Clear? Sir, yes sir. 5,000 voices in perfect unison. Anakin stepped forward. I won't lie to you. We're heading into hell. The Battle of Jabim is already underway, and the Republic is losing. Constant storms, muddy terrain that bogs down our vehicles. Atmospheric interference that grounds our air support. The Separatists knew what they were doing when they chose that battlefield. Many of you won't come back. Silence. Not uncomfortable, just attentive. But those of you who do will have earned something the enemy can never take away, the knowledge that you fought for something that mattered. That you stood against tyranny and darkness and didn't break. I'm not going to promise victory. I'm going to promise that if you follow my orders, if you trust me, I'll do everything in my power to bring as many of you home as possible. You're not expendable. You're soldiers. My soldiers. And I take care of my own. More silence. Then one clone Anakin couldn't see which one started beating his fist against his chest plate. The rhythm caught, spread, became a thunderous drumbeat as 5,000 troopers hammered their armor in approval. Rex grinned. I think they like you, sir. Let's hope they still do after Jabim. The fleet waited in orbit: 3 Venator-class star destroyers, 2 Acclamator-class assault ships, and a dozen support vessels. The flagship, Resolute, dominated the formation, its hull painted with the Republic's emblem and bearing scars from previous engagements. On the bridge, Admiral Julian Palpatine stood at the main viewport, hands clasped behind his back, blonde hair perfectly styled despite being aboard a warship. At 30, he'd risen to flag rank through a combination of tactical brilliance and political connections. His father was Supreme Chancellor, after all. But those who'd served under him knew the promotions were earned. Julian was ruthless, calculating, and frighteningly competent. He turned as Anakin entered. General Skywalker. Welcome aboard the Resolute. Admiral. Anakin kept his voice neutral. Julian had been asking about Damask's notes for 10 years now, with increasing persistence. Why would a non-force sensitive need ancient Sith research? Unless... Anakin extended his senses, probing carefully. Nothing. Julian's presence in the Force was utterly ordinary: no sensitivity, no hidden power, just a normal human being. So why the obsession? Your quarters are on Deck 7, Julian continued. We'll be making the jump to Jabim in 6 hours. I suggest you review the tactical briefings. The situation is deteriorating. How bad? We've already lost 9 Jedi and over 4,000 clones. The Separatists have entrenched positions throughout the Cobalt Mountains, and their artillery can hit our landing zones before we touch down. Weather conditions make orbital bombardment nearly impossible, too much atmospheric interference. Julian's expression was grim. This isn't a battle, General. It's a meat grinder. And we're sending more meat. Then we change the approach. How? By not doing what they expect. Anakin moved to the tactical display, studying Jabbeem's topography. They're set up for a ground assault. Heavy fortifications, artillery emplacements, dug-in infantry. So we don't come at them on the ground. We use. There is no air support, Julian interrupted. The storms make flying suicide. For conventional pilots. But Jedi don't rely on instruments alone. I can navigate storm systems using the Force. Get me gunships with experienced pilots willing to take risks, and I'll get them through. Julian studied him silently. You're proposing a high-altitude insertion behind enemy lines. Risky. Suicidal, even. Better than walking through their kill zones. Fair point. Julian turned to a communications officer. Get me General Cashin. If General Skywalker is going to attempt the impossible, his brother-in-law should know about it. Brother-in-law. The word hit Anakin like a physical blow. Did Julian know? Was this a test? But Julian's expression remained neutral, businesslike. Maybe he'd meant it literally. Cashin was Julia's brother, and Anakin had been close to the family for years. Maybe it was just a figure of speech. Or maybe Julian suspected something and was probing for reactions. We'll coordinate with ground forces, Anakin said, forcing his thoughts back to tactics. Draw the Separatists' attention with a frontal assault, then hit them from behind while they're committed. Classic hammer and anvil. Julian nodded. It could work. If you survive the insertion. I didn't become a Jedi Knight by playing it safe. No. Julian's smile didn't reach his eyes. No, you didn't. Which brings me to another matter. My sister. Julia. Anakin's hand moved instinctively toward his lightsaber. What about her? She's been different lately. Distracted. Happy, in a way I've never seen. Our father has noticed too. Julian leaned against the tactical display. I'm curious what could cause such a change. She's refused marriage proposals from 3 royal houses, turned down diplomatic appointments that would have advanced her career, and spends most of her free time communicating with someone via encrypted channels. Why are you telling me this? Because you're close to her. Have been for 10 years. And I'm wondering if you know something I don't. Julian's eyes were calculating. If, for instance, my sister were involved in something inappropriate. Something that could damage our family's reputation. I would want to know. To protect her, of course. Of course. Anakin met his gaze without flinching. Julia is her own person. If she's happy, that's what matters. Is it? Even if her happiness puts her at risk? Even if she's violating laws or codes that could destroy her? Julian stepped closer. I care about my sister, General. More than she knows. And I care about leverage. Information. Secrets that could be valuable. If I knew, for instance, that Julia was breaking the law, I might need insurance. Assurances. Perhaps access to certain research materials that have been kept from my family for far too long. So there it was. Julian didn't care about Julia's happiness, he cared about using it as leverage to get Damask's notes. I don't have anything to trade, Anakin said flatly. Don't you? Julian smiled. Well. I suppose time will tell. We arrive at Jabbeem in 6 hours. I suggest you rest, General. You'll need your strength for what comes next. He walked away, leaving Anakin standing alone on the bridge, fury and fear warring in his chest. Jabbeem was exactly as terrible as promised. The Resolute dropped out of hyperspace into a system choked with debris from previous battles, shattered hulls, escape pods, the frozen bodies of Republic soldiers floating among twisted metal. The planet itself looked diseased brown and grey, covered in storm systems that never ended, its surface a morass of mud and misery. "All Republic forces, this is Shelter Base," a tired voice crackled over comms. "We are under heavy assault. Repeat, we are under heavy assault. Separatist artillery is hammering our positions. We have wounded piling up and no way to evacuate. Where is our air support? This is Admiral Julian Palpatine aboard the Resolute. Air support is impossible in current atmospheric conditions. We're deploying ground reinforcements. Ground reinforcements won't help if we're dead before they arrive." Anakin pushed past the COMM officer, keyed his own transmission. "Shelter Base, this is General Skywalker. Hold your position. I'm coming in with gunships. ETA 20 minutes. General, the storms will tear you apart. Let me worry about that. Skywalker out." He turned to Rex, who'd been standing silently nearby. "Round up your best pilots. Anyone who doesn't mind dying today." Rex's expression didn't change. "That's all of us, sir." They loaded into LAAT gunships, ugly, functional troop carriers with ball turrets and composite beam laser cannons. 12 gunships, each carrying 30 clone troopers, plus Anakin in the lead ship. Rex sat across from him, helmet on now, completely calm despite flying into a storm that had already claimed dozens of Republic craft. The atmospheric entry was violent. The gunship bucked and shuddered, hull groaning under stress, lightning crackling across the viewport. Clone pilots fought their controls, instruments flickering and failing as electromagnetic interference scrambled their systems. But Anakin closed his eyes and reached out with the Force. He could feel the storm's patterns, the air currents and pressure systems, the paths through chaos that existed for those who could sense them. He guided the pilot with gentle Force suggestions: left here, drop altitude there, angle through that gap, and somehow, impossibly, they made it through. All 12 gunships. Not a single loss. They came in low over Shelter Base, a fortified position carved into muddy hills, surrounded by trenches filled with water and desperation. Separatist artillery pounded the perimeter, and battle droids advanced in endless waves through the rain. "Hot LZ," the pilot shouted. "Taking fire." The gunship's ball turrets swiveled, returning fire on droid positions. Doors opened before they touched down, and clone troopers leaped out into mud and chaos. Anakin was first out, his purple lightsaber igniting as his boots hit the ground. Blaster bolts streaked toward him. He deflected them back at their sources, cutting through super battle droids that tried to rush the landing zone. Rex coordinated his men with practiced efficiency, calling out targets, directing fire, turning chaos into organized resistance. The 501st spread out, establishing a defensive perimeter, giving the exhausted defenders at Shelter Base their first breathing room in days. "General Skywalker." A mud-covered clone commander approached. "Thank the Force you're here. We've lost 3 Jedi already. The Separatists have something new, some kind of bounty hunter that just tears through our lines like we're not even there." "What kind of bounty hunter?" "Massive. Armored. Unkillable. We've hit it with rockets, thermal detonators, concentrated fire. Nothing stops it. It just regenerates and keeps coming." Dirge. Anakin recognized the description immediately from intelligence reports. A Jedi bounty hunter who'd lived for 2,000 years, whose regenerative abilities made him nearly immortal. Count Dooku's personal enforcer and Jedi killer. Where is it now? Last seen heading toward the eastern trenches. Probably killing more of our men. Not anymore. Anakin turned to Rex. "Hold this position. I'm going hunting." "Sir, you shouldn't go alone." "I'm not asking for permission, Captain." Rex's posture stiffened. "Yes, sir." "Good hunting." Anakin ran through the trenches ankle-deep in mud and water, past exhausted clones who barely had the energy to acknowledge a Jedi passing. The rain was constant, reducing visibility to meters, turning everything into grey shapes and sounds of distant combat. He found Dirge in a section of trench that had been completely destroyed. Clone bodies lay everywhere, not just killed but torn apart, limbs scattered, armor crushed like foil. And in the center of the carnage stood a nightmare. Dirge was massive, over 2 meters tall, covered in heavy armor painted with Mandalorian symbols, his helmet topped with horns that made him look demonic. His armor bristled with weapons, gauntlet-mounted machine guns, a wrist flamethrower, dart launchers, and in his hands, an enormous blaster cannon that he wielded like a pistol. He turned as Anakin approached, and even through his helmet, Anakin could sense the smile. "A Jedi." Dirge's voice was deep, mechanical. "Wrong. Finally. I was getting bored killing these clone insects. Let's see if you're more entertaining." His machine guns opened fire. Anakin's lightsaber became a blur, deflecting bolts in patterns drawn from all 7 forms sources, tight defensive circles mixed with Cheyenne's aggressive Reader Rex. Dozens of shots reflected back, hitting Dirge's armor, scorching paint but doing no real damage. Dirge charged, faster than anything his size should move. His armored fist swung like a battering ram. Anakin dodged, rolled under the strike, came up slashing. His purple blade carved through Dirge's armor, bit into the flesh underneath. And Dirge laughed. The wound sealed instantly, muscle and tissue knitting back together in seconds. "You'll have to do better than that, Jedi." His other arm shot out, tentacle-like, extending beyond what should be possible. It wrapped around Anakin's leg and yanked him off his feet. He hit the mud hard, air exploding from his lungs. Dirge fired his wrist flamethrower. Fire engulfed the trench. Anakin threw up a force barrier, deflecting the flames, but the heat was intense. He force-pushed himself backward, creating distance, his mind racing. Regenerates instantly. Can extend his body parts. Nearly impossible to kill. How do I? Then he remembered. Damask's notes. Techniques the Jedi would never teach. Ways to manipulate the Force at a cellular level, to disrupt biological processes, to make healing impossible. Dark side techniques. But Dirge was trying to kill Republic soldiers. Sometimes darkness served the light. Anakin reached out with the Force, found Dirge's biology, that distributed nervous system. Those regenerating cells, and squeezed. Force crush. Not the crude application that simply compacted matter, but the refined version that targeted specific systems. He felt Dirge's nerve clusters, found the connections, and severed them. Dirge stumbled, his movements becoming uncoordinated. What are you doing?" "Winning." Anakin advanced. His hands crackled with electricity, not the blue lightning of typical Force users, but purple lightning that matched his lightsaber, a fusion of light and dark that shouldn't exist but did. He unleashed it. Purple lightning engulfed Dirge, arcing across his armor, finding gaps, searing into organic tissue. But this wasn't just destructive energy, it carried intent, purpose, drawn from techniques Anakin had learned from forbidden research. The lightning didn't just burn. It corrupted at a cellular level, poisoning the regenerative processes that made Dirge unkillable. Dirge screamed. His armor began smoking, melting, revealing the horrifying truth beneath a mass of tentacle-like muscle and nerve bundles, barely humanoid, held together by cybernetic implants and ancient hatred. "Stop! Stop!" Dirge tried to regenerate, but his cells wouldn't respond correctly. Instead of healing, they mutated, twisted, turned against themselves. Anakin didn't stop. He poured more power into the attack, reaching deeper into Dirge's biology. He found the Jedi's incredible healing factor, those distributed stem cells that could regenerate anything, and rewrote them using techniques from Damask's notes on cellular manipulation. The cells that should heal instead destroyed. The regeneration that made Dirge immortal turned inward, consuming healthy tissue instead of repairing damaged. Dirge collapsed, his body cannibalizing itself, unable to stop the process Anakin had initiated. He clawed at his own chest, trying to tear out the corruption spreading through him. You can't. I've survived for 2,000 years. I'm immortal. Not anymore. Anakin extinguished his lightning. Dirge lay in the mud, his body eating itself from the inside out, his vaunted regeneration turned into a weapon against him. It took 5 minutes for him to die. 5 minutes of agony as his cells destroyed each other, unable to regenerate, unable to stop, locked in a death spiral that couldn't be escaped. When it was finally over, Anakin stood over the corpse, barely recognizable now as anything that had once lived, and felt nothing. No triumph. No guilt. Just cold satisfaction that a threat had been eliminated. He'd killed Dirge permanently. Something that shouldn't be possible. But he'd done it using techniques the Jedi would call evil, methods that walked the edge of darkness. Control, he reminded himself. I'm in control. I use these powers for good. That makes them acceptable. A rationalization. He knew it. But it was the rationalization that let him sleep at night. General. Rex appeared around a corner, blaster raised. We heard screaming. Are you? He stopped, staring at Dirge's corpse. What the hell is that? It was a Jedi bounty hunter. Now it's fertilizer. Anakin deactivated his lightsaber. Spread the word, the unkillable killer is dead. Our men don't need to fear him anymore. Rex studied the body, then Anakin. Sir, with respect, how did you kill something that regenerates from anything? With difficulty and techniques I'd prefer not to discuss. Let's leave it at that. Yes, sir. But Rex's expression suggested he'd be thinking about this for a long time. They returned to Shelter Base to find the situation improved. With Dirge dead and the 501st reinforcing the defensive line, the Separatists' assault had stalled. Clone artillery had begun counter-battery fire, silencing enemy guns. The tide was turning. But then new contacts appeared, humans in dark robes, operating into the trenches with cracks of displaced air. Death Eaters. Voldemort's followers, fighting alongside Separatist forces. Avada Kedavra. Green killing curses streaked through the rain. Clone troopers fell, struck by magic that bypassed armor and killed instantly. Others were hit with Cruciatus curses, screaming as their nervous systems burned. Anakin moved through the chaos, his purple blade deflecting curses when possible, his presence in the Force disrupting Death Eater concentration when necessary. They were powerful, more dangerous than average wizards, trained in dark magic and utterly ruthless. But they were still just wizards. One Death Eater targeted Anakin directly. Avada Kedavra. The green curse struck him square in the chest. Should have killed him instantly. That was what the killing curse did, it killed, no defense, no escape. Except Anakin didn't die. The curse hit his Force-enhanced body and dissipated, absorbed by power that exceeded anything a wizard could comprehend. He was the chosen one, with Force potential that measured off standard charts. One killing curse couldn't drop him. Not even close. They'd need hundreds simultaneously to even hurt him. The Death Eater stared in shock. That's impossible. Anakin's lightsaber took his head off. Crucio. Another Death Eater sent a pain curse at him. It hit. Anakin felt the pain like every nerve igniting simultaneously, but he channeled it into the Force, transmuted suffering into power. His hand shot out, purple lightning erupting in response. The Death Eater caught the full blast, his robes igniting, his screams cutting off as electricity cooked him from the inside. More Death Eaters operated away, recognizing a fight they couldn't win. The survivors scattered, disappearing into the storm, leaving behind corpses and fear. Rex approached, his armor scorched. Sir, you just survived a killing curse. Apparently. That's not supposed to be possible. A lot of things aren't supposed to be possible, Captain. Doesn't mean they're not real. Anakin surveyed the battlefield. Status report. Separatist forces are withdrawing. Their artillery is destroyed, their infantry is in full retreat, and whatever coordination they had fell apart when you killed their bounty hunter. Sir, I think we won. We survived. That's close enough to victory on Jabim. The battle raged for 3 more days, but the tide had turned. With Dirge dead, the Separatists lost their most effective Jedi killer. With the 501st holding shelter base, Republic forces could reorganize and counterattack. And with Anakin's aggressive tactics, high-altitude insertions, lightning raids, strikes that came from unexpected angles, the Separatists couldn't maintain their positions. By the end of the week, Jabim belonged to the Republic. The cost was horrific: thousands dead, entire battalions decimated, landscapes turned into graveyards of mud and metal. But it was victory. Admiral Julian met Anakin on the Resolute as the fleet prepared to depart. "Congratulations, General. Your tactics were unorthodox, but effective. Unorthodox keeps soldiers alive." "Indeed." Julian handed him a daytop pad. "Casualty reports. You lost significantly fewer men than any other Jedi commander on Jabim. The Council will be pleased." "I don't care if they're pleased. I care that my men came home." "Admirable." Julian paused. "I've been reviewing sensor logs from the battlefield. Some interesting energy signatures during your engagement with Dirge. Purple lightning, according to the readings. That's not a standard Jedi ability." Anakin met his gaze. "I used what was necessary to win." "Did you? Or did you use what you'd learned from ancient Sith research? From notes that my family has been trying to access for years." Julian's voice was quiet. "I'm not judging, General. Quite the opposite. I'm impressed. And I'm wondering what else you've learned. What other techniques you've mastered. Why do you care? You're not force sensitive." "No. But I'm curious. Knowledge is power, General. Even especially forbidden knowledge. And I've been curious about many things lately. My sister's happiness. Your unusual abilities. The correlation between the two." He smiled. "I notice Julia wears a ring now. Hidden under gloves, subtle, but present. And you have a matching one. Curious, isn't it?" Anakin's blood ran cold. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't you?" Julian turned to leave, then paused. "I want those notes, General. Damask's research. Access to what you've learned. In exchange, your secret, whatever it is, remains secret. Think about it. You have 2 days before we return to Coruscant." He left. Anakin stood alone on the bridge, staring out at Jabim's storm-racked surface, and felt the future narrowing around him like a trap. That night, Anakin sent an encrypted message to Julia. "We need to talk. Julian knows something." Her response came within minutes. "I know. He confronted me today too. Asking about where I've been, who I've been seeing. He suspects." "What do we do?" "Nothing. Deny everything. He has no proof. Just suspicions. He wants Damask's notes in exchange for silence." A long pause. "Then, don't give them to him. Those notes are too dangerous. If Julian learns what's in them." "What? What's he planning?" "I don't know. But my brother doesn't ask for things without reason. He's planning something. Something Father might not even know about." "Should I tell the Council about his blackmail attempt?" "No. That would mean admitting what we did. We keep our secret. We deny. We survive. That's all we can do." Anakin stared at the message, then deleted it. She was right. Admitting the truth would destroy both of them: him stripped of his knighthood, her disowned by her family, their marriage annulled and classified as a scandal that would follow them forever. They'd chosen this path knowing the risks. Now they had to live with the consequences. In his quarters, R2-D2 beeped a concerned question. I'm fine, R2. The droid whistled skeptically, expressing mechanical doubt. Okay, I'm not fine. But I will be. I have to be. Anakin lay back on his bunk, staring at the ceiling. I killed a being today that had lived for 2,000 years. Used techniques that would make the Council arrest me if they knew. And now I'm being blackmailed by my secret wife's brother who wants ancient Sith research for unknown purposes. R2 beeped what might have been sympathy or might have been the droid equivalent of I told you so. You're right. My life is a disaster. But it's my disaster. Anakin closed his eyes. And tomorrow, I'll figure out how to survive it. Just like I survived Jabba. Outside his window, the stars of hyperspace streaked past as the fleet jumped toward Coruscant. The Clone Wars had begun. Anakin had proven himself as a general, killed an unkillable enemy, and survived a killing curse. But he'd also drawn the attention of people who asked dangerous questions and demanded dangerous answers. The war without was deadly. But Anakin was beginning to realize the war within the one fought in secrets and blackmail and choices that walked the edge between light and dark might be even more dangerous. The Chancellor's apartments were empty when Anakin arrived, except for Julia. She stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Coruscant's endless cityscape, her silver gold hair catching the artificial light, and when she turned at the sound of his footsteps, her face transformed with an expression that was equal parts relief and hunger. You're back. She crossed the distance between them in seconds, her hands cupping his face, searching for injuries. Julian sent reports. Jabba. Dirge. Death Eaters. You could have. Anakin kissed her, cutting off the words. For a moment, the war, the secrets, the constantly shifting ground beneath them, all of it disappeared. There was just Julia, his wife, the one person who looked at his darkness and didn't flinch. When they finally broke apart, she rested her forehead against his. How bad was it? Bad enough. Anakin's hands found her waist, holding her close. But we won. The 501st performed beyond expectations. Captain Rex he's good, Julia. Really good. The kind of soldier who makes you want to be worthy of his loyalty. And Dirge. Dead. Permanently. Anakin's voice went flat. I made sure he couldn't regenerate. Used techniques from Damask's notes. Cellular manipulation. Force corruption. Things the Council would arrest me for if they knew. But you controlled it. You didn't fall. Didn't I? Anakin pulled back to look at her properly. I killed a being who'd lived for 2,000 years using Sith techniques. I survived multiple killing curses. I'm married in secret to the Chancellor's daughter while pretending to follow the Jedi Code. At what point does control become just another lie I tell myself? Julia's expression didn't change. No horror. No judgment. Just acceptance. When you lose yourself completely. When you stop caring about the difference between right and wrong. When power becomes the only thing that matters. Her hand pressed over his heart. You're not there yet. You're walking the edge, yes. But you haven't fallen. How can you be sure? Because if you had fallen, you wouldn't be questioning it. She smiled that slightly manic smile that reminded him she walked her own edge. Besides, I'd know. I can sense it in you. The light and dark, balanced on a knife's edge. It's beautiful, actually. Like watching someone juggle knives while walking a tightrope. Terrifying and magnificent. That's a very Targaryen way of looking at it. I am a Targaryen. Madness or greatness, remember. She kissed him again, softer this time. Speaking of which, your secret admirer sent another message. Julian. Anakin's jaw tightened. What did he want this time? To ask where I've been spending my evenings. To inquire about a ring he claims to have seen me wearing. to suggest that perhaps we should have a family discussion about appropriate relationships and political consequences. Julia's voice dripped with sarcasm. He's circling closer. Still no proof, but his suspicions are solidifying. He cornered me on the Resolute. Said he'd noticed you've been different. Happy. Wanted to know if I knew anything about it. What did you tell him? That you're your own person. That if you're happy, that's what matters. Anakin ran a hand through his hair. But he pushed. Said if he knew you were violating laws or codes, he'd need insurance. Access to certain research materials. Damask's notes. He wants them badly enough to blackmail us. Anakin moved to the windows, looking out at the city. Why? What could a non-force sensitive possibly do with Sith research on cellular manipulation and life extension? Julia was quiet for a long moment. Too long. When Anakin turned to look at her, her expression was carefully neutral, the mask she wore when hiding something important. Julia. What aren't you telling me? I don't know what you don't. His voice was sharper than intended. We're married. We're in this together. If there's something about your family I need to know, now would be the time. She looked at him, conflict warring across her perfect features. Then she sighed. My brothers. Julian and Cassian. They're not entirely what they seem. Meaning father has been conducting experiments. Research into extending human capabilities. Making non-force sensitives stronger, faster, more durable. Julia's words came carefully, like she was walking through a minefield. It started with military applications. Creating super soldiers for the Republic. But it's become something else. Something darker. Are your brothers part of these experiments? I think so. But I don't know the details. Father keeps that information compartmentalized. What I do know is that Julian has been obsessed with Damask's notes since he first heard about them. And if those notes contain information about cellular manipulation. She trailed off. He wants to enhance himself further. Make himself force sensitive, or as close as possible. Anakin's mind raced. That's why he's willing to blackmail us. Those notes are the key to whatever your father has been planning. Maybe. Or maybe there's something else. Something I'm not seeing. Julia's frustration was palpable. My family keeps secrets, Anakin. Layers upon layers of them. I'm the Chancellor's daughter, but I'm also kept in the dark about so much. Because I'm unstable. Because I can't be trusted not to do something unpredictable. But you know something is wrong. I know my father is not the benevolent politician everyone thinks he is. I know my brothers are weapons being aimed at targets I can't identify. And I know that whatever they're planning, it's big enough that they need your notes to make it work. Before Anakin could respond, the door to the apartments opened. Chancellor Palpatine entered, flanked by Julian in his admiral's uniform. Anakin. Julia. Palpatine's smile was warm, genuine, the kindly mentor who'd supported Anakin for years. I heard about your victory on Jabba. Remarkable work, truly remarkable. The Republic owes you a great debt. Just doing my duty, Chancellor. Modest as always. Palpatine gestured for them to sit. Admiral, your report. Julian moved with military precision, activating a holographic display. Jabba is secured. Republic casualties were significantly lower than projected, thanks to General Skywalker's unconventional tactics. We eliminated Dirge, a major separatist asset, and repelled Death Eater forces with minimal losses. Strategically, it's a significant victory. And the unusual methods employed. Palpatine's voice carried no judgment, just curiosity. General Skywalker demonstrated capabilities beyond standard Jedi training. His lightning, for instance, was purple rather than the typical blue. And his ability to permanently kill a Jedi suggests access to techniques not commonly taught at the temple. Julian's eyes found Anakin. One might wonder where such knowledge was acquired. The implied threat hung in the air. Tell me, or I'll ask more uncomfortable questions. I've studied extensively, Anakin said flatly. Master Lannister taught me all 7 lightsaber forms. My connection to the Force allows for variations in how power manifests. The Council is aware of my unorthodox approach. Are they? Julian smiled. How fortunate that such unorthodox approaches win battles. The Republic needs more of that. More willingness to use every tool available. Gentlemen, Palpatine interrupted smoothly, we have more pressing concerns. The situation on Westeros has deteriorated. The civil war between King Joffrey's loyalists and Robb Stark's Northern Rebellion shows no signs of resolution. The Council has requested that we send a Jedi negotiator. Anakin's attention sharpened. They want me to broker peace between Joffrey and Robb. You have unique qualifications. You know both parties personally. You're not beholden to either Westerosi faction. And frankly, both sides respect power more than diplomacy. A Jedi Knight who killed Durge and survived killing curses? That's the kind of power that makes people listen. Palpatine's expression grew grave. But I won't lie to you, Anakin. This mission is dangerous. Both sides are entrenched. Both believe they're in the right. Convincing them to compromise will be difficult. I'll try, Chancellor. But I can't promise success. All I ask is that you try. Palpatine stood, signaling the meeting's end. Your transport leaves in 6 hours. May the Force be with you. As they left, Julia caught Anakin's hand briefly, squeezed it once, a reminder that she was there, that he wasn't alone in this, then released it before anyone could notice. Julian noticed anyway. He always noticed. The journey to Westeros took 2 days through hyperspace. Anakin spent most of it in meditation, trying to center himself, to find the balance between light and dark that would let him navigate the political minefield awaiting him. R2-D2 kept him company, beeping philosophical observations and occasionally displaying hollow photos from their secret wedding on Naboo, moments of peace in a galaxy that seemed determined to tear itself apart. When they finally dropped out of hyperspace above Westeros, Anakin's first view was of a space battle in progress. Stark warships bearing the dire wolf sigil in white against grey engaged Lannister vessels painted with golden lions. Fighters streaked between capital ships, lasers and missiles painting the void with deadly light. This is Republic transport integrity requesting safe passage to King's Landing, Anakin transmitted on open channels. We carry a Jedi negotiator on diplomatic mission. Both sides disengaged, recognizing Republic authority even in their civil war. The integrity descended through Westeros's atmosphere toward the southern continent, toward the capital that had stood for 3 centuries. King's Landing sprawled along the coast where the Blackwater Rush met Blackwater Bay, a city of roughly 500,000 souls, built on 3 hills and surrounded by walls that had repelled dozens of sieges. Smoke rose from forges and chimneys. Ships crowded the harbor. And atop Aegon's Hill, dominating the skyline like a crimson crown, stood the Red Keep. The fortress was massive red stone walls rising hundreds of feet, towers reaching toward grey skies, gates that could swallow armies. It had been built by Aegon the Conqueror 300 years ago, and it looked like it would stand for 300 more. They landed in the Red Keep's courtyard, where guards in Lannister crimson and Baratheon gold formed an honor guard. And waiting at the base of the ramp, resplendent in white armor and a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, was Jaime Lannister. Anakin. Jaime's greeting was warm, genuine. Welcome to King's Landing. Though I wish it were under better circumstances. Master Lannister. Anakin clasped his former teacher's hand. How bad is it? Civil war on a planetary scale. The North has declared independence under Robb Stark. The South remains loyal to Joffrey. We've had 3 major battles already, with thousands dead and no resolution in sight. Jaime's expression darkened. And my nephew the king is making it worse with every decision he makes. That bad? Worse. Come. You'll see. They walked through the Red Keep's corridors, red stone walls lined with tapestries depicting Targaryen conquests, torches burning in iron sconces, guards at every corner. The wealth on display was staggering, but underneath it, Anakin sensed fear. The kind of fear that came from knowing your world was falling apart and you were powerless to stop it. They entered the throne room, and Anakin stopped. The Iron Throne dominated the space, an enormous seat forged from the swords of Aegon's defeated enemies, melted by dragon fire and twisted into a monument to conquest. 1,000 blades, jagged and sharp, rising 20 feet high, with barely enough room at the top for a king to sit. It looked deeply uncomfortable. Deliberately so. A reminder that ruling was dangerous, that power came with a price paid in blood and vigilance. And lounging on that terrible throne, one leg thrown over an armrest, crown sitting askew on his blonde head, was King Joffrey Baratheon. Below the throne, entertainers performed. But these weren't musicians or dancers. They were prostitutes dressed in crude armor, forced to fight each other with wooden swords while the king laughed and clapped and demanded more violence. Hit her! Hit her! Joffrey shrieked with delight as one woman struck another, drawing blood. Yes! Again! Make her cry! Anakin's hands clenched. This was the king he was supposed to convince to negotiate peace? Your Grace, Jaime said loudly, his voice carrying over the chaos. May I present Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker? He comes as emissary of the Republic to discuss. Oh, it's you. Joffrey's mood shifted instantly from delight to petulance. Skywalker? The one who embarrassed me when I was 12. The chosen one. He said it like an insult. Uncle, why have you brought him here? Because the Republic requests an audience regarding peace negotiations. Peace. Joffrey sat up straight, his crown sliding further askew. Why would I want peace? I want that traitor Robb Stark dead. I want every man, woman, and child who called him king in the north executed. I want their heads on pikes lining the walls of King's Landing as a warning to anyone who defies me. His voice rose to a shriek. I am King Joffrey Baratheon. The true ruler of this entire planet. Not some backwater northern savage. A servant approached cautiously, carrying a platter with an apple. Joffrey snatched it, bit down, then spat it out violently. This is sour. Who prepared this? His eyes found the servant, an older man, trembling with fear. You. You tried to poison me. Your Grace, I would never. Liar. Joffrey gestured, and Anakin felt it, the crude application of force power, untrained but effective. The servant was dragged to his knees by invisible hands. Which hand do you use? Tell me, and maybe I'll let you keep the other one. Joffrey Cersei Lannister appeared from a side entrance, beautiful and cold in a green dress that matched her eyes. Perhaps we should discuss this matter. Pri. Silence, mother. Joffrey's face flushed red. The king is talking. I am the king, not you. You don't give me orders. He turned back to Anakin, his expression shifting to something calculating. If you want peace, bring me Robb Stark. Bring him here in chains, and I'll think about sparing his family of traitors. Maybe I'll even let some of them live. Maybe. Before Anakin could respond, the door opened again. Tywin Lannister entered, tall, imposing, radiating the kind of authority that made everyone in the room instinctively straighten. Even Joffrey, who'd been lording over everyone moments before, seemed to shrink slightly. Grandfather, Joffrey said, trying for regal but achieving petulant. Your Grace. Tywin's voice was ice. Perhaps we should discuss matters of state in the small council chamber, rather than entertaining guests in the throne room. It wasn't a request. They moved to a more private chamber, stone walls lined with maps, a table that could seat 20, windows overlooking Blackwater Bay. Tywin sat at the head of the table like it was his natural place, and Joffrey, despite being king, took a seat to his right. "Knight Skywalker," Tywin said, his calculating gaze assessing everything. "Welcome to King's Landing. I understand you wish to negotiate peace between the Crown and the Northern rebels." "That's the hope, Lord Tywin. An admirable goal. Futile, but admirable." Tywin steepled his fingers. "The North rebelled because they believe King Joffrey unjustly executed Lord Eddard Stark. They've declared independence and crowned Robb Stark their own king. From their perspective, they're defending their homeland against Southern tyranny. And from your perspective?" "From my perspective, they're traitors who murdered King Robert Joffrey's father and must be crushed to preserve the realm's stability." Tywin's voice carried absolute certainty. "There is no peace to be had here, Knight Skywalker. Only victory or defeat. What if there was another option? Such as recognition of Northern autonomy within a federal structure. Robb Stark maintains control of the North, but acknowledges Joffrey's ultimate authority over Westeros as a whole." It was a compromise neither side would accept, but Anakin had to try. "Unacceptable!" Joffrey shouted. "I am king of all Westeros. Not just the parts that feel like obeying." "Your Grace makes an excellent point," Tywin said dryly. "Though perhaps expressed with more passion than necessary. The issue remains, we cannot allow rebellion to succeed. If the North gains independence, other regions will follow. The realm will fracture. We must demonstrate that defying the Crown brings only death and ruin. Even if that means years of war? Thousands more dead. If necessary." Tywin's expression didn't change. "Better a short, brutal lesson than a long decline into chaos. I hope you and the Republic remember whose side you're on, Knight Skywalker. We are the legitimate government fighting against illegitimate rebels who are responsible for regicide." The conversation continued for another hour, but it was clear no progress would be made. Joffrey wanted total victory and Stark heads on pikes. Tywin wanted the rebellion crushed to maintain stability. Neither had any interest in compromise. Finally, Anakin stood. "Then I'll take my proposal to Robb Stark. Perhaps the North will be more reasonable." "I doubt it," Tywin said. "Northern stubbornness is legendary. But you're welcome to try. If you succeed in bringing Robb Stark to justice, the Crown will be grateful." As Anakin left the Red Keep, Jaime caught up with him. "That went about as well as expected. Your nephew is insane." "My nephew is a sadistic monster who should never have been given power." Jaime's voice was bitter. "But he's also the king, and I'm oath-bound to protect him. The King's Guard doesn't get to pick which kings deserve protecting." "You could walk away." "Could I? After everything I've done? After all the compromises I've made?" Jaime shook his head. "No, I made my choices. Now I live with them. Just like you're making yours." They parted at the landing platform. As the Integrity lifted off, Anakin looked down at King's Landing. 500,000 souls trapped in a city ruled by a mad king and locked in a war neither side could win. The flight north took 6 hours, passing over forests and rivers and mountains that rose like walls against the sky. The north was colder, harsher, less populated than the south. These were lands that bred hard people who valued honor above all else. Winterfell appeared through morning mist, a massive castle complex with double walls of grey granite, guard towers, and smoke rising from dozens of chimneys. The outer wall stood 80 feet high, the inner 100 feet, with a moat between them that would have stopped any pre-industrial army. Hot springs beneath the castle kept it warm even in the worst winters, making it one of the most comfortable fortresses in the galaxy despite the cold climate. The courtyard was organized chaos. Thousands of clone-like soldiers marched in formation, not Republic clones, but Northern levies who'd answered Robb Stark's call. Fighters screamed overhead on patrol routes. Supply wagons rolled in endless lines. This was a capital preparing for prolonged war. Guards in grey and white House Stark's colors escorted Anakin to Winterfell's Great Hall. It was impressive in its simplicity: stone walls hung with dire wolf banners, a massive hearth where a fire roared, and at the far end, a wooden throne where a young man sat surrounded by advisors. Robb Stark had grown into his title. At 20, he was tall, auburn-haired, with Ned Stark's stern features and his mother's fierce eyes. He wore armor marked with battle scars and a crown of hammered bronze and iron, simple, functional, northern. The young wolf, they called him. King in the North. Around him stood his war council. The great Jan Umber, massive, bearded, fierce, stood at Robb's right, loyal to the point of fanaticism. Roose Bolton, pale, calculating, wearing pink that somehow looked sinister, occupied his left. Lady Catelyn Stark hovered protectively near her son. And various other northern lords filled out the assembly, all watching Anakin with varying degrees of suspicion. Knight Skywalker. Robb's voice carried authority beyond his years. I didn't expect you to come north. Most southern envoys prefer to send messages from a safe distance. I'm not most envoys, Your Grace. Don't call him that, the great Jan boomed. He's the king in the north. Not some southern grace. Peace, great Jan. Robb's hand moved in a calming gesture. Knight Skywalker is our guest. He's earned the right to call me what he wishes. His eyes found Anakin. I assume you've come from King's Landing. What did my father's murderer have to say? King Joffrey demands your surrender. Lord Tywin demands the rebellion be crushed. Neither is willing to negotiate. Good. Robb leaned forward. Because neither am I. My father was executed unjustly. Beheaded in front of thousands after being promised mercy. Joffrey Baratheon is a monster, and I will not kneel to monsters. Even if refusing means years of war. Even then. Robb's voice hardened. The North remembers, Knight Skywalker. We remember oaths broken. We remember honor discarded. We remember my father kneeling in the September, promised his life, then murdered because a child king wanted to see blood. We will never forget. And we will never bend the knee to the house that killed him. What do you want? What would it take to end this war? Justice for my father. Recognition of northern independence. And Joffrey removed from power. I don't care if he's executed or exiled, but he cannot remain king. Robb's demands were impossible, and he knew it. Short of that? Nothing. We fight until we win or we're destroyed. Roose Bolton spoke for the first time, his voice quiet and unsettling. The North has suffered under Southern rule for 300 years. Since the Targaryen conquest. This isn't just about Lord Eddard. This is about freedom. Freedom bought with how many lives? Anakin challenged. As many as it takes, the great Jan answered. We're Northerners. We don't back down. We don't surrender. The king in the north. He raised his fist, and the other lords took up the chant. The king in the north. The king in the north. Anakin watched them, saw their conviction, and realized this mission was doomed. Both sides were too certain of their righteousness. Both had suffered losses they couldn't forgive. Neither would compromise. He left Winterfell having achieved nothing, and as his shuttle lifted off, he saw Robb Stark watching from a balcony, young, determined, leading his people toward either glory or destruction with equal conviction. That evening, as Anakin prepared to return to Coruscant, two men approached his shuttle. They moved quietly, carefully, like people who'd spent their lives in shadows. Lord Peter Baelish, called Littlefinger by those who knew him, was slight, elegant, with a pointed beard and eyes that missed nothing. He'd been master of coin under Robert Baratheon, ran a network of brothels and spies, and had a reputation for turning chaos into profit. Lord Varys the Spider, master of whisperers, was a eunuch, bald, perfumed, moving with surprising grace despite his bulk. His spy network allegedly spanned the galaxy, feeding him information that made him invaluable and dangerous in equal measure. Knight Skywalker, Littlefinger purred. Might we have a word? Privately. Regarding alternatives to the current unpleasantness. Varys's voice was soft, cultured. Solutions that neither king has considered. Against his better judgment, Anakin followed them to a private chamber away from listening ears. You failed, Littlefinger said without preamble. As we knew you would. Joffrey is insane. Robb is stubborn. Neither will bend. So the war continues, and the realm bleeds. Unless, Varys added, a third option presents itself. A solution neither side anticipates. What solution? A Targaryen restoration. Littlefinger smiled at Anakin's shock. Not Daenerys, she's mad, dangerous, allied with the Separatists. But there is another Targaryen. One with legitimate claim to the throne. One who's already connected to both the Republic and Westerosi nobility. Julia, Anakin breathed. Julia Palpatine, née Targaryen, Varys confirmed. Daughter of a Targaryen mother. Legitimate heir by blood. And married, if our information is correct, to the Chosen One himself. The world tilted. They knew. Somehow, these two schemers knew about his secret marriage. I don't know what you... Please, Littlefinger interrupted. We trade in secrets. Your marriage on Naboo. The rings you both wear. Julia's sudden happiness. It's hardly subtle to those who know where to look. But here's the interesting part, we don't care about Jedi rules or Republic scandals. We care about solving problems. And the problem, Varys continued, is that Westeros needs a ruler both sides can accept. Joffrey is hated. Robb is a rebel. But a Targaryen? Especially one married to the Chosen One? That's someone who could unite the planet. You're suggesting we reveal the marriage publicly? That I claim the throne through Julia? Anakin's mind raced through implications. That would require admitting we broke laws on both sides. I'd be expelled from the Jedi Order. Julia would be disowned. Possibly, Littlefinger agreed. Or you'd be celebrated as a peacemaker. The Jedi who sacrificed his order to save millions of lives. The Chancellor's daughter who put duty above comfort. Heroes are made of such compromises. And if we refuse, then the war continues. Thousands die. The realm fractures. And eventually, someone worse than Joffrey claims power. Varys's expression was grave. We're offering you a way to end this. A path that leads to peace. But it requires sacrifice. I need to think. Of course. Littlefinger handed him a data chip. Encrypted contact information. When you've decided, reach out. But don't take too long. Wars have a way of making decisions for us if we wait. They left, and Anakin stood alone. The data chip burning in his hand like it was made of molten metal. The journey back to Coruscant was torture. Anakin spent it pacing his quarters, arguing with himself, while R2-D2 beeped concerned observations. Reveal the marriage. Take the throne through Julia. End the war. But at what cost? His place in the Jedi Order. Julia's relationship with her family. Their freedom to live private lives. Everything would change. He encrypted a message to Julia, "We need to talk." Littlefinger and Varys made a proposal. "It's complicated." Her response came quickly, "I already know. They contacted me too. Come to the apartments when you arrive. We'll discuss it." When the Integrity finally docked at Coruscant, Anakin went straight to the Chancellor's apartments. Julia met him at the door, pulled him inside, checked that they were alone. "They want us to go public," she said without preamble. "Reveal the marriage. Use my Targaryen blood to claim the throne and end the war." "It's insane." "Is it? Millions are dying, Anakin. Both sides entrenched. No compromise possible. But if I stepped forward as a Targaryen claimant, backed by the Chosen One." She paused. "It could work. Both sides might accept it. We could end the war by destroying everything we have. Our secret. Our freedom. Your father would disown you. The Jedi would expel me. Maybe. Or maybe we'd be heroes. Julia moved to the windows. I've been thinking about this since Littlefinger's message. About what matters more. Our comfort, or millions of lives. Our secret, or peace. You're seriously considering this? I'm considering what we'd do with that much power. Her smile was unsettling, walking that edge between madness and greatness again. Think about it, Anakin. The Iron Throne. The authority to reshape Westeros. We could end the corruption. Install just laws. Build something that actually works instead of this feudal mess. We could be good rulers. Or we could become tyrants. Power corrupts, Julia. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. I know the saying. But what if we're already corrupted? What if the question isn't whether to use power, but how? She turned to face him. We're not normal people, Anakin. We never have been. You're the chosen one who walks between light and dark. I'm a Targaryen who walks between madness and greatness. Maybe we're exactly what this galaxy needs. Leaders who understand darkness but choose light anyway. This is insane. Everything we do is insane. Getting married in secret? Insane. You learning Sith techniques while remaining a Jedi? Insane. But we do it anyway because sometimes insanity is the only rational response to an insane galaxy. Anakin wanted to argue. Wanted to point out all the ways this could go wrong. But part of him, the part that had killed Dirge with forbidden techniques, that had promised vengeance against Daenerys, that had married in secret knowing the consequences, that part whispered that Julia might be right. I'm not ready to decide, he said finally. Not yet. Let me report to the council. Let me think. Then we'll figure out what to do. Fair enough. Julia kissed him softly. But whatever you decide, I'm with you. Throne or no throne. Public or secret. I'm yours, and you're mine, and that's all that really matters. The Jedi Council convened an emergency session to hear Anakin's report. He stood in the center of their circle, feeling their gazes like physical weight. Failed, the mission has, Yoda said sadly. Foreseen, this was. Too entrenched, both sides are. King Joffrey is insane, Anakin reported. Cruel, sadistic, completely uninterested in compromise. And Robb Stark is so committed to avenging his father that he won't consider anything less than independence and Joffrey's removal. The war continues, then, Mace Windu said. A planetary civil war that will consume millions. Unless. Anakin paused, weighing his next words. Unless there was a third option. A Targaryen claimant both sides might accept. You speak of Julia Palpatine, Windu's voice was sharp. The Chancellor's daughter. Who happens to be half Targaryen. An interesting proposal. She has legitimate blood claim. And she's neutral, no allegiance to either faction. Both sides might accept her rule where they won't accept each other's. And who would support this claim? Ki-Adi Mundi asked. The Chancellor would never allow his daughter to be placed in such danger. Unless he saw it as the path to peace. Anakin was improvising now, dancing around the real proposal. If the Republic backed her claim, if the Jedi supported it. We do not involve ourselves in planetary succession disputes, Windu said firmly. The Jedi serve the Republic, not individual bloodlines. Even if it means ending a war. Even then. Windu's gaze was uncomfortably intense. Unless you have a personal stake in this outcome, Knight Skywalker. The question hung in the air. Anakin felt the council probing with the Force, searching for deception. He kept his shields tight, his expression neutral. No personal stake, Master Windu. Just trying to find solutions where none seem to exist. Commendable. Palpatine's voice came from the doorway, surprising everyone. Forgive my interruption, but I was informed of this session and wanted to offer my perspective. The council couldn't refuse the Supreme Chancellor. Palpatine entered, his presence somehow filling the chamber despite his unassuming appearance. My daughter has been suggested as a potential solution to the Westeros crisis, he said. I appreciate Knight Skywalker's creativity. However, I cannot endorse placing Julia in such danger. She is my daughter, not a political pawn. Of course, Chancellor, Yoda said. Understand, we do. That said. Palpatine paused. If Julia herself chose this path, if she believed it was her duty to end the war, I would not stand in her way. She is nearly 20 years old. Old enough to make her own decisions about service and sacrifice. The implication was clear. If Julia stepped forward claiming the throne, Palpatine would support her. The decision was hers to make. The council discussed other matters: the Clone Wars, separatist movements, Voldemort's alliance with Dooku, but Anakin barely heard them. His mind was on Julia's words. Maybe we're exactly what this galaxy needs. When the session finally ended, Anakin left the temple and walked through Coruscant's endless streets, thinking about power. About duty. About the throne made of swords that supposedly cut anyone who sat on it. Was that the point? That ruling should hurt? That power should never be comfortable? He looked at the ring hidden beneath his glove, the simple band that marked him as Julia's husband. And he thought about the mark of Mark Aragnos hidden beneath his robes, the symbol that gave him authority over Sith if he chose to claim it. He was already powerful. Already walking edges most people couldn't imagine. Adding King of Westeros to that list shouldn't be a stretch. But it was. Because once they revealed the marriage, once they claimed power publicly, there would be no going back. They'd be committed. Exposed. Targets for everyone who wanted what they had. His COMM unit buzzed. Julia's encrypted message, have you decided? Anakin stared at the message for a long time. Then he typed, not yet. But soon. I promise. Her response was immediate, whenever you're ready. I'll be here. We'll face it together. Together. That was the key word. Whatever he decided, they'd face the consequences together. Anakin looked up at Coruscant's artificial sky and wondered if the galaxy was ready for a Jedi Knight and a mad Targaryen princess to rule a planet. More importantly, he wondered if he was ready. The answer would come soon. It had to. Because the war continued, and every day he delayed was another day people died. But for now, he walked back toward the temple, carrying secrets that grew heavier with each step, and wondered how long anyone could balance on a knife's edge before they finally fell. 1 year had changed everything and nothing. At 20, Anakin Skywalker stood taller, broader through the shoulders, his face bearing the kind of lean hardness that came from commanding men in battle. His hair still that light brown that caught gold in certain lights fell in the distinctive style he'd adopted, longer, deliberately tousled, swept back from his face in a way that somehow managed to look both careless and intentional. The Padawan braid was long gone, and good riddance. He'd burned it after the mission to Jabim, watching the severed hair curl and blacken in flame like the Jedi Order's hold on him. The purple lightsaber at his belt had seen more combat in 12 months than some Jedi saw in lifetimes. 43 major engagements. Hundreds of skirmishes. Thousands of droids destroyed, dozens of separatist commanders eliminated. The 501st Legion followed him with the kind of loyalty that couldn't be manufactured, only earned through shared blood and battlefield trust. And through it all, Julia. His wife. His secret. His anchor and his madness intertwined. She'd changed too. At 19, nearly 20 now, she'd grown into the kind of beauty that made politicians stumble over words and generals forget tactics. Her silver gold hair, worn in elaborate braids that echoed her Targaryen heritage, seemed to catch light that wasn't there. Her blue eyes held depths that promised either salvation or damnation, depending on which way the coin landed. Walking between madness and greatness, just like always. Just like him with light and dark. They'd kept their marriage hidden for over a year now. Secret meetings in the Chancellor's apartments. Encrypted messages. Stolen moments between battles. It was exhausting and exhilarating and probably unsustainable, but they'd managed. Until today. The summons to the Jedi Council chamber came through official channels, which immediately set Anakin's instincts screaming. Official meant witnesses. Witnesses meant something big. When he arrived, the chamber was packed. Not just the Council Yoda, Mace Windu, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and the others in their usual circle but guests. Important guests. Albus Dumbledore stood near the windows, his star-chart robes shimmering with magical constellations, white beard bound with silver clasps. Beside him, Professor Severus Snape, black robes, black hair, black expression radiated the kind of controlled hostility that came from years of playing both sides. Professor Minerva McGonagall, stern and proper in her tartan-trimmed robes, stood with the rigid posture of someone bracing for bad news. And Sirius Black, the escaped convict who'd been proven innocent, Harry Potter's godfather, looking simultaneously dangerous and exhausted in wizard's robes that had seen better days. Harry Potter himself stood with Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, all three wearing Auror uniforms now, no longer students but full-fledged magical law enforcement. At 22, they'd seen enough combat against Death Eaters to earn the hard edges around their eyes. Other Aurors Anakin didn't recognize filled out the assembly. And the Jedi. Obi-Wan Kenobi, his former master, offered a small nod of greeting. Siri Tachi stood nearby, her expression carefully neutral. And Ferris Olin perfect. By the book. Ferris watched Anakin with something that might have been sympathy. Knight Skywalker, Yoda's voice cut through the murmur of conversation. Arrived, you have. Begin, we can. What's this about? Anakin asked, scanning faces, reading Force presences, cataloging threats out of habit. Dumbledore stepped forward. We have intelligence regarding Lord Voldemort's location and intentions. Intelligence that requires immediate action. Voldemort plans to attack Hogwarts, McGonagall said, her Scottish accent thickening with stress. On Alderaan. Within the week. He intends to destroy the school, kill the students, and make an example of what happens to those who oppose him. How do you know this? Mace Windu asked. We have sources. Snape's voice was oil over broken glass. Sources within the Death Eater ranks who remain loyal to objectives that transcend Voldemort's madness. The information is credible. More than that, Sirius added, his voice carrying the rough edges of someone who'd spent years in Azkaban. We know where he is now. Dathomir. He's set up a base there, working with Mother Talzin and the Night Sisters. And he's not alone. Darth Maul is with him. That got everyone's attention. Darth Maul, the Sith who'd killed Qui-Gon Jinn, who'd fought Anakin on Korriban, who'd been hunting Obi-Wan for years with obsessive hatred. That's not all, Dumbledore continued gravely. Voldemort has been evolving. 7 years ago, in the tomb of Mark Aragnos, he was exposed to Sith knowledge. He's been studying. Learning. He can use the Force now, basic applications, but growing stronger. He's adopted a lightsaber. And worse, he can cast spells without a wand. He's become something neither wizard nor Sith, but a hybrid of both. The room went silent. A Dark Lord who combined magic and force? That was a threat on an entirely different scale. There's a separatist fleet in orbit above Dathomir, Harry added. Count Dooku supplied ships and droids. This isn't just a wizard problem anymore. It's galactic. Then we hit them, Anakin said. Simple. Direct. Dathomir is isolated, in the outer rim. We can blockade the system, drop troops, eliminate Voldemort before he can attack Hogwarts. Cut off the head, the body dies. Agreed, Mace Windu said. The Council will authorize a strike force. Master Kenobi. You'll lead the 212th Attack Battalion. Knight Skywalker, the 501st is yours. Coordinate with Admiral Julian Palpatine for fleet operations. And the wizards? Obi-Wan asked. We're coming with you, Harry said firmly. This is our fight as much as yours. Voldemort killed my parents. He's murdered thousands. We end this together. Yoda studied the assembled warriors, Jedi, wizards, soldiers, and nodded slowly. Hope, I sense. But also darkness. Dangerous, this mission will be. Many may not return. Sure you are, that ready, you are. We're ready, Anakin and Harry said simultaneously. The old master sighed. Then may the Force be with you all. The fleet assembled in high orbit above Coruscant, 3 Venator-class star destroyers, 2 acclamators loaded with troops and gunships, and a dozen support vessels. The flagship, Resolute, bore Admiral Julian Palpatine's command pennant. In the troop bay, Anakin stood before the 501st Legion. 5,000 clone troopers in blue-marked Phase 2 armor, all standing at attention, all identical in features but unique in spirit. Captain Rex stood at the formation's head, his distinctive customized helmet tucked under his arm. Men, Anakin's voice carried through the bay. You've heard the briefing. Dathomir. Separatist presence. Hostile natives. And at the center of it all, a dark wizard who's killed thousands and wants to kill thousands more. This is going to be ugly. Dathomir's terrain is hostile swamps, mountains, creatures that see us as food. The enemy will be entrenched. We're going in hot and coming out bloody. He paused, meeting eyes or trying to, through helmet visors. But I'll tell you what I told you before, Jabim. You're not expendable. You're soldiers. My soldiers. And I will do everything in my power to bring you home. Fight smart. Watch each other's backs. And trust in the Force. Questions? Sir. One trooper raised his hand. What about the wizards? Can we trust them in combat? The Aurors have been fighting Death Eaters for years. They know their business. Follow their lead when it comes to magic. They'll follow ours when it comes to tactics. We're all on the same side. Next. What's the rules of engagement regarding the native population? Another trooper opposed, judging by the markings. Good question. The Night Sisters are hostile. They've allied with Voldemort. Fair game. But there's another group, the Night Brothers. Male Zabraks who've been enslaved by the Night Sisters for generations. Intelligence suggests they might turn on their captors if given the chance. Don't shoot first if you encounter them. Let them make the first move. Rex stepped forward. General, what about Darth Maul? He's Zabrak. He's from Dathomir. Will the natives rally to him? Maybe. Probably not. Maul was taken from Dathomir as an infant. He's not their hero, he's a reminder of what the Night Sisters do. Sell their sons to Sith Lords. We'll see how it plays when we're on the ground. The briefing continued. Nearby, Obi-Wan conducted a similar session with the 212th Attack Battalion clone troopers in orange-marked armor, led by Commander Cody. The 212th specialized in frontal assaults, siege operations, the kind of grinding combat that broke enemy lines through sheer determination. In another section of the ship, the wizards prepared. Harry, Hermione, and Ron checked wands, reviewed spells, coordinated with other Aurors. Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, and Sirius formed their own strike team, experienced, powerful, dangerous. The plan was simple. Jedi and Aurors would form a combined strike force to penetrate directly to Voldemort's location while the clones secured the perimeter and engaged separatist forces. Simple plans never survived contact with the enemy. But they were all they had. The journey to Dathomir took 18 hours through hyperspace. Anakin spent it in his quarters, meditating, centering himself, preparing for what was coming. R2-D2 beeped concerned observations from the corner. I know, R2. This is dangerous. Everything we do is dangerous. The droid whistled a question. Yes, I'm worried about Maul. He's powerful. Obsessed. And he hates Obi-Wan with the kind of hatred that makes people do stupid things. Anakin opened his eyes. But that hatred might be his weakness. Hatred makes you predictable. Another beep. Julia? She's on Coruscant. Safe. For now. Anakin's hand moved to the hidden ring beneath his glove. Once this is over, once Voldemort is dead, maybe we can figure out what comes next. The throne. Going public. All of it. But first, we survive this. A knock at the door. Come in. Admiral Julian Palpatine entered, immaculate in his uniform despite the long journey. General. We're approaching the Dathomir system. 15 minutes to reversion. Status. Separatist fleet is exactly where intelligence said it would be. 3 Munificent-class frigates, 2 Recusant-class destroyers, maybe 50 droid fighters. Plus whatever ground forces they've deployed. Julian studied Anakin with those calculating eyes. This will be a hard fight. Most are. Indeed. Julian didn't leave. My sister asked me to give you a message. She said, come back alive, or I'll kill you myself. Despite everything, Anakin smiled. That sounds like her. It does. Julian's expression was unreadable. She cares for you. More than is probably wise. I hope you're worthy of that care. I try to be. Try harder. Julian turned to leave, then paused. For what it's worth, General. I'm glad she has someone. Even if that someone is a Jedi Knight with a purple lightsaber and a concerning affinity for dark side techniques. She could do worse. Is that approval? It's acknowledgement. There's a difference. Julian left, leaving Anakin to wonder what the Admiral really knew and what he only suspected. The fleet dropped out of hyperspace above Dathomir, and chaos erupted immediately. The planet below was nightmare-made geography, red-brown terrain covered in mist, twisted forests, and swamps that seemed to writhe with malevolent life. The dark side was strong here, almost palpable, pressing against force-sensitive minds like physical weight. And above it, the Separatist fleet waited. All ships, battle stations. Julian's voice cut through the bridge. Launch fighters. Target their command ship. Republic fleet, advance formation. Venator-class star destroyers surged forward, launching V-wings and ARC-170 fighters by the hundreds. The Separatist ships responded, their turbolasers lighting space with deadly precision. Vulture droids and tri-fighters swarmed out to meet the Republic fighters. Space battles were always beautiful in a terrible way. Ships kilometers long maneuvering like dancers, weapons fire painting constellations, fighters spinning through impossible maneuvers while their pilots lived or died in heartbeats. The Resolute's turbolasers hammered a munificent-class frigate, shields flaring, hull plates burning. Return fire shook the ship, klaxons wailing. Shields at 70%, someone reported. Return fire. Target their engine section. All batteries. Julian commanded from the center of organized chaos. Below, waiting for the moment to deploy. Anakin watched through a viewport and felt the Force singing with violence. Life ending. Energy released. The galaxy's great dance of creation and destruction. General. Rex appeared at his elbow. Gunships are prepped. Waiting for your order. Tell them 5 minutes. Let the fleet soften defenses first. Those 5 minutes felt like hours. Finally, Julian's voice crackled through comms. Strike Force, you're clear for deployment. We've knocked out their orbital defense platforms. You'll have a narrow window before they reinforce. Make it count. Copy that. 501st, mount up. The LAAT gunships roared to life, their repulsor lift engines screaming as hatches opened to vacuum briefly before atmospheric shields engaged. Anakin's gunship was first out, plunging toward Dathomir's roiling atmosphere with 20 clone troopers and half the wizard strike team packed inside. The entry was violent. Atmospheric interference scrambled instruments. Wind shear tried to tear the gunship apart. But the pilots, veterans of dozens of hot drops, kept them steady, and Anakin reached out with the Force to guide them through the worst of it. They punched through clouds into Dathomir's hellscape. The Night Sister Temple complex rose from twisted forest and rocky outcroppings, ancient stone structures built into mountain faces, connected by bridges and stairways that looked carved from single pieces of stone. Green mist rolled through everything, and in the distance, Anakin could see movement. Lots of movement. Contact, the pilot shouted. Ground fire. Energy bolts streaked up from below, not blaster fire, but something different. Night Sister magic, manifesting as green energy that arced like lightning. One bolt clipped a gunship, sending it spinning. It recovered, barely, but 2 troopers fell out the open doors, screaming as they plummeted toward certain death. Anakin reached out, caught them with the Force, and hurled them back toward their transport. They hit the deck hard but alive. Nice catch, sir, someone shouted over the chaos. The gunships touched down in a clearing near the temple complex. Doors opened, and the 501st poured out into hell. Battle droids emerged from the forest, hundreds of them, all firing. B-1 battle droids, super battle droids, destroyer droids rolling forward with shields activated. Behind them, Death Eaters operate into existence with cracks of displaced air, green killing curses already flying. Spread out. Find cover. Rex bellowed, his DC-17 blasters blazing. Anakin's purple lightsaber ignited, and he moved. The Force guided his feet, his blade, every motion economical and deadly. A deflected blaster bolt took a B-1's head off. A spin carried him under a super battle droid's fire, his lightsaber carving through its torso. A force push sent 3 destroyer droids tumbling. Beside him, Harry Potter fought with wand and determination. Reducto. The blasting curse struck a battle droid, exploding it into shrapnel. Conf Ringo. Fire engulfed a Death Eater who'd been targeting a clone trooper. Hermione moved like a dancer, her wand a blur. Protego. A shimmering shield blocked incoming fire. Stupefy. Stupefy. Stunning spells dropped 2 more Death Eaters. Ron fought with the kind of practical brutality that came from years of survival. Less flashy than Hermione, but equally effective. Petrificus totalis. A Death Eater went rigid, falling like a statue. The 212th landed nearby. Orange armored troopers establishing their own perimeter. Obi-Wan's blue lightsaber was a beacon in the chaos, and Commander Cody's voice carried over the din, coordinating fire teams with practiced efficiency. Advance by squads. Covering fire. Move, move, move. The battle expanded as more gunships landed. Thousands of clone troopers hit the ground, their training and discipline turning chaos into coordinated assault. The separatist droids fell back, unable to match Republic firepower and Jedi leadership. But then the Night Sisters joined the fight. They emerged from the temple like pale ghosts, women in tattered robes, faces painted with arcane symbols, hands crackling with green energy. Night Sister magic was different from wizard spells or Jedi powers. Older. Darker. It tapped into Dathomir's corrupt energies, manifesting as necromancy and blood sorcery. One Night Sister raised her hands, chanting in a language that hurt to hear. The ground split open, and zombie-like warriors clawed their way up reanimated corpses, moving with jerky purpose, attacking clone troopers with mindless fury. "What the hell are those?" a trooper shouted. "Undead." Anakin yelled back. "Aim for the heads. Sever the magic animating them." His lightsaber carved through 3 zombies in as many seconds, but more kept coming. The Night Sisters were raising an army of the dead, pulling from centuries of buried warriors. Then something unexpected happened. From the far side of the temple complex, male Zabraks emerged, Night Brothers, with their distinctive red and black skin patterns, carrying vibroblades and primitive but effective weapons. For a moment, everyone froze, unsure if these were enemies or... The Night Brothers attacked the Night Sisters. "For our brothers," one roared, his voice carrying over the battlefield. "Too long have we been slaves. Too long have the witches ruled. No more." It was rebellion. The Night Brothers, seeing the Night Sisters distracted by the Republic assault, had chosen this moment to rise against their oppressors. They charged with the fury of the long enslaved, finally breaking their chains, cutting down zombies and attacking Night Sisters directly. "Hold fire on the Night Brothers," Anakin commanded. "They're on our side. Focus on droids and Death Eaters." The battlefield descended into complete chaos. Clones fought droids. Jedi and Aurors battled Death Eaters. Night Sisters raised undead and hurled magic. And Night Brothers waged their own war of liberation, centuries of rage finally unleashed. Through it all, the strike team pushed forward. Anakin led the way, his purple blade carving a path through everything that stood between them and the temple. Obi-Wan fought at his right, blue lightsaber weaving defensive patterns. Ferris held the left flank, his green blade precise and controlled. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stayed close, their magic complementing Jedi abilities. Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, and Sirius formed the second wave, their combined power devastating. They reached the temple entrance, massive doors of carved stone depicting ancient battles and dark rituals. The doors were closed, sealed by magic that pulsed with malevolent energy. "Stand back," Dumbledore said. His wand traced complex patterns in the air, and he spoke words of power that made reality shiver. The magical seal resisted, fought back, but ultimately shattered under the ancient wizard's assault. The doors opened. Inside, the temple was darkness-made architecture. Stone corridors lit by green flames that gave no warmth. Walls carved with scenes of death and domination. And at the far end of the main chamber, standing before an altar of black stone, 3 figures waited. Darth Maul. Red and black skin, yellow eyes burning with hatred, double-bladed red lightsaber already ignited. He looked directly at Obi-Wan, and his smile was nothing human. Bellatrix Lestrange. Wild black hair, mad eyes, wand ready, laughing like this was the best entertainment she'd had in years. She'd escaped Azkaban when Voldemort freed his Death Eaters, and she'd been his most fanatical follower ever since. And Voldemort himself. He'd changed. 7 years of studying Sith knowledge had transformed him from mere dark wizard into something else entirely. His snake-like face was paler than ever, red eyes glowing with power that transcended either magic or force. He wore robes that combined wizard fashion with Sith aesthetics. And in his hand, alongside his wand, he held a lightsaber, red blade activated, humming with barely controlled violence. "Skywalker," Voldemort's voice was high, cold, inhuman. "Potter." "Dumbledore." "How convenient. You've brought yourselves to me, saving me the trouble of hunting you down. Your body, Skywalker, will serve me well. The Chosen One's form, animated by my consciousness. Immortality and power combined. And you, Potter," his red eyes found Harry, "you should have died as an infant. Today, I correct that oversight." "You talk too much," Anakin said flatly, and attacked. His purple lightsaber met Voldemort's red blade with a crack of plasma on plasma. The Dark Lord blocked, and Anakin felt the force of it. Voldemort was strong, his force abilities amplified by dark magic, his fighting style a bastard mix of Sith aggression and wizard pragmatism. But Anakin had trained under Jaime Lannister. Had mastered all 7 forms. Had killed beings that shouldn't die. He pressed the attack, his blade moving through Makashi thrusts and gem-so power strikes, forcing Voldemort back. The Dark Lord snarled and raised his wand. Avada Kedavra! The green killing curse shot toward Anakin's chest. He deflected it with his lightsaber, not blocking directly, which would simply absorb the curse, but angling the blade to redirect the energy. The curse ricocheted, struck a pillar, left a scorch mark. Impressive, Voldemort hissed. You've learned tricks. But tricks won't crucio. Pain exploded through Anakin's body as the Cruciatus curse hit him. Every nerve screamed. But he'd been trained to function through pain, to channel it into the Force. He roared, converted suffering into power, and unleashed a blast of purple Force lightning. Voldemort blocked with his lightsaber, the electricity arcing across the blade, but the force of it sent him stumbling back. Around them, the others engaged. Darth Maul moved like death incarnate, his double-bladed lightsaber spinning in patterns that seemed impossible. He ignored everyone else, his entire focus on Obi-Wan Kenobi. Kenobi! His voice was pure hatred. You took my legs. My power. My master. I have thought of nothing but killing you for years. Then you've wasted years, Obi-Wan replied calmly, his blue blade meeting Maul's assault with Form 3 precision. Sorcerer, the ultimate defensive style, designed to exhaust aggressive opponents. They dueled across the chamber, Maul attacking with Juyo's wild fury. Obi-Wan defending with Sorcerer's tight circles. Every strike met, every thrust blocked. They'd fought before, knew each other's patterns, and the combat became almost artistic in its deadly precision. Bellatrix cackled and threw curses at everyone she could target. Avada Kedavra! Crucio! Bombarda! Harry blocked one. Hermione deflected another. Ron rolled under a third. And then Sirius Black stepped forward, his face a mask of fury. Bella! Cousin! You killed my best friends! You tortured the Longbottoms into insanity! You've murdered children! This ends. Now! Oh, Siri! Bellatrix's laugh was mad delight. Did you miss me in Azkaban? Did you think of me? Did you? Stupefy! Sirius's stunning spell struck her mid-sentence. She blocked it, but barely, her smile faltering. They dueled black family magic against black family magic, light against dark, sanity against madness. Spells flew faster than I could follow, both of them drawing on years of pure blood training. Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall engaged the remaining Death Eaters who'd followed Voldemort into the temple. Their magic was devastating, McGonagall's transfiguration turning pillars into warriors, Snape's silent casting dropping Death Eaters before they realized they were targeted, Dumbledore's raw power simply overwhelming everything it touched. Ferris moved to support Anakin against Voldemort, his green blade joining the assault. They fought in tandem, Anakin pressing aggressively, Ferris covering openings, their styles complementing despite years of friction between them. Voldemort fought them both, his lightsaber and wand working in concert. Fiend fire! Cursed fire erupted from his wand, massive, serpent-shaped flames that moved with malevolent intelligence, trying to consume everything. Anakin threw up a force barrier, holding back the flames. Ferris attacked from the side, forcing Voldemort to divide his attention. Harry joined, his own wand sending cutting curses that forced the Dark Lord into pure defense. You cannot defeat me! Voldemort screamed. I am immortal! I have conquered death! Everyone dies, Anakin said, and pressed harder. His purple blade moved through forms with deadly fluidity. I chose raw aggression. Makashi's precise targeting. Ataru's acrobatic angles. Cheyonne's power. Neiman's balance. Even elements of Vapad, the forbidden form that channeled darkness itself. He'd learned them all, mastered them all, and now he used them all against an enemy who transcended normal definitions of dark wizard. Across the chamber, Obi-Wan and Maul's duel reached critical intensity. Maul had abandoned all defense, attacking with berserker fury, his blade a blur of red death. But Obi-Wan held, Sorce's defensive mastery turning aside every strike. "You're getting old, Kenobi." Maul snarled. "Slow. Weak. Yet still alive." Obi-Wan riposted, his blade scoring Maul's shoulder. "While you remain consumed by hatred, it makes you predictable." Predictable. Maul's rage amplified, and he attacked with renewed fury. But Obi-Wan had been right. Hatred did make Maul predictable. His patterns, his rhythms, all driven by emotion rather than strategy. And Obi-Wan had fought him enough times to know those patterns intimately. A faint high. Maul committed to the block. Obi-Wan's blade swept low instead, carving through Maul's weapon, severing it in two. Before the Zabrak could recover, Obi-Wan force pushed him into a wall hard enough to crack stone. Maul slumped, dazed but not dead. Across the room, Sirious's duel with Bellatrix reached its conclusion. They'd traded dozens of spells, both bleeding from grazing curses, both exhausted. But Sirius had motivation beyond madness. He had Harry to protect. Friends to avenge. A future to fight for. This is for the Potters. Sirius's wand moved in a complex pattern. Avada Kedavra. The green curse struck Bellatrix square in the chest. Her eyes went wide, mouth opening in surprise. Then she fell, dead before she hit the ground. Sirius collapsed to his knees, breathing hard, but alive. That left Voldemort. The Dark Lord fought like something beyond human, his force abilities raw but powerful, his magic refined by decades of study, his will unbreakable. But he was alone now, his allies dead or defeated, facing multiple opponents who'd learned to fight together. Anakin drove him back with a combination of gems so power strikes and form 2 precision. Ferris attacked from the opposite angle, his fighting style textbook perfect, exploiting every opening. Harry sent curses that forced Voldemort to divide attention between blade and magic. "Enough!" Voldemort screamed. His wand and lightsaber moved simultaneously, the wand creating a shield, the lightsaber striking at Anakin. Anakin caught the blade on his own, locked the weapons together, and stared into Voldemort's red eyes. "You lose." With his free hand, he reached out with the Force. Not to attack. To grab. He seized Voldemort's body with telekinetic power, lifted him off the ground despite the Dark Lord's struggles, and hurled him across the chamber. Voldemort hit the floor hard, rolled, came up snarling. And found himself surrounded. Anakin, Ferris, Obi-Wan, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, Sirius. Every surviving member of the strike team, weapons raised, magic ready. "It's over," Anakin said. Voldemort laughed. The sound echoed through the temple, mad and defiant. "Over? You can't kill me, Skywalker. I've made myself immortal. Horcruxes ensure my return. You can destroy this body, but I'll simply..." "Actually," Dumbledore interrupted gently, "we destroyed your Horcruxes last month. All of them. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem. Even the one you didn't realize you'd made. You're mortal now, Tom. Just a man. And men can die." Voldemort's expression shifted from triumph to disbelief to rage. "No. That's impossible." "It's done," Harry said quietly. He stepped forward, wand raised, and his voice carried absolute certainty. "This is for my parents. For everyone you've killed. For all the lives you've destroyed." He looked at Anakin. "Thank you for catching him. But this kill is mine." Anakin nodded, released Voldemort from his Force grip, and stepped back. The Dark Lord struggled to his feet, wand raising one last time. "I am Lord Voldemort. I am. Avada Kedavra." Harry's voice cut through the proclamation. The green light hit Voldemort in the chest. His body went rigid. His red eyes widened in final understanding. Then he collapsed, his wand and lightsaber clattering to the stone floor. The Dark Lord of the Wizards was dead. For a long moment, nobody moved. Then, slowly, the tension bled from the room. Death Eaters who'd been watching from the shadows dropped their wands, surrender in their postures. Without Voldemort, without Bellatrix, they had nothing left to fight for. "It's over," Hermione whispered. "He's really gone." "Check him," Snape ordered. McGonagall moved forward, confirmed the lack of pulse, nodded. Anakin deactivated his lightsaber and moved toward where Maul lay against the wall, still dazed. The Zabrik's yellow eyes tracked him with hate and calculation. "You should surrender," Anakin said. "Never." Maul's voice was a rasp. "I am Sith. I bow to no one. Not even to the rightful Dark Lord." Anakin pulled back his robes, revealing the mark of Marka Regnos burning on his chest. The Sith symbol pulsed with dark red light, and in the Force, it radiated authority that couldn't be denied. Maul's eyes widened. That's impossible. You're Jedi. I'm complicated. And I bear the mark. By Sith law, your law, I have the right to rule. You can surrender to me, or you can die. Your choice." Before Maul could respond, green mist coalesced near them, solidifying into a figure. Mother Talzin, leader of the Night Sisters, appeared in a swirl of arcane energy. She was tall, pale, with elaborate tattoos covering her skin and green light flickering in her eyes. Power rolled off her dark, ancient, tied to Dathomir's corrupted energies. "My son," she said, looking at Maul. "Your hatred for Kenobi has consumed you. Sidious used you. Twisted you. Made you a weapon and then discarded you. This path leads only to destruction." "Mother." Maul sounded confused, like he hadn't expected her appearance. "I offer the Night Sisters surrender," Talzin said, turning to face Anakin and the assembled strike team. "Our alliance with the Separatists was ill-conceived. We sought protection. Power. But at what cost? Our sisters dead. Our home invaded. The Night Brothers in rebellion. And for what? The ambitions of men who care nothing for Dathomir. The Night Brothers demand justice," one of the Zabrak warriors said, pushing forward. He was covered in battle scars, his weapons dripping with blood. "For generations, you enslaved us. Used us. Gave our sons to Sith Lords. We want accountability. And you shall have it," Talzin said wearily. "The old ways are dead. If the Republic allows us to survive, we will negotiate new terms with the Night Brothers. Equality. Freedom. An end to the slavery that has defined our culture." Anakin looked at Obi-Wan, who looked at Dumbledore, who looked at Harry. None of them were politicians. But they were warriors who'd just won a battle and wanted to end a war. "The Republic doesn't deal in genocide," Anakin said finally. "If you surrender your separatist allies, cease hostilities, and negotiate in good faith with the Night Brothers, we can arrange terms. Dathomir can have peace." Talzin nodded. "I accept." "And you?" Anakin looked at Maul. The fallen Sith Lord stared at the mark of Marka Regnos, conflict warring across his face. Hatred. Pride. Survival instinct. Finally, grudgingly, he lowered his eyes. "I surrender. To you. To the rightful Dark Lord, by ancient law." The Jedi Council members watching looked horrified. Obi-Wan's expression was unreadable. But Anakin had made his play, and it had worked. "Take him into custody," he ordered. "Secure the Death Eaters. Establish perimeter and await Republic reinforcements." The aftermath was chaos of a different kind. Securing prisoners. Treating wounded. Counting the dead. The 501st had lost 300 men. The 212th, 200. Acceptable casualties by military standards, but each number was a person who wouldn't go home. Anakin walked among the dead, memorizing faces, filing names. They'd followed him, trusted him, and some had died for that trust. It never got easier. General Rex appeared, his armor scorched but intact. Dathomir is secure. Separatist fleet surrendered when their ground forces collapsed. We've got 4,000 droid prisoners and about 300 Death Eaters in custody. Plus Maul. Casualties: 517 dead. 800 wounded. Could have been worse. It's always worse than it should be. Anakin looked at his captain. You fought well, Rex. Your men fought well. Make sure they know I'm proud of them. Yes, sir. Rex hesitated. Sir, that thing with the mark. Making Maul surrender by claiming Sith authority. The other Jedi are talking. Let them talk. I used the tools I had to end the fight without more deaths. If that makes me dark, so be it. I don't think you're dark, sir. I think you're practical. And sometimes practical is what we need. The fleet returned to Coruscant to celebrations and controversy in equal measure. Voldemort was dead, that was unquestionable victory. The wizarding world threw festivals. Harry Potter was hailed as the hero who'd finally ended the Dark Lord's reign. Dumbledore received accolades. Even the clone troopers were acknowledged, their sacrifice recognized. But for the Jedi, there was only one topic: Anakin's use of Sith authority. The trial convened 3 days after their return. The full council assembled, plus observers from the Senate and Ministry of Magic. Anakin stood in the center of the circle, Ferris beside him. Both had been called to account. Reveal the mark, you must, Yoda said gravely. Anakin pulled back his robes. The mark of Mark Aragnos blazed on his chest, dark red, pulsing with power, undeniably Sith. Gasps echoed through the chamber. How long have you carried this? Mace Windu demanded. 7 years. Since Korriban. Since Mark Aragnos's tomb. And you told no one? Ki-Adi-Mondi's voice carried disbelief. I told Ferris. He was there when it happened. He kept my secret because he trusted me not to fall. Anakin's voice was steady. I've used dark side techniques. Studied Sith knowledge. Walked the edge between light and dark. But I've never fallen. I've killed enemies of the Republic. Protected innocents. Led men in battle. I've done my duty as a Jedi Knight, regardless of what marks I carry. The mark makes you Dark Lord of the Sith, Windu said. By their law, you could command any Sith you encounter. That's power we cannot allow within the Order. Then expel me. Anakin met Windu's eyes without flinching. I won't give up the mark. It's part of me now. And it's useful, as Dathomir proved. But if carrying it means I can't be Jedi, then I guess I'm not Jedi anymore. Anakin Obi-Wan started. No. Anakin's voice was firm. I'm done walking on eggshells. Done pretending to be the perfect Jedi when we all know I'm not. I've saved lives. Won battles. Killed enemies that needed killing. And I've done it using every tool available, light side, dark side, and everything in between. If that's not good enough, then we have nothing more to discuss. The council deliberated for 2 hours. Anakin and Ferris waited outside, neither speaking, both knowing how this would end. Finally, they were called back in. The council has decided, Yoda said, his voice heavy with sadness. Expelled from the Jedi Order, both of you are. Carry darkness you do. In forms we cannot accept. Your lightsabers, surrender you must. No. Anakin's hand moved to his weapon. The lightsaber is mine. I built it. I bled for it. You can expel me, but you can't take it. Anakin Obi-Wan tried again. I said no. Anakin's eyes flashed yellow for just a moment, then returned to blue. I'm not Jedi anymore. That means I don't follow Jedi rules. The lightsaber stays with me. Ferris handed over his weapon without argument. I accept the Council's judgment. I'm sorry I failed the order. Failed, you did not, Yoda said gently. Chose loyalty over rules, you did. Noble, that is. But the order cannot compromise on darkness. Understand, I hope you do. I understand. Ferris bowed one last time and left. Anakin looked at each council member. I've bled for the Republic. For people I've never met. I'll continue to do so, Jedi or not. But don't expect me to apologize for being effective. He turned and walked out, the door closing behind him with finality. In the corridor, Obi-Wan caught up. Anakin, wait. Master, no, sorry, you're not my master anymore. Obi-Wan. Anakin's voice was tired. I knew this was coming. Probably should have happened years ago. You're one of the most powerful Force users alive. The chosen one. Losing you weakens the Order. Then maybe the Order needs to be weaker. Maybe it needs to learn that power without flexibility breaks. Anakin looked at the man who'd trained him. Thank you. For everything. For believing in me when others didn't. For trying to guide me even when I made it impossible. You're a good man, Obi-Wan. A good Jedi. Better than I ever was. You're a good man too, Anakin. Just not a conventional one. Story of my life. They parted. Anakin walked through the temple one last time, past faces he'd known for years, collecting his few possessions. R2-D2 waited near his quarters, beeping concerned questions. We're leaving, R2. Expelled. Officially persona non grata. The droid warbled something defiant. Yeah, I don't care much either. Come on. We have somewhere to be. The Chancellor's apartments were quiet when Anakin arrived. Julia met him at the door, searched his face, and understood immediately. They expelled you. They did. How do you feel? Free, mostly. Angry a little. But free. He pulled her close. I don't have to hide anymore. Don't have to pretend the code matters or that I'm something I'm not. I'm just Anakin. Powerful. Dangerous. Walking the edge. And married to you. That last part is the most important, Julia said, and kissed him. They were still kissing when Chancellor Palpatine entered with the rest of his family. Julian in his admiral's uniform. Cassian in his general's gear. Octavia in diplomatic elegance. All of them stopped, staring. Well, Palpatine said mildly. This is unexpected. Julia pulled away from Anakin just enough to speak. We're married. Have been for over a year. Secret ceremony on Naboo. R2 was the witness. The droid beeped confirmation. Julian's eyes narrowed. I thought you said nothing was going on between you. I lied. Anakin met his gaze. We're married. It's done. And since I'm no longer Jedi, there's no code violation. Just two people who love each other, formally bonded. Palpatine studied them both, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he smiled. Congratulations. Both of you. I'm surprised. But pleased. Anakin is a hero of the Republic. Julia is my daughter. This union is actually quite advantageous politically. Father Julia started. I'm saddened I wasn't invited to the wedding, Palpatine continued. But I understand the necessity of secrecy at the time. However, now that it's public knowledge, we should announce it properly. A state wedding ceremony. Recognize the union officially. Octavia made a sound of disgust. He's a Jedi. Or was. This is beneath our family. He's the hero of the Republic, Palpatine countered. The man who killed Dirge. Who led the assault on Dathomir. Who helped end Voldemort's reign? He's on every propaganda poster from the core to the rim. General Skywalker, no fear. The people love him. Having him in the family strengthens us. Julian was quiet, calculating. His blackmail leverage, the secret marriage, had just evaporated. Anakin could see him reassessing, looking for new angles. Cassian shrugged. If father approves, I have no objection. Welcome to the family, I suppose. Thank you. Anakin wasn't sure how to feel about any of this. Palpatine moved closer, placed a hand on Anakin's shoulder. The Jedi have cast you out. But you still serve the Republic. You're still a general in the Grand Army. And now you're family. That means you have my full support. Whatever you need, resources, authority, protection, you have it. I appreciate that, Chancellor. Call me father-in-law. Palpatine smiled. After all, we're family now. And family looks out for each other. As the Chancellor discussed plans for public announcements and formal ceremonies, Anakin caught Julian staring at him. The Admiral's expression was unreadable, but his eyes promised future conversations. Later, after everyone had left, Julia and Anakin stood on the apartment's balcony, looking out at Coruscant's endless lights. That went better than expected, Julia said. Your father is either very understanding or very calculating. He's always calculating. But I think he genuinely approves. You're powerful. Influential. And now you're ours. She leaned against him. What are we going to do now? Same thing we've always done. Survive. Fight. Try to make a difference. Anakin's hand found the mark of Markaragnos beneath his robes. I'm no longer constrained by Jedi rules. I can use whatever techniques work. Learn whatever knowledge helps. I'm officially the Dark Lord of the Sith, and everyone knows it. But you won't fall. No, I won't fall. Because I have you. And because I choose not to. He looked at his wife, beautiful, mad, perfect. We're going to change things, Julia. The Republic. The war. The galaxy itself. We're going to break every rule that needs breaking and build something better. Madness and greatness. Light and dark. Together. Together. They stood there as Coruscant's lights burned below, two people who'd walked between worlds and chosen each other anyway. The galaxy was at war. The separatists still threatened. Daenerys Targaryen remained at large. And somewhere, someone called Sidious plotted schemes neither of them yet understood. But for now, in this moment, they had victory. They had truth. And they had each other. The Chosen One and the Mad Princess. Married. Public. Free. 1 year had passed since Anakin's expulsion from the Jedi Order. 1 year of service as a Republic general without the title of Jedi Knight. 1 year of public marriage to Julia Palpatine, the Chancellor's daughter. The half-Targaryen princess whose beauty and strangeness had captivated the galaxy's imagination. At 21, Anakin had become the face of the Republic's military might. His image appeared on propaganda posters from the core worlds to the outer rim. General Skywalker, no fear, depicting him with purple lightsaber raised, leading clone troopers into battle. The hero of Jabim. The conqueror of Dathomir. The man who'd killed Voldemort's enforcer and forced Darth Maul's surrender. And now, people asked him daily, when would he claim the Iron Throne? Julia sat across from him in their private quarters within the Chancellor's apartments, her silver-gold hair falling loose around her shoulders, wearing a simple dress that somehow made her look more regal than any crown could. At 21, she'd grown into the kind of presence that made senators stumble over words and generals forget their orders. You've been thinking about it, she said. Not a question. She could read him better than anyone. Westeros is still in civil war. Joffrey sits the throne like a plague. Robb Stark holds the north. Thousands die every week in battles that accomplish nothing. Anakin's hand moved to his lightsaber, no longer a Jedi weapon, just his weapon. I'm married to a Targaryen. By their laws, by their traditions, I have a claim. A better claim than a mad boy king or a rebel who never wanted the throne in the first place. And you want to take it. I want to end the war. Taking the throne is the most efficient way to do that. Julia smiled, that smile that walked the edge between sanity and something else entirely. There's my husband. Always practical. Even when planning to conquer a planet. I can't use Republic forces. Westeros is technically part of the Republic, even if it's in civil war. The Senate would never authorize military action against a member world. Anakin had already run the calculations. But there are volunteers. Clone troopers whose contracts are ending. Mercenaries. Targaryen loyalists who've been waiting for decades for a rightful heir to return. Littlefinger has been preparing them. Julia's voice carried certainty. He sent me a message last week. The Targaryen faction in King's Landing is substantial. Nobles who remember the old dynasty. Commoners who hate Joffrey's cruelty. They're ready to rise when the moment comes. Then let's give them a moment. Anakin stood, decision crystallizing into action. Contact Littlefinger. Tell him we're coming. Gather whatever forces we can. We take King's Landing, I challenge Joffrey's right to rule, and we end this. Just like that. Just like that. He pulled her close, kissed her forehead. We're good at breaking things, you and I. Time to break a dynasty. The preparations took 2 weeks. Anakin couldn't use Republic ships or official military resources, but he had connections. Volunteers from the 501 St clones who'd served under him and chosen to follow him even without official orders. Mercenaries attracted by credits and glory. And Targaryen loyalists smuggled out of Westeros by Littlefinger's network, armed and trained and ready to die for their ancient bloodline. 300 soldiers. Not an army. Barely a strike force. But enough. They arrived at Westeros in a converted cargo transport, dropping through the atmosphere toward King's Landing without fanfare or announcement. By the time Planetary Defense realized a ship had violated restricted airspace, they were already landing in the Red Keep's courtyard. Guards surrounded them immediately, soldiers in Lannister crimson and Baratheon gold, weapons raised, shouting demands to surrender. And standing at their head, armor gleaming white despite years of service, was Jaime Lannister. Anakin. Jaime's voice carried across the courtyard. This is unexpected. And unwise. You've just committed an act of war against the crown. I'm not here for war. Anakin stepped down the ramp, his purple lightsaber clipped to his belt, Julia at his side. I'm here to claim what's mine by right of marriage. The Iron Throne belongs to House Targaryen. Julia is Targaryen. I'm her husband. Which means I have a claim older and more legitimate than any Baratheon could dream of. Jaime studied them both. Then, slowly, he lowered his weapon. You're really doing this? We are. Then I'm required to stop you. King's Guard oath and all that. Jaime's smile was tired. But first, you should probably speak to the king. Make your claim official. Give him a chance to negotiate. Will he? Joffrey? Negotiate? Jaime laughed bitterly. No. He'll scream and threaten and probably try to kill you. But protocol demands he be given the opportunity. He gestured toward the Red Keep's entrance. Come. Let's get this farce started. They walked through corridors Anakin remembered from his last visit: Redstone, Targaryen tapestries, guards at every turn. But now there was tension in the air, fear poorly concealed. Word had spread that Anakin Skywalker, the hero of the Republic, had arrived to challenge the king. The throne room was exactly as terrible as Anakin remembered. That massive space with high windows and the Iron Throne dominating everything, 1,000 swords melted and twisted into a monument to conquest, rising 20 feet high, uncomfortable and dangerous and perfect. King Joffrey Baratheon sat on the throne's uncomfortable seat, crown askew on his blonde head, and at his feet knelt a servant. The king held his hands up, crackling with force lightning crude, untrained, but effective, and the servant screamed as electricity burned through him. "Please! Your Grace, I didn't." "Silence!" Joffrey intensified the lightning, and the servant collapsed, twitching. At the throne's base stood the king's guard, 7 knights in white armor, all force-sensitive, sworn to protect their king with their lives. Anakin recognized Jaime taking his position among them. The others he knew only by reputation: Sir Meryn Trant, Sir Boros Blount, Sir Aerys Oakhart, Sir Balon Swan, Sir Osmond Kettle Black, and Sir Loras Tyrell. The finest knights in Westeros, bound by oaths that transcended personal preference. Nearby, Tywin Lannister stood like a monument to power itself, watching everything with calculating eyes. Cersei Lannister, beautiful and cold, radiated maternal pride at her son's cruelty. "Your Grace!" Jaime's voice cut through the servant's whimpering. "We have visitors." Anakin Skywalker and his wife, Juliana Targaryen. Joffrey's head snapped up. When he saw Anakin, his expression shifted from delight to anger. "You! The one who humiliated me! Who defeated me when I was 12! You dare come to my throne room?" "I dare." Anakin walked forward, his boots echoing on stone. "I'm here to make you an offer, King Joffrey." "Abdicate. Step down from the Iron Throne. Recognize Julia Palpatine Targaryen as the rightful heir to Aegon the Conqueror's legacy. Do this peacefully, and you and your family can live. Refuse, and I'll take the throne by force." The throne room went absolutely silent. Then Joffrey laughed. High, mad laughter that echoed off vaulted ceilings. "You think you can threaten me? I am king. King of Westeros. King of all the land and seas. You're nobody. A jumped-up soldier with a glowing sword. I'm married to the Targaryen heir. The true rulers of this planet. Your family took the throne by force from Robert after he rebelled against the Targaryens. But Julia's claim predates all of that. She is the last direct descendant of the Dragon Kings. And as her husband, I claim the Iron Throne in her name. Step down. Or be removed." "Never." Joffrey stood, his green lightsaber igniting in his hand. His skills were mediocre at best. Anakin had trained him briefly at 11, and the boy had learned nothing except arrogance, but desperation made even the weak dangerous. "You can't do this. The Republic won't allow it." "I'm not here on behalf of the Republic," Anakin said calmly. "I'm here to challenge your right to rule. Personal combat. You and me. Winner takes the throne. That's how your people have done this for 300 years, right? Trial by combat. This is unacceptable," Tywin Lannister's voice cut across the room. "The Republic will not allow one of its generals to overthrow a member government through personal ambition." "The Republic won't stop it either," Anakin countered. "Westeros is in civil war. Your king executed Ned Stark unjustly, starting this entire mess. The Senate views this as an internal matter. They won't intervene." He looked directly at Joffrey. "So what's it going to be, Your Grace? Fight me yourself, or hide behind your King's Guard?" The King's Guard shifted. 7 knights, all force-sensitive, all loyal to their oaths. They would fight if ordered. They would die if necessary. That was their purpose. Jaime stepped forward. "Your Grace, allow me to handle this. The King's Guard exists to protect the king." "No." Joffrey's voice cracked. "I'm not hiding. I'm the king. I'll kill him myself. But his hands shook. For all his arrogance, Joffrey knew the truth. He couldn't beat Anakin. Nobody in this room could beat Anakin. The hero of the Republic had killed beings that shouldn't die, defeated the best duelists in the galaxy, and walked away from battles that should have killed him a dozen times over. "The King's Guard will defend their king," Tywin said quietly. It wasn't a request. The 7 knights moved forward as one, surrounding their king, white cloaks swirling. 7 against 1. Impossible odds by any measure except the one that mattered: skill. Anakin's purple lightsaber ignited. "Julia, stay back." She nodded. Moving toward the wall, her eyes tracking everything with that unsettling intensity she'd always carried. The King's Guard attacked. Ser Marin Trant came in first, his blue blade sweeping high. Anakin blocked, riposted, forced him back. Ser Boros Blount attacked from the left. Anakin's blade was already there, meeting the strike, deflecting it into Ser Ares Oakheart's thrust. 3 opponents engaged simultaneously, their coordination perfect, their skill undeniable. But Anakin had trained under Jaime Lannister. Had mastered all 7 forms. Had fought battles these knights couldn't imagine. He moved like water through their attacks. Form III's defensive precision met Form vs aggressive counters. He blocked Ser Balon Swan's overhead strike, spun inside Ser Osmond Kettleblack's guard, and kicked Ser Loras Tyrell hard enough to send him stumbling. "He's too fast," someone shouted. Anakin pressed. His purple blade carved through Ser Marin Trant's defenses, scoring his arm. A force push sent Ser Boros stumbling. A spinning slash forced Ser Ares back. He was fighting 7 knights simultaneously and winning. Jaime Lannister joined the assault, and everything changed. The former Jedi instructor moved with the kind of fluid grace that came from decades of practice. His golden blade, an heirloom from his family, met Anakin's purple one with perfect precision. Their weapons locked, and for a moment teacher and student stared at each other through crossed plasma. "You've improved," Jaime said conversationally, as if they weren't fighting to the death surrounded by chaos. "You taught me well." Anakin disengaged, blocked Ser Balon's strike without looking, and countered with a thrust that forced Jaime back 3 steps. They dueled across the throne room, blades moving faster than untrained eyes could follow. The other King's Guard tried to support, but this fight was beyond them. This was mastery versus mastery, perfect technique clashing with perfect adaptation. Jaime fought with Form 2's elegant precision Makashi, the dueling form, designed for lightsaber-to-lightsaber combat. Every movement economical, every strike aimed at vital points, footwork that turned defense into attack seamlessly. Anakin met it with Form vs power strikes mixed with Form 4's acrobatics. He refused to be pinned down, refused to fight Jaime's fight. When Makashi demanded precision, Anakin answered with overwhelming force. When footwork created distance, Anakin used the force to close it. "Kill him!" Joffrey screamed. "All of you! Just kill him!" The remaining King's Guard attacked together, abandoning coordination for pure aggression. 6 knights, all force-enhanced, all desperate. Their blades came from every angle. Anakin spun, his lightsaber a wheel of purple death. He blocked high, low, spun under a thrust, caught Ser Osmond's wrist with a force grip and squeezed until bones cracked. The knight's scream cut off as Anakin's blade took his head. 5 left. Ser Ares Oakhart tried a flying thrust, Atara's signature move, meant to overwhelm defenses with aerial superiority. Anakin caught him mid-air with the force, slammed him into the ground hard enough to crack stone, and stabbed down. The knight's eyes went wide, then empty. 4 left. Ser Boros and Ser Marin attacked together, perfectly synchronized. Anakin blocked both strikes, locked their blades with his own using precise angle and leverage. Then released a burst of purple force lightning from his free hand. Both knights collapsed, armor smoking, dead before they hit the floor. 2 left. Ser Balon and Ser Loras Tyrell circled him warily. And Jaime Lannister, watching with something like pride and sorrow mixed together. "Stand down," Anakin said to the survivors. "You've fought honorably. No shame in retreat." "King's Guard don't retreat," Ser Balon said. He attacked, brave and doomed. Anakin's blade met his, turned it aside, and carved through his chest in one fluid motion. The knight fell without a sound. Sir Loras Young, skilled, devoted to honor, hesitated. That hesitation cost him. Anakin's force push sent him flying into a pillar hard enough to crack ribs. He slumped, alive but unconscious. Which left Jaime. Just us now, the former Jedi instructor said. Like old times. Training sessions in the Lannister estate, remember? You were 14, cocky as hell, convinced you could beat me. I couldn't then. Anakin lowered into a ready stance. But I can now. Prove it. They exploded into motion. Golden blade met purple blade in a shower of sparks. Jaime attacked with Makashi's perfect thrusts aimed at wrist, elbow, shoulder, throat, every strike designed to disable or kill. Anakin deflected them all, countered with gems so power strikes that forced Jaime to give ground. You've learned, Jaime said, breathing harder now. Taken what I taught and made it your own. I'm proud. Then surrender. You don't have to die for him. Yes, I do. Jaime pressed harder, his blade a blur. I'm King's Guard. Sworn to protect the king. Even a king like Joffrey. Especially a king like Joffrey, because who else would? He attacked high, feinted low, spun into a strike that should have been impossible to predict. Anakin predicted it anyway. Blocked. Riposted. Forced Jaime back. What about your sister? Cersei. Jaime's expression flickered. If you must kill her, kill her. But if you can spare her, imprison her instead. I'd count it a kindness. I can't promise that. Then kill her cleanly. Not like he attacked again, desperation creeping into perfect technique. Their blades locked again. Anakin looked into Jaime's eyes and saw exhaustion there. The weariness of a man who'd compromised too much for too long. You want this, Anakin realized. You want to lose. To die. End your service. Maybe. Jaime smiled sadly. Or maybe I just recognize when I'm beaten. You're better than me now, Anakin. Better than I'll ever be. The finest duelist in the galaxy, just like everyone says. I don't want to kill you. I know. But you will. Because that's what we do. We finish what we start. Jaime attacked one last time, putting everything he had left into the assault. Anakin met it. Blocked the first strike, deflected the second, spun inside the third, and with surgical precision, severed Jaime's weapon hand at the wrist. The golden blade fell, still clutched in fingers that no longer responded. Jaime stared at the cauterized stump, shock settling over his features. Anakin's blade came up, rested against Jaime's throat. Thank you, Jaime whispered. For the lessons. For making me better. For. The purple blade cut across. Jaime Lannister, Knight of the King's Guard, the finest duelist Westeros had ever produced, fell to the throne room floor and didn't rise. No. Cersei's scream echoed through the chamber. She ran forward, collapsed beside her brother's body. Cradling his head. You bastard! You monster! He was. She couldn't finish. Just sobbed over the brother she'd loved in ways that transcended propriety or law. Anakin turned toward the Iron Throne. Joffrey stood there, green lightsaber shaking in his hands, crown barely clinging to his head, eyes wide with terror he'd never felt before. You killed them, Joffrey's voice was small, childlike. You killed my King's Guard. You killed. I'm giving you one last chance, Anakin said. Surrender the throne. Abdicate peacefully. And you live. Fight me, and you die. Choose. For a moment, Joffrey almost took the offer. His mouth opened, surrender forming on his lips. Then pride, that Lannister pride, that Baratheon arrogance reasserted itself. I am king. You can't, I won't, I'll kill you. His green blade ignited fully, and he charged down the Iron Throne steps with all the skill of a mediocre student who'd learned nothing from his lessons. Anakin waited. Let Joffrey close the distance. Let him commit to an overhead strike that telegraphed its trajectory like a beacon. Then Anakin moved. His purple blade came up, caught Joffrey's strike, turned it aside with contemptuous ease. A flick of his wrist, and Joffrey's weapon flew from nerveless fingers. A precise strike, and both of Joffrey's hands fell to the floor, severed at the wrists. The former king stared at his stumps, mouth opening in shock that preceded screaming. Anakin caught Joffrey's green lightsaber with the force, brought it floating to his free hand. Now he held two blades, one purple, one green, and he looked at the boy who'd ruled through cruelty and madness. For everyone you've tortured, everyone you've killed, every life you've ruined because you thought power meant you could do anything. Anakin's voice was cold, final. Your reign ends now. Both blades moved. Purple and green plasma carved through Joffrey Baratheon's neck from opposite sides, meeting in the middle. The head fell, bouncing down the Iron Throne's steps, crown rolling away. The body collapsed. The Mad King was dead. For a long moment, nobody moved. Then doors burst open, and soldiers flooded in, not Lannister guards, but men bearing Targaryen symbols, led by Peter Baelish and Lord Varys. Targaryen loyalists. Littlefinger announced with theatrical flair. Declaring for the rightful queen. Julia Skywalker née Targaryen, and her husband, King Anakin. Tyrion Lannister appeared from a side entrance, hands raised in surrender. I, Tyrion of House Lannister, negotiate terms of surrender on behalf of my family. My father Tywin, my sister Cersei, my nephew's remaining siblings we yield. The throne is yours. Anakin looked at Cersei, still sobbing over Jaime's body. You're imprisoned. Comfortable quarters, but guarded. You'll stand trial for your crimes. What crimes? Cersei spat through tears. Loving my brother? Protecting my son? Conspiracy. Murder. Corruption. Anakin's voice held no sympathy. You enabled Joffrey's madness. Covered for his cruelties. You're guilty, even if your grief is real. He turned to Tywin. You, I'm less certain about. You're ruthless, but competent. I'll need competent people if I'm to rule this world. Tywin studied him with those calculating eyes. You're offering me a position? After I served the king you just killed. I'm offering you a chance to be useful. Westeros needs stability. You can help provide it, or you can join your grandson in death. Your choice. Tywin glanced at Cersei, at Jaime's body, at Tyrion. Then he knelt. I, Tywin Lannister, submit to the authority of the Iron Throne. Long live King Anakin. Long live Queen Julia. One by one, the nobles and soldiers in the throne room knelt. The Targaryen loyalists had waited decades for this moment. The pragmatists recognized which way power flowed. Even Cersei, eventually, knelt though hatred burned in her eyes. Anakin walked to the Iron Throne. The 1,000 swords gleamed in torchlight, sharp edges, an uncomfortable seat promising that ruling would never be easy. He picked up Joffrey's severed head by its golden hair, retrieved his fallen sword, and in a gesture that would echo through Westerosi history, slammed the blade through the skull and planted it at the throne's base. A monument. A warning. A promise that this reign would be different. Then he sat. The Iron Throne cut into his back immediately, sharp edges finding flesh. Uncomfortable. Deliberately so. A reminder that power came with pain. Julia, he called. Come here. She walked across the throne room, her silver gold hair catching light, and climbed the steps to stand beside him. There wasn't room for two on the throne itself, it was built for one ruler, but she stood at his right hand, and that was statement enough. Then everything went wrong. The doors burst open again, and unsullied warriors poured in, those elite eunuch soldiers in grey armor, force pikes raised, moving with perfect coordination. Behind them, more warriors. And walking through their ranks like death incarnate, red lightsaber already ignited, came Daenerys Targaryen. And she had Julia. No, wait. Julia stood beside Anakin. But another Julia walked with Daenerys, hands bound, a red lightsaber blade at her throat. Both identical. Both. Illusion, Anakin realized. His wife beside him flickered, and the real Julia stood captive, while what he'd thought was his wife dissolved into forced deception. Daenerys smiled, triumphant and cruel. "Thank you for warming my seat, Skywalker. Now hand over the throne, surrender, and I'll spare your wife. She's not a true dragon like me. Just a half-blood pretender. But I can be merciful to family. Kneel, and she lives. Refuse," and she pressed the blade closer to Julia's throat. "Well, you know what happens to those who defy me. Let her go." Anakin's hands clenched on the throne's armrests, sharp metal cutting into his palms. "This is between you and me. She's done nothing. She exists. That's crime enough. Another Targaryen who might challenge my claim. Another false dragon." Daenerys's purple eyes burned. "After I beat you, I'll take you from your wife. Make you watch as I rule the throne, your strength one. You'll serve me, chosen one. Your power, my direction. We'll reshape the galaxy together, whether you want to or not." Anakin stood, his purple lightsaber igniting. Every instinct screamed at him to attack, but that blade was at Julia's throat. One wrong move, and then Julia did something impossible. Her bound hands moved, fingers twisting in a gesture Anakin recognized from Sith texts. A lightsaber flew from one of the dead King's Guard Seer Marin trance weapons straight into her palms. The bonds snapped as force power burned through them. She ignited the blade. But it wasn't blue, as a Jedi weapon should be. It was red. Pure, crimson red. Julia spun, her movements fluid and deadly, and killed the unsullied guard standing closest. Then she was moving, her red blade carving through grey-armored warriors with practiced precision. This wasn't Julia learning to fight. This was someone who'd been trained for years. Decades, maybe. And her style? Sith. Pure Sith. Form 7's aggressive fury mixed with Form 6's practical adaptability. She fought like someone who'd been raised in darkness. What Anakin couldn't process what he was seeing. Julia cut down 3 more unsullied, then turned to face Grey Worm, the commander of Daenerys's elite forces. The Zabrak warrior attacked with his force pike, the weapon crackling with energy. Julia blocked, riposted, forced him back. They dueled across the throne room, force-sensitive warrior versus trained Sith, and Julia was winning. "She's been lying to you," Daenerys said, shock in her voice. "She's not just a Targaryen princess. She's Darth Avara," Julia said calmly, her red blade taking Grey Worm's head in one clean strike. She turned to face Anakin, and her expression was strange, apologetic, defiant, affectionate, mad. "That's my Sith name. I've been trained since childhood. My entire family. We're all Sith." The world tilted. "What? My father? Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. He's Darth Sidious. The Sith Lord everyone's been searching for." Julia spoke like she was discussing the weather. "My brother's Julian is Darth Venom, obsessed with immortality and those notes you won't give him. Cassian is Darth Raisin, hungry for power and control. My stepmother Octavia is Darth Vaela, cruel and calculating. And me? I'm Darth Avara. The observer. The one who watches and learns and plans." Anakin's mind raced. Palpatine was Sidious. The kindly mentor who'd supported him for years. The Chancellor who'd guided the Republic through war. The man who'd welcomed him into his family was the Sith Lord orchestrating everything from shadows. Why his voice failed? Why didn't you tell me? Because father forbade it. Because I wasn't supposed to fall in love with you. Because revealing this truth would have destroyed everything. Julia's red blade hummed. But circumstances forced my hand. Daenerys attacked. I had to defend myself. And now you know. You lied to me. 4 years. Our entire relationship was real. Julia's voice cracked. My feelings for you are real, Anakin. Everything else, the training, the secrets, the Sith names, that's just background. Circumstances of birth. You of all people should understand that. You carry the mark of Marka Ragnos. You've learned dark side techniques. You've walked between light and dark your entire life. I'm just doing the same thing. She had a point. A terrible, valid point that Anakin couldn't refute because she was right. We'll discuss this later, he said finally. Right now he turned to Daenerys, who'd been watching the revelation with calculating eyes. We have a problem to solve. Daenerys smiled. Do you really think you can defeat me, Skywalker? I am the true dragon. The rightful heir. I've conquered cities, freed slaves, built armies. You're just a soldier with a glowing sword. And you're the woman who burned my mother alive. Anakin's voice went flat, cold, final. I've waited years for this. Dreamed about killing you. Planned exactly how I'd make you suffer. And now. He ignited his purple lightsaber. You're going to die screaming, just like she did. He attacked. His purple blade met her red one with explosive force. Daenerys blocked, but barely. The impact sending her stumbling back. Anakin pressed, channeling every ounce of rage and hatred he'd suppressed for years into pure offensive fury. This was Form 7 Juyo, the forbidden form that channeled dark emotions into overwhelming assault. Every strike carried killing intent. Every movement screamed violence. Anakin had held back in every duel since Tatooine, afraid of losing control, afraid of falling. Not anymore. This woman had murdered his mother. Had threatened Julia. Had tried to take everything from him. She deserved no mercy, no restraint, nothing but death delivered with maximum suffering. Daenerys fought back desperately. She was skilled, years of training, natural talent, experience leading armies and killing Jedi. But she'd never faced anyone like Anakin. Never confronted someone who combined Chosen One potential with Sith techniques with Jaime Lannister's perfect instruction. You can't defeat me, she screamed, her blade deflecting strike after strike. I am the mother of dragons. The unburnt. The breaker of chains. You're a murderer who burned an innocent woman alive. Anakin's blade carved through her defenses, scoring her arm. You're a tyrant who enslaves while calling it liberation. And after I beat you, I'm going to take everything from you, just like you tried to take everything from me. Behind them, Julia engaged the remaining Unsullied. Her red blade moved with deadly precision, cutting through warriors who'd been trained since childhood to be unkillable. She fought like someone who'd spent years preparing for this exact scenario. And then she did something impossible. Her hands moved in complex gestures, words of power spilling from her lips in a language that predated the Republic. The air shimmered, reality bent, and something emerged. A krayt dragon. But not just any krayt dragon. This was a greater krayt, the legendary variant that could grow to over 100 meters long, with 10 legs and size that dwarfed buildings. Its scales were half black and half white, shifting between colors like living shadows. Its eyes glowed purple, pulsing with force energy. The creature filled the throne room. No, that was impossible, it was too large, but somehow it manifested anyway, its massive head emerging from nowhere, jaws opening to reveal teeth like swords. Daenerys's 3 dragons, which had been circling outside the Red Keep, roared challenges and flew in through shattered windows. They were impressive 20 meters long, covered in scales, breathing fire. Ancient terrors brought back from extinction through Targaryen bloodlines. The Krayt dragon ate them. Not metaphorically. It literally opened its massive jaws and bit one dragon in half, crushed another in its jaws, sent the third fleeing with injuries that would prove fatal. 3 legendary creatures destroyed in seconds by something even more legendary. Impossible! Daenerys screamed. My dragons! My children! Krayt dragons are apex predators, Julia said calmly, her red blade cutting down the last unsullied warrior. From Tatooine. Extremely rare. I've spent years learning to summon one. His name is Shadow Fang. And he only answers to me. The Krayt dragon roared a sound that shook the Red Keep's foundations, then dissolved back into force energy, its purpose served. Anakin used Daenerys's shock to press harder. His purple blade moved through all 7 forms in rapid succession. Shi chose raw power into Makashi's precision, into Sorsu's defense, into Ataru's acrobatics, into Jem So's counters, into Neiman's balance, into Juyo's fury. A master class in lightsaber combat, executed with perfection. He severed Daenerys's weapon arm at the elbow. Her lightsaber fell, still clutched in fingers that would never move again. She stared at the cauterized stump, shock and disbelief warring on her perfect face. No, she whispered. This can't. I'm the true dragon. The prophecy says. The prophecy says nothing about you specifically. Anakin's free hand came up, fingers splayed. You're just another tyrant who thought bloodlines meant destiny. Let me show you what real power looks like. Purple force lightning erupted from his fingertips. It struck Daenerys square in the chest, and she screamed. The electricity coursed through her body, burning, cooking, destroying from the inside out. She was fire-resistant. Targaryen blood gave her immunity to normal flames, but this wasn't normal fire. This was concentrated force energy, purple lightning that transcended physical resistance. You burned my mother alive, Anakin said, his voice eerily calm despite the rage in his eyes. Watched her suffer. Laughed while she died. Now it's your turn. Burn. Just like she did. He intensified the lightning. Daenerys's screams rose to inhuman pitches as her skin blackened, her hair ignited, her body began charring. The unburnt was burning, and there was no escape. This is impossible, she shrieked. I am the true dragon. I cannot. You can, Anakin interrupted. And you will die. Screaming. Knowing you failed. Knowing your ambitions amounted to nothing. Knowing that in the end, you were just another monster who got exactly what she deserved. The lightning intensified further. Daenerys's body began breaking down at a cellular level, flesh turning to ash, bones turning to dust. She tried to speak, but her throat had burned away. Tried to breathe, but her lungs were gone. Just agony and death, stretched across eternal seconds. Finally, mercifully, she collapsed. What hit the floor wasn't recognizable as human anymore. Just charred remains that crumbled to dust at the slightest touch. Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, the breaker of chains, the woman who dreamed of ruling the Iron Throne, was dead. The throne room was silent except for Anakin's heavy breathing. He stood over the ashes of his enemy, purple lightning still crackling around his fingers, and felt empty. Not satisfied. Not vengeful. Just empty. Anakin. Julia's voice cut through his thoughts. She'd dismissed her red lightsaber, was walking toward him, concern in her eyes. It's done. She's gone. You can let go now. He looked at her, his wife, his companion, his fellow traveler on the edge between light and dark. Who'd just revealed herself as a Sith. Who'd been lying to him for years. Who'd summoned a Krayt dragon and fought with deadly precision. He grabbed her by the throat. Not with the Force. With his bare hand. Flesh on flesh, his fingers closing around her windpipe. You lied to me, he said flatly. Julia didn't struggle. Instead, she smiled. That mad, beautiful smile. And then she said something that broke what was left of Anakin's certainty. Harder. He stared. What? If you're going to choke me, do it properly. Harder. Make me feel it. Her smile widened. Unless you're going to let go. But we both know you won't. Because you need answers. And because part of you has always known something was wrong with me. With my family. You just didn't want to see it. Anakin released her. Stepped back. Explain. Now. Everything. Julia rubbed her throat, still smiling like she'd enjoyed the choking. My family are Sith. All of us, trained since childhood. Father Darth Sidious has been orchestrating events for decades. The Clone Wars. The Separatist movement. Everything. He's been playing both sides, building towards something bigger. What? A new order. After the war ends, after the Republic has been weakened enough, he plans to declare himself Emperor. Reorganize everything under Sith rule. And he wants you as his apprentice. The chosen one, corrupted to the dark side, serving as his enforcer. That's been his goal since he first met you at 9 years old. The pieces clicked into place. Every kindness. Every bit of support. Every time Palpatine had defended Anakin against the Council or encouraged him to push boundaries. All manipulation. All part of a plan decades in the making. And you. I wasn't supposed to fall in love with you. That was never part of Father's plan. But I did. And I chose you over his objectives. That's why I revealed myself today to save you. To help you. Because I love you, even if I am Sith, even if everything about me is wrong. Your brothers. Their goals. Julian Darth Venom is obsessed with immortality. He wants those notes because they contain Plagueis' research on defeating death. Cassian Darth Raisin wants power for its own sake. He thinks we siblings should unite, kill our parents, and rule together. Octavia Darth Vela is simply cruel. She helps Father control us because she enjoys the power it gives her. And you? What do you want? Julia looked at him with those blue eyes that held madness and greatness in equal measure. I want you. That's all I've ever wanted. The throne, the politics, the Sith training, that's just background noise. You're what matters. We can figure out the rest together. Anakin wanted to rage at her. To demand she explain why she'd lied for years. To push her away and never trust her again. But he understood her reasoning. More than that, he understood her. Because he'd been doing the same thing, walking between light and dark, learning forbidden techniques, carrying the mark of Marca Regnos while claiming to serve the light. They were the same, just from different starting points. We're keeping this secret, he said finally. Your family being Sith. Your identity as Darth Avara. No one can know. Not yet. Not until we figure out what to do about Sidious. Agreed. But I'm watching you. And your brothers. And your father. One wrong move, one betrayal, and... I know. Julia stepped closer. You'll kill me. Just like you killed Daenerys. I understand. And I accept that risk. Because loving you is worth it. She kissed him. Right there, in the throne room, surrounded by bodies and witnesses and the ashes of their enemies. And despite everything, Anakin kissed her back. Because she was right. They were both walking between light and dark. Both carrying secrets that could destroy them. Both choosing each other despite every reason not to. Mad and dangerous and perfect. A transmission came through on Anakin's COMM. General Skywalker, this is Robb Stark. I've received your message. The head of Joffrey Baratheon in terms of surrender. And I accept. The North will kneel to a Targaryen restoration. Especially one that killed the monster who murdered my father. You have your peace, King Anakin. Westeros is united. The pieces fell into place. The civil war was over. The Mad King was dead. The rightful heir or close enough sat the Iron Throne. And Anakin had claimed his vengeance against the woman who'd burned his mother. Victory. At the cost of learning his entire family was Sith and his mentor was the greatest threat the galaxy had ever known. He sat on the Iron Throne again, feeling the sharp edges cut into his back. Julia stood at his right hand, her secret revealed but still his wife. Below them, nobles began kneeling: Lannisters, Tyrells, Martells, representatives from every great house acknowledging the new king. All hail King Anakin! Littlefinger announced with theatrical flair. And Queen Julia. House Skywalker, restored to the Iron Throne. Long may they reign! Long may they reign, the crowd echoed. 2 weeks later, Anakin and Julia returned to Coruscant. The victory was celebrated. News holo feeds showed images of King Anakin and Queen Julia bringing peace to a war-torn world. The Republic Senate congratulated them. Palpatine held a state dinner in their honor. And through it all, Anakin watched his father-in-law with new eyes. Seeing the manipulation. The calculated warmth. The way Palpatine guided conversations and influenced decisions. Sidious. The Sith Lord who'd been hiding in plain sight for decades. Congratulations, my boy, Palpatine said privately after the dinner. You've achieved something remarkable. Uniting Westeros, establishing yourself as a king, demonstrating power that transcends simple military might. I'm proud of you. Thank you, Chancellor. Father-in-law, Palpatine corrected gently. We're family now. And family is what matters most. Power, position, influence, these are tools. But family? That's what we fight for. What we build empires to protect. Anakin nodded, playing along. Of course. The war will end soon, Palpatine continued. Another year, perhaps 2. And when it does, the Republic will need to reorganize. Become stronger. More centralized. I have plans, Anakin. Plans that will change everything. And I want you at my side when they come to fruition. I'll always serve the Republic. Of course you will. Palpatine smiled. You're a good man, Anakin. Powerful. Determined. Exactly what the galaxy needs. Together, we'll build something that lasts forever. After Palpatine left, Julia appeared at Anakin's elbow. He knows you know. What? Father. He knows you've figured out he's Sidious. I could see it in his eyes. The way he was testing your reactions. She looked worried, genuinely worried, which was rare for her. He's planning something. Accelerating his timeline. We need to be careful. We will be. Anakin pulled her close. We survived everything else. We'll survive this too. But even as he said it, he wondered if it was true. How did you fight someone who'd been planning for decades? Who controlled both sides of a galactic war? Who had Sith apprentices embedded throughout the Republic? The answer, Anakin realized, was that you didn't fight fair. You used every tool available. Walked the edge between light and dark. Made alliances with people who should be enemies. Lied and manipulated and broke every rule that needed breaking. You became exactly what the galaxy needed, even if it looked like a monster. King Anakin Skywalker, married to a secret Sith, carrying the mark of Marka Ragnos, ruling Westeros while serving as a Republic general, looked out at Coruscant's endless lights and knew the real war was just beginning. The Clone Wars would end. Sidious would make his move. And when he did, Anakin would be ready. Because he'd walked between light and dark his entire life. And in the coming darkness, that might be exactly what saved them all. 1 year had changed everything. Again. At 22, Anakin Skywalker stood in the Supreme Chancellor's office, wearing the uniform of Supreme Commander of the Republic Military, the highest military rank in the entire Republic, answerable only to the Chancellor himself. The insignia on his chest bore 5 stars, marking him as commander of all Republic forces, the Grand Army, the Navy, Special Operations, everything. It was a position men spent lifetimes aspiring to reach. Anakin had been given it at 22. Beside him, Julia, also 22, now wore elegant robes that somehow managed to combine her roles as Queen of Westeros, Chancellor's daughter, and secret Sith into one cohesive image. Her silver-gold hair was bound in elaborate braids, and her blue eyes tracked her father's movements with the kind of attention only someone who knew Palpatine was Darth Sidious could manage. "Congratulations, Supreme Commander," Palpatine said warmly, extending his hand. The Senate voted unanimously. "Your leadership, your victories, your dedication to the Republic all have earned you this honor. No one is more deserving." "Thank you, Chancellor." Anakin clasped his hand, maintaining the fiction that he didn't know this man was the Sith Lord orchestrating the war from both sides. Behind them, Julian and Cassian Palpatine stood rigidly. At 32, both had risen to their own positions of power, Julian as Admiral of the Third Fleet, Cassian as General of the Northern Armies. Both had been competing for Supreme Commander for years, using every political connection and military victory to build their cases. And their father had given the position to their sister's husband instead. Julian's expression was professionally neutral, but Anakin could see the fury underneath. Darth Venom, denied the power he craved. Cassian was slightly less controlled, his jaw tight, hands clenched. Darth Raisin, watching someone else take what he believed was his by right. "This makes you the second most powerful man in the Republic," Palpatine continued. "Exceeded only by myself. Combined with your position as King of Westeros, commanding your own armies and fleets, you've become quite formidable, my boy." "I serve the Republic," Anakin said. The correct words. The expected words. But his eyes met Palpatine's, and in that moment, both men knew the other understood the game being played. "Of course you do." Palpatine smiled. "Which brings us to why I've called you here. We've located the Separatist Council. Count Dooku, General Grievous, and the entire leadership. They're hiding on Mustafar." Mustafar. The volcanic hellscape in the Outer Rim. Lava rivers, unstable terrain, temperatures that could kill unprotected humans in minutes. Perfect place for separatists to hide, miserable enough that few would want to pursue them there. "We end this," Anakin said. "One strike. Capture or kill the leadership. And the separatist movement collapses." "Precisely." Palpatine activated a holographic display. Mustafar appeared, a planet of reds and blacks, volcanic activity visible from orbit. Admiral Trench commands their defensive fleet. He's cunning, patient, and has survived multiple attempts on his life. "This won't be easy." Admiral Trench. The spider-like harch with 6 arms and a reputation for elaborate traps. Anakin had studied his tactics. The Admiral preferred to lure enemies into prepared kill zones, using patience and deception to overcome superior force. Dangerous, but predictable if you understood his patterns. "I'll need the 501st Legion," Anakin said. "Plus Westeros forces. And I want to recruit some additional personnel. Such as Ferris Olin. My old colleague. He's not a Jedi anymore, but he's skilled and dedicated. And Darth Maul." The room went silent. Julian's eyes widened. Cassian actually laughed. "You want to pardon a Sith Lord? The one who killed Qui-Gon Jinn." "I want to use him," Anakin corrected. "Maul has been imprisoned for a year. He surrendered to me on Dathomir because I bear the mark of Marka Ragnos. By Sith law, I'm his Dark Lord. Which means he has to obey me. Might as well put that to use." Palpatine studied him with those calculating eyes. "Interesting. Using Sith authority while serving the Republic. You continue to surprise me, Anakin." "Very well. You have your authorization. Recruit whoever you need. Just end this war." The fleet assembled over 3 days. The Resolute and 2 other Venator-class star destroyers, plus the Westeros Royal Fleet 20 warships bearing the Skywalker sigil, a dragon-wolf hybrid that combined Targaryen and Stark imagery. 10,000 clone troopers from the 501st Legion. 5,000 Westeros soldiers, including knights and Force sensitives trained in their own combat traditions. And standing on the Resolute's bridge, flanked by Anakin and Captain Rex, were Ferrys Olin and Darth Maul. Ferrys looked unchanged, perfect posture, controlled expression, the kind of discipline that came from years of Jedi training even if he no longer held the title. His lightsaber was new, green blade constructed after the Council had kept his original weapon. He'd agreed to join without hesitation, still committed to serving despite his expulsion. Maul was more complicated. The Zabrak warrior wore armor painted in Sith colors black and red, matching his skin. His double-bladed lightsaber hung at his belt, and his yellow eyes tracked everything with predatory focus. The hatred he felt for Obi-Wan hadn't diminished, but he'd accepted his surrender to Anakin. By Sith law, by ancient tradition, Anakin was his master now. And Sith obeyed their masters, even when it galled them. "This is insane," Rex muttered. "Respectfully, sir. We're taking a Sith into combat." "We're using every asset available," Anakin corrected. "Maul is dangerous. But he's controlled. And right now, we need dangerous." Among the Westeros forces, Jon Snow stood out. At 22, Ned Stark's acknowledged bastard had grown into a warrior of considerable skill, dark-haired, grey-eyed, carrying the distinctive Stark features despite not bearing their name officially. He'd proven himself in the Civil War, leading men with quiet competence that reminded everyone of his father. Now he commanded a battalion of northern soldiers, sworn to serve their king. "General Skywalker," Jon approached with the kind of respectful deference that came naturally to northerners. "My men are ready. We'll follow your lead." "Good. This won't be like Westeros battles. Droids don't break. They don't retreat unless ordered. You keep fighting until they're scrap or you're dead." "Understood, Your Grace." Anakin still wasn't used to being called that. King. Supreme Commander. Dark Lord of the Sith by ancient right. Too many titles, too much power concentrated in one person. But he'd use it all if it meant ending this war. The jump to hyperspace was smooth. 18 hours to Mustafar. Anakin spent them in meditation, reaching out through the Force, feeling the currents of fate converging. This battle would be decisive. He could sense it. The war's end approached, one way or another. Julia found him in his quarters an hour before reversion. "You're worried." "I'm always worried before battles. This is different." She sat beside him, her presence in the Force strange as always, light and dark mixed, madness and greatness intertwined. "You sense something." "The end. One way or another, this ends at Mustafar. Then let's make sure it ends the right way." She kissed him, fierce and possessive. "Come back alive. I need you. Always." They dropped out of hyperspace above Mustafar, and chaos erupted immediately. The Separatist fleet waited 3 Providence-class destroyers, 5 Recusant-class light destroyers, and Admiral Trench's flagship. A modified Subjugator-class heavy cruiser bristling with ion cannons. Hundreds of Vulture droids and Tri-fighters launched, swarming toward the Republic fleet. "All ships, battle stations." Julian's voice cut through the bridge. He'd been given overall command of the space battle while Anakin focused on the ground assault. "Launch fighters. Target their flagship." The Republic fleet surged forward. V-Wings and ARC-170s streamed from hangar bays, engaging the droid fighters in a deadly dance. Turbolaser fire crossed the void, green bolts from Separatist ships, red from Republic vessels, painting space with deadly light. The Resolute shuddered as ion cannon fire struck its shields. Klaxons wailed. "Shields at 60%, someone reported. Return fire." Julian commanded. All batteries, target coordinates Delta 79. Anakin watched from the tactical station, tracking fleet movements. Trench was doing exactly what he'd predicted, using the smaller ships as bait, drawing Republic forces into range of his flagship's devastating ion cannons. Patient. Methodical. Deadly. Admiral, Anakin called. Pull back the destroyers. You're moving into his trap. Julian's eyes flashed with annoyance. I'm commanding this battle, Supreme Commander. And I'm telling you, Trench wants you exactly where you are. Pull back, feint retreat, then hit him from an angle he's not covering. For a moment, Julian looked like he'd refuse out of pure spite. Then tactical pragmatism won over pride. All ships, reverse thrust. Fall back to position Epsilon. The Republic fleet withdrew. Trench's ships pursued, exactly as predicted. And the Westeros Royal Fleet, which had been hanging back, suddenly accelerated forward, hitting the Separatist left flank with concentrated fire. Now! Julian ordered. All ships forward. Target their flagship. The combined assault overwhelmed Trench's defenses. Republic and Westeros ships hammered the Subjugator-class cruiser, shields flaring and failing. Internal explosions bloomed across its hull. "This is Admiral Trench," the spider-like commander's voice crackled through comms. "Retreat. All ships, retreat to Mustafar orbit. Defend the ground installations." The Separatist fleet withdrew, badly damaged but intact. They'd fought Trench to a standstill good enough for now. "Deploy ground forces," Anakin ordered. "All gunships launch. We're going in." The LAAT gunships screamed through Mustafar's atmosphere, carrying thousands of clone troopers and Westeros soldiers into hell itself. The planet's surface was exactly as terrible as reports suggested: rivers of lava, volcanic eruptions, temperatures that made the gunship's climate controls struggle. Black rocks and red lava stretching to every horizon. "Hot LZ," the pilot shouted as they descended toward the Separatist facility, a massive mining complex built into volcanic rock, connected by bridges spanning lava rivers. "Taking fire." Droid anti-air cannons opened up. Green bolts streaked past the gunship. One shot clipped their wing, sending them spinning. The pilot recovered, barely, and they touched down hard enough to rattle teeth. Doors opened, and the 501st poured out into hell. Battle droids were everywhere: B-1S, B-2 Supers, destroyer droids with shields activated. They fired from elevated positions, from behind cover, from every angle. Clone troopers returned fire with disciplined precision. Their training and experience turning chaos into coordinated assault. "Move! Move! Move!" Rex bellowed, his dual pistols dropping droids with every shot. "Establish perimeter. Covering fire." Anakin's purple lightsaber ignited, and he moved. Deflected blaster bolts back at their sources. Force pushed a destroyer droid off a bridge into lava below. Cut through B-2S like they were training dummies. Beside him, Ferris fought with textbook precision. His green blade moved in perfect sorcerer patterns, defense becoming offense seamlessly. Years of expulsion hadn't dulled his skills one bit. And Maul was a nightmare made manifest. His double-bladed lightsaber spun in deadly patterns, carving through droids with brutal efficiency. He fought with Form 7's aggressive fury, every strike carrying killing intent. Whatever else could be said about Sith, they were effective in combat. Jon Snow and his northern warriors established a defensive line, blasters and force-enhanced weapons cutting down droids that tried to flank the main assault. "Hold the line." Jon's voice carried over the chaos. "For the King. For the Republic." They pushed forward, meter by meter, bridge by bridge. The facility stretched across kilometers of volcanic terrain, and every step was contested. Droids died by the hundreds, but more kept coming. Finally, they reached the main complex, a massive structure built into a mountain face, with the command center overlooking lava flows. Inside, according to intelligence, the Separatist Council waited. Along with Count Dooku and General Grievous. Anakin led a strike team through the main entrance himself, Ferris, Maul, Rex, and 20 elite clone troopers. They moved through corridors filled with deactivated mining equipment, past rooms where lava flows provided heat and light. And they found them. The Separatist Council representatives from the Banking Clan, Trade Federation, Techno Union, Commerce Guild all huddled in a conference room, their faces pale with fear. They'd thought themselves safe here. Hidden. Protected. They'd been wrong. But Anakin barely noticed them. Because standing between him and the council, lightsabers already ignited, were the two beings he'd come to kill. General Grievous, the cyborg nightmare, hunched forward with 4 arms holding 4 lightsabers, red, blue, green, yellow, trophies stolen from dead Jedi. His mechanical body was scorched and rebuilt from their last encounter, but his yellow eyes burned with the same murderous hatred. And Count Dooku, the elegant Sith Lord, white beard and aristocratic bearing unchanged, his red lightsaber humming with barely controlled power. He looked at Anakin with something like disappointment. "Anakin Skywalker," Dooku said, his cultured voice carrying across the chamber. "Supreme Commander now. How impressive! But do you really think you can challenge both General Grievous and myself simultaneously? That's arrogance, boy. The kind that gets young warriors killed." "Surrender," Anakin said flatly. "Both of you. The war is over. Your fleet is broken. Your droid army is surrounded. There's no escape. Surrender." Grievous' mechanical laugh was horrifying. "The Jedi thought they could defeat me with numbers. They were wrong. You're just one Jedi, not even that anymore, facing the 2 greatest warriors the Separatist cause has to offer." "I'm not Jedi," Anakin agreed. His purple lightsaber ignited, the blade casting violet light across the volcanic chamber. "I'm something better. And you're both about to learn what that means." He attacked. The purple blade swept toward Grievous in a gem-so power strike overhead, committed, designed to force the cyborg back. Grievous blocked with 2 of his 4 blades, the impact sending sparks flying. His other 2 arms counter-attacked immediately, sweeping low and high simultaneously. Anakin leaped, flipping over the low strike, his blade batting aside the high one mid-air. He landed behind Grievous and spun toward Dooku, who'd moved to flank. Dooku's red blade came in with Makashi precision, a thrust aimed at Anakin's heart, textbook form 2, the dueling form perfected. Anakin twisted, the blade passing centimeters from his ribs, and riposted with a Makashi thrust of his own. Dooku blocked, surprise flickering across his aristocratic features. "You've learned Makashi? Impressive. But learning and mastering are different things. Let's find out." Anakin pressed the attack, his purple blade moving through forms with fluid grace. Makashi's precision into Sorso's defense into Gemso's power. He'd learned all 7 forms. Mastered them. Made them his own. Behind him, Grievous attacked again. 4 blades came from 4 different angles, impossible geometry, the kind of assault that had killed dozens of Jedi. But Anakin had trained under Jaime Lannister. Had fought battles these 2 couldn't imagine. He spun, his purple blade meeting all 4 of Grievous' strikes in rapid succession. Block high right, deflect low left, parry mid right, redirect high left. 4 blocks in less than a second, muscle memory and force precognition working in perfect harmony. Then he attacked. A burst of purple force lightning caught Grievous in his cybernetic chest, electricity arcing across metal. The cyborg staggered, systems disrupting. Dooku used the opening, his red blade sweeping toward Anakin's exposed back. Anakin sensed it through the force, dropped to one knee, the blade passing overhead. His own blade swept in a circle, forcing Dooku back 3 steps. "You're fighting both of us," Dooku said, breathing harder now. "Simultaneously." without faltering. How? Because I'm the chosen one, Anakin replied. And you're just obstacles in my way. Grievous recovered, all four arms spinning their lightsabers in a defensive pattern. Jedi have tried that confidence before. They're all dead now. I'm not dead yet. Anakin exploded into motion. Form 4 Ataru, the acrobatic form. He leaped, flipped, spun through the air in patterns that seemed to defy gravity. His blade struck from unexpected angles, forcing both opponents into pure defense. He came down behind Grievous, his blade carving through two of the cyborg's arms in one sweep. Metal shrieked. Limbs fell, still clutching their stolen lightsabers. Grievous screamed a horrible mechanical sound and spun to counterattack with his remaining two arms. But Anakin was already moving. A force push sent Grievous stumbling toward the chamber's edge, where lava flows were visible through transparent steel. Dooku attacked while Anakin's attention was divided. His red blade moved in a complex pattern. Makashi feints into Juyo aggression, a combination that shouldn't work but did because Dooku was that skilled. Anakin blocked the first three strikes, deflected the fourth, caught the fifth on his blade and held it there. They locked weapons, faces centimeters apart. You were Qui-Gon's master, Anakin said. He spoke of you with respect. What happened? How did you fall so far? Fall. Dooku's expression was bitter. I didn't fall, boy. I saw clearly. The Jedi are dogmatic, the Republic is corrupt. I chose the practical path using power to create necessary change. You should understand that. You walk the same edge I do. No. Anakin pushed, breaking the lock. I walk the edge. You fell off. There's a difference. He attacked again, and this time it was pure Juyo. The Forbidden Form 7, channeling emotion, rage at the war, grief for all the dead, determination to end this into overwhelming assault. Every strike carried intent to kill. Every movement screamed violence. Dooku defended desperately. He was a master duelist, one of the finest in the galaxy. But Anakin had surpassed him. Raw power combined with perfect technique, amplified by chosen one potential and years of training under the best instructors alive. Behind them, Grievous had recovered. The cyborg charged, his remaining two arms swinging their blades in wild patterns. You'll die, Skywalker. You'll. Anakin spun, his purple blade cutting through Grievous' remaining arms. Then, with surgical precision, through the cyborg's torso. The upper and lower halves separated cleanly. Grievous' eyes went wide with shock. His upper half fell, still functional, still trying to crawl toward a weapon. This is impossible. I am invincible. You were arrogant, Anakin said. With a gesture, he lifted Grievous' upper half with the force and hurled it through the transparent steel wall into the lava flow beyond. The cyborg's screams cut off as he hit the molten rock. General Grievous, the Jedi killer, burned. Dooku stared. You killed him. Just, killed him. Like it was nothing. He was in my way. Anakin turned his attention fully to Dooku. Just like you are. Surrender. Last chance. Dooku looked at the Separatist Council they were cowering, useless, defeated. Looked at the clone troopers surrounding the room, weapons raised. Looked at Anakin, purple blade humming with promise of death. And attacked. It was desperation now, not strategy. Dooku threw everything he had into the assault. Makashi precision, Juyo fury, force lightning that Anakin blocked with his blade. They fought across the chamber, blades moving too fast for normal eyes to track. But Anakin had already won. They both knew it. This was just Dooku refusing to accept defeat. A Makashi feint. A Sorcerer block. A Gemso counter. Anakin's blade carved through Dooku's defense and severed both his hands at the wrists. The former Jedi Master's lightsaber fell, his hands still clutching it. Dooku stumbled back, staring at the cauterized stumps, shock overwhelming his aristocratic composure. Anakin picked up Dooku's fallen weapon, holding two blades, now his purple and Dooku's red. He crossed them at Dooku's throat, the plasma mere centimeters from flesh. "Please," Dooku gasped. "Mercy. I surrender. I." Anakin deactivated both blades. "You're under arrest. All of you." He gestured to the Separatist Council. "The war is over. Order your droid armies to stand down. Now." I have the shutdown codes," Dooku said quickly. "In my data archive. Take them. End this. Please." Rex stepped forward, datapad ready. Dooku provided the access codes, fingers shaking. Rex input them, transmitted them to Republic Command. Across the galaxy, millions of battle droids simply stopped. Mid-battle. Mid-step. Their programming overridden, their connection to the control network severed. They stood frozen like statues, weapons lowering, vocabulature silent. The Clone Wars were over. The return to Coruscant took 3 days. 3 days of securing prisoners, coordinating with Republic forces across thousands of worlds, beginning the massive undertaking of transitioning from war to peace. Count Dooku and the Separatist Council were held in maximum security aboard the Resolute, guarded by clone troopers and Westeros knights alike. When they finally reverted to real space above the Republic capital, the entire planet seemed to be celebrating. Fireworks exploded in the sky. News holo feeds showed crowds dancing in the streets. The war that had consumed the galaxy for 3 years was finally, definitively over. The landing platform at the Senate building was packed. Senators, military officials, civilians, thousands had gathered to witness the return of the victorious Supreme Commander. As Anakin descended the Resolute's ramp, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Skywalker! Skywalker! Skywalker!" He walked through the masses, clone troopers forming a protective corridor. Behind him, Westeros knights escorted the prisoners Dooku in binders, his aristocratic bearing diminished but not destroyed. The Separatist Council looking terrified. Julia broke through the crowd. She ran toward him, all royal dignity forgotten, and kissed him in front of thousands of witnesses. The crowd's cheers intensified. When they finally broke apart, she whispered in his ear quiet enough that only he could hear. "I'm pregnant." The world stopped. Everything, the cheering crowds, the celebrating senators, the end of war, all of it faded to background noise. "What? I'm pregnant, Anakin. With our child. I found out yesterday." Her smile was radiant and terrified simultaneously. "You're going to be a father." He kissed her again, harder this time, joy and fear and love overwhelming everything else. "A child. They were going to have a child." Chancellor Palpatine approached, his expression warm and congratulatory. "Supreme Commander Skywalker. The Republic owes you a debt that can never be repaid. You've ended the war, captured the Separatist leadership, and brought peace to billions. This is a moment that will echo through history. Thank you, Chancellor. I'm sure you're exhausted. Take time to celebrate. Rest. You've earned it." Palpatine's eyes twinkled. "Besides, I suspect you and my daughter have much to discuss." The Jedi Council approached Yoda, Obi-Wan, Ki-Adi-Mundi. They'd been invited to the victory celebration despite their complicated relationship with Anakin. "Congratulations, Anakin," Obi-Wan said, and his smile was genuine. "You did what we couldn't. Ended the war. Saved countless lives. Whatever else has happened between us, you should be proud." "Thank you, Master." "Former Master," Obi-Wan corrected gently. "You're beyond my teachings now. Have been for a while." Harry Potter appeared with Hermione and Ron, all three in Auror uniforms. At 24, they'd matured into their roles, experienced, confident, bearing the weight of their war with Voldemort with quiet strength. "Congratulations, General," Harry said. "Or is it Supreme Commander now? And King? You collect titles like some people collect stamps." "Just Anakin is fine." "Just Anakin who ended the Clone Wars," Hermione corrected with a smile. "That's rather impressive. We should celebrate together. A victory party. Heroes of two wars." Dumbledore stood nearby, ancient blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Well done, my boy. You've accomplished something remarkable. The galaxy is fortunate to have you." The celebrations continued for hours. Anakin shook hands with senators, accepted congratulations from military officials, smiled for holo photo after holo photo. But his mind was elsewhere. On Julia's revelation. On the future approaching faster than he was ready for. Finally, exhausted, he and Julia retired to their apartments in the Senate district. R2-D2 was waiting, beeping excited congratulations about the victory. "Thanks, R2. It's been a long few days." Julia collapsed onto the couch, elegant facade cracking to reveal exhaustion. "I can't believe it's over. 3 years of war. Just over. New problems will replace the old ones. They always do. Let's not think about that tonight." She pulled him down beside her. "Tonight, let's just be happy. The war is over. We're having a child. We're alive. That's enough." He held her, feeling her heartbeat against his chest, and tried to believe it. Tried to let go of the constant vigilance, the waiting for the next crisis. But something nagged at him. A presence in the Force, dark and troubling. That night, he dreamed. Julia stood before him, pregnant, beautiful. But something was wrong. Her face twisted in pain. She clutched her swollen belly, gasping. "Anakin, help me, something's wrong." He tried to reach her, but distance stretched between them impossibly. She fell, still gasping, and he watched helplessly as she stopped breathing. As their child, their future died with her. "No!" He woke screaming, drenched in sweat. Julia stirred beside him. "Anakin? What's wrong?" "Dream. Just a dream." But it had felt real. Horribly, viscerally real. Just like the dreams he'd had about his mother before she died. "Tell me. You died. In childbirth. Our child died with you. I couldn't save you." His hands shook. It felt like a vision. Like the Force showing me the future. Julia pulled him close. "It's not the future. It's fear. You're afraid of losing me, losing our child. That's natural. But it doesn't have to happen. My mother died. When I was afraid for her, she died. I'm not your mother. And you're more powerful now than you were then. We'll find a way. Together." She kissed his forehead. "Go back to sleep. Everything will look better in the morning." But he couldn't sleep. The dream haunted him, replaying in his mind with cruel precision. Julia dying. The child dying. His future crumbling to ash. Finally, around 0300 hours, he got dressed and left the apartment. He needed to talk to someone. Palpatine would be awake. The Chancellor rarely slept, especially during times of transition. Maybe he'd have advice. Maybe he'd know something about Force visions, about preventing futures from manifesting. The Senate building was quiet at this hour, only security patrols moving through corridors. Anakin made his way to the Chancellor's office, his steps echoing off marble floors. As he approached, he felt it. Conflict in the Force. Violence. Death. He ran the last 100 meters, his purple lightsaber already in hand. The office doors were damaged, scorched by lightsaber strikes. He kicked them open. Inside, chaos. 4 Jedi Masters lay dead on the floor: Kit Fisto, Aegon Kolar, CZ Tyon, Adi Gallia. All council members. All killed with brutal efficiency, their lightsaber burns still smoking. And in the center of the office, Chancellor Palpatine knelt before two standing figures. Mace Windu held his purple lightsaber to Palpatine's throat, his expression carved from fury and righteousness. Beside him, Alastair Mad-Eye Moody stood with wand raised, his magical eye spinning wildly, his scarred face twisted with paranoid determination. Constant vigilance, he shouted, seeing Anakin. Don't move, Skywalker. This man is the enemy. Anakin. Palpatine's voice was desperate, frightened. Thank the Force you're here. They've gone mad. The Jedi and wizards are trying to take over the Republic. Lies. Mace Windu's voice was thunder. This man is Darth Sidious. The Sith Lord we've been hunting for years. He orchestrated the Clone Wars, manipulated both sides, killed thousands. He's too dangerous to be left alive. The war is over, Moody added, his real eye fixed on Anakin while his magical one scanned everywhere. Which means his usefulness as Chancellor has ended. He refused to step down. Refused to surrender emergency powers. We came to arrest him, and he killed 4 council members before we subdued him. That's not true. Palpatine looked at Anakin with pleading eyes. I defended myself. They burst in here, accused me of being this Sith Lord, and attacked. I used Force lightning in self-defense. Anakin, you know me. Would I lie to you? Yes. Of course he would. Because he was Darth Sidious. Julia had told Anakin the truth over a year ago. Everything Windu and Moody were saying was accurate. But... Master Windu, Anakin said carefully. Did you come here to arrest him? Or to execute him? We came to arrest him, Windu admitted. But he's too dangerous. Too powerful. If we try to put him on trial, he'll manipulate the courts. The Senate. He controls everything. The only way to ensure he faces justice is to kill him without trial, Anakin finished. That's not justice. That's execution. Sometimes that's what's necessary. Moody's magical eye focused solely on Anakin. This man helped bring Voldemort back. He's been planning something for decades. We can't risk letting him live. Before Anakin could respond, more footsteps echoed. Julia burst into the room, saw the scene, stopped cold. Behind her, Julian and Cassian appeared. Then Octavia. The entire Palpatine family, witnessing the Chancellor their father, their Sith Master held at blade and wand point by the Republic's supposed protectors. Julia's eyes found Anakin's. In that look, he saw a question, what are you going to do? The choice that would define everything hung in the balance. Support the Jedi and Wizard who were technically right but acting as executioners. Or support Palpatine, a Sith Lord, but also Julia's father and a man who'd helped him for years. Light or dark? Law or family? Justice or pragmatism? Mace Windu's blade pressed closer to Palpatine's throat. Anakin. Choose. Right now. Whose side are you on? And there, in the Chancellor's office, surrounded by bodies and weapons and impossible choices, the galaxy held its breath. Anakin stood in that office, surrounded by bodies and impossible choices, and felt something shift in his mind. The nightmare Julia dying in childbirth. It had felt too real. Too specific. Too much like the visions Sith used to manipulate. His eyes found Palpatine, still kneeling, still playing the victim. And suddenly, Anakin saw through it all. The nightmares, he said quietly. You sent them. Through the Force. Visions of Julia dying. To make me desperate. To make me turn to you for help. Palpatine's mask slipped. Just for a moment. Just long enough for Anakin to see the calculation underneath. All right, Anakin said, his voice hardening. Master Windu, Moody, we arrest him. All of them. We do this by law. By justice. The Republic will see its Chancellor stand trial for his crimes. Julia's expression shifted to relief. Her brothers' faces went carefully neutral. Octavia watched with hooded eyes. Anakin, Palpatine's voice was still desperate, still playing his role. Please. You know me. You know I would never. No, Anakin interrupted. I don't know you. I know Darth Sidious. I know the Sith Lord who's orchestrated this war from both sides. I know the man who sent me nightmares to manipulate me. And I know you're under arrest. For a heartbeat, nobody moved. Then Palpatine began to laugh. It started low, almost gentle. Then it grew high, mad, echoing off the walls with cruel delight. His features began to shift. The kindly Chancellor's face dissolved like fog under sunlight, revealing what had been hidden beneath for decades. Yellow eyes blazed to life, glowing with Sith power. His skin paled further, mottled and corrupted by dark side energies. The Force illusion he'd maintained for years shattered, and Darth Sidious stood revealed ancient, terrible, radiating power that made the air itself feel heavy. Nu. You will die. Sidious's voice was no longer Palpatine's cultured tones. It was ice and venom and centuries of accumulated malice. His hands came up, and purple force lightning erupted, not the controlled bursts Anakin used, but torrents of electrical death. Mace Windu raised his lightsaber to block, but the intensity overwhelmed him. Alastair Moody tried to cast a shield charm, but magical defenses meant nothing against concentrated Sith power. Both men screamed as electricity burned through them. Faster than either could react, Sidious gestured. His lightsaber hidden somewhere in the office flew to his hand. The red blade ignited, and he moved. Form 7 in its purest expression. Juyo refined over 8 decades of Sith mastery, every strike designed to kill, every movement economical perfection. The blade swept once. Mace Windu fell, his body bisected at the waist, purple lightsaber clattering from dying fingers. The blade reversed. Alastair Moody collapsed, his head separated from his shoulders, magical eye still spinning as it hit the floor. Sidious stood over the bodies, his deformed face twisted in a smile that promised suffering. Ah, young Skywalker! Here I thought we were family. But if you will not join me. The yellow eyes found Anakin. Then you have outlived your usefulness. And perhaps my grandchild will take their father's place at my side. Julia stepped forward, and her face was set with determination. Father, I. Daughter, Sidious chuckled, a sound like bones breaking. Are you really going to stand against me? After everything I've given you? After all your training? Behind Sidious, movement. Julian and Cassian Palpatine stepped from the shadows, and their eyes had shifted to glowing Sith yellow. The Force illusions they'd maintained for years dropped away, revealing the corruption underneath. Darth Venom and Darth Raisin, standing with their master. He chose those notes over family, Julian said, his voice cold. The secret to immortality. What I've sought my entire life. And he kept them from us. From me. And he took the Supreme Commander position, Cassian added. Everything we've worked toward. Everything we've earned. Given to an outsider. He's an obstacle, Father. One that needs removing. Octavia appeared from another entrance, and her own illusion dissolved. The sophisticated diplomat became something else, ancient malevolence in a female form, eyes burning yellow, features twisted by dark side corruption. Darth Vader, revealed at last. I've waited so long for this, she hissed. So long. Playing second to that fool Palpatine. Helping control these children. And now, finally, I can watch Skywalker die. They surrounded Anakin and Julia, Sidious in front, the 3 children flanking, Octavia closing the circle. 5 Sith Lords, all trained, all powerful, all committed to destroying the man who'd threatened their master's plans. Sidious gestured broadly, his raspy voice carrying theatrical weight. Did you really think you could challenge us, Skywalker? I have spent 8 decades mastering the dark side. I created the Clone Wars. Manipulated the Jedi. Built an empire in shadow. And you, a boy who barely understands the power he wields, think you can arrest me? I am the Republic. I am the Senate. I am power itself. Then you're under arrest, Anakin said flatly. His purple lightsaber ignited. Supreme Commander to Chancellor, to Darth Sidious, to whoever you are beneath the lies, you're finished. Julia's lightsaber ignited beside him. Red blade, Sith weapon, but pointed at her own family. I stand with my husband. Against you. Against all of you. Sidious's smile vanished. His face twisted with rage, and his hands moved in a complex gesture. Dark side sorcery, not Force lightning, but something older, darker, drawn from Sith alchemy and forbidden knowledge. Julia screamed. She collapsed, clutching her chest, her heart. The dark side energy was burning her from within, targeting her specifically, designed to kill slowly and painfully. The technique was ancient, terrible, and Sidious had used it before on those who betrayed him. Foolish girl! Sidious's voice echoed with power. Did you expect me to have no contingencies? No plans for my children's inevitable attempts to overthrow me? You were always the weakest. The one who let emotion override ambition. Now you die with Skywalker. But you die first. You die watching him fail. And through your corpse, through the corpse of your unborn child, I shall extract my future apprentice. Your baby will serve me, just as you should have. Julia convulsed, blood trickling from her nose and ears. The Sith sorcery was killing her, cell by cell, designed to maximize suffering. Anakin felt rage explode through him, pure, incandescent fury that threatened to consume everything. But underneath the rage was something else. Knowledge. Understanding. The notes he'd taken from Darth Plagueis. The secrets of life and death, of cellular manipulation, of using the Force to prevent death itself. He knelt beside Julia, one hand on her chest. Reaching into her body with the Force. He could feel the dark side energy killing her, see the cellular damage spreading. Their unborn child barely formed, just beginning, was dying with her. No. Anakin poured his power into her. Drew on Plagueis' techniques, on the knowledge he'd studied but never truly practiced. He couldn't heal, not yet, not fully. But he could sustain. Could hold life in place, preventing it from escaping. Like holding water in cupped hands, knowing it would slip through eventually but refusing to let go. Julia's screaming stopped. Her breathing steadied, barely. The dark side attack continued, but Anakin's power kept her alive despite it. Balanced on a knife's edge. Sustainable for now, but taking enormous concentration. Sidious's eyes widened with shock and intrigue. Impossible. You've learned what my master learned. The power to prevent death. But you haven't perfected it. I can see the strain. Feel the effort. You're using half your power just to keep her breathing. Which means... He attacked. The red blade swept toward Anakin's neck. Julian and Cassian moved simultaneously from the sides. Octavia launched Force Lightning. A coordinated assault designed to overwhelm someone fighting at half strength. But they'd forgotten one variable. The doors exploded inward, and Darth Maul entered. The Zabrak warrior took in the scene: Anakin kneeling, Julia dying, Sidious attacking, and made his choice in an instant. Sidious. Maul's voice was pure hatred. His double-bladed lightsaber ignited, the red blade spinning in deadly patterns. You took me from my mother. Made me a weapon. Cast me aside. Used me. Tortured me. I am done serving you. He attacked Sidious with berserker fury, his blade a wheel of death, every strike carrying decades of accumulated rage. And as he fought, he shouted to Anakin. I serve the true Dark Lord. The bearer of Mark Aragnos's mark. Not you, betrayer. Sidious blocked Maul's assault, but it forced him to divide attention. Julian moved to assist his father, and Maul's blade met his. Darth Venom and the former Sith apprentice dueled across the office, red blades clashing in showers of sparks. Cassian attacked Anakin, but Anakin was already moving. Even divided half his power sustaining Julia, half fighting, he was still the chosen one. His purple blade met Cassian's red one, blocked, riposted, forced the older Sith back. "You're fighting at half strength," Cassian snarled. "You can't win. Father's sorcery will kill her eventually, and when she dies, your concentration breaks. Then we finish you. Then I'll have to work fast." Anakin attacked with one hand, his purple blade moving through Makashi precision strikes while his other hand remained pressed to Julia's chest, maintaining the flow of life-sustaining energy. It shouldn't have been possible. Fighting a Sith Lord with one hand while keeping someone alive with the other. But Anakin had trained under Jaime Lannister. Had mastered all 7 forms. Had fought battles that should have killed him 100 times over. His blade carved through Cassian's defenses, scoring the younger man's arm. Cassian fell back, shocked. Octavia tried Force Lightning, but Anakin's blade was already there, blocking, redirecting the electricity back at her. She screamed as her own attack burned her. But Sidious was laughing. "Impressive. Truly impressive. But you're delaying the inevitable. My sorcery continues. Every second, she dies a little more. Your child dies. And eventually, your power will fail. Then what, Skywalker? What happens when you can't sustain them both any longer?" Anakin felt it. The truth in Sidious's words. He could keep Julia alive for minutes, maybe an hour. But not indefinitely. Not while also fighting. The strain was enormous, and it would only grow worse. Unless... He remembered something Yoda had said once, during philosophical discussions about the Force. About a state beyond normal understanding. Where a Force user didn't just wield power but became one with it. Oneness. The ultimate expression of connection to the Force itself. Anakin had touched it once or twice in battle. Moments where everything slowed, where he could see all possibilities simultaneously, where his actions seemed to transcend normal limitations. But he'd never sustained it. Never truly embraced what it meant. He'd been afraid. Afraid of losing himself. Afraid that becoming one with the Force meant surrendering his identity. But looking at Julia dying, feeling their unborn child's life flickering like a candle in wind, Anakin realized fear was a luxury he couldn't afford. Let go. He opened himself completely to the Force. Not just channeling it, but dissolving the barriers between himself and it. Let his consciousness expand beyond his body, beyond his identity, beyond the concept of Anakin Skywalker as a separate being. And the Force responded. Light exploded from him, pure, brilliant, overwhelming. Not dark side power. Not light side power. Just the Force itself, raw and transcendent, channeled through the being formerly known as Anakin but now something more. His body began to glow. White light emanated from every pore, so bright it hurt to look at directly. His eyes blazed with power that transcended color, not Sith yellow, not Jedi blue, but something that contained all possibilities. The Chosen One had awakened. His power doubled. Tripled. Multiplied beyond measure. The hand sustaining Julia pulsed with healing energy, not just preventing death anymore, but actively repairing damage, fighting back against Sidious's sorcery, winning. Julia's breathing stabilized fully. Color returned to her face. Their child's presence in the Force strengthened. And with his other hand, he fought. The purple lightsaber moved through forms with impossible speed. It was like fighting against 1,000 Jedi simultaneously, every angle covered, every opening exploited, every strike carrying the weight of the Force itself behind it. Cassian attacked. Anakin's blade met his, turned it aside, and with a contemptuous flick of his wrist, sent Darth Raisin flying into a wall hard enough to crack stone. The older Sith collapsed, unconscious. Octavia launched more Force lightning. Anakin didn't block it. He absorbed it, drew the dark side energy into himself, transmuted it through the crucible of oneness, and released it as pure Force power. A wave of invisible force sent Darth Vela tumbling, her concentration shattered. Julian tried to flank from the side, but Maul intercepted. The two fought briefly before Anakin gestured a casual wave of his glowing hand and Julian was simply stopped. Frozen mid-strike, held immobile by force power that transcended normal telekinesis. Darth Venom struggled, but he might as well have been trying to move a planet. Which left Sidious. The ancient Sith Lord stared at Anakin at the being of light he'd become and for the first time in 8 decades. Darth Sidious felt something he'd almost forgotten. Fear. Impossible, he whispered. You've achieved oneness. The state even Yoda only touches in meditation. But in combat? While healing? While fighting? That's... The Chosen One, Anakin's voice echoed with power, as if multiple beings spoke simultaneously. Not just a title. Not just a prophecy. The actual manifestation of the forces will made flesh. You tried to corrupt me. Use me. Make me your weapon. But you only ever saw a boy. You never saw what I was becoming. He attacked. The purple blade moved faster than thought. Sidious blocked, but barely, his centuries of experience barely keeping pace with Chosen One potential unleashed. They fought across the office, blades moving in patterns too complex for normal eyes to follow. Sidious used every technique he'd mastered. Form 7's aggression. Form 2's precision. Force lightning that could kill Jedi Masters. Sith sorcery that twisted reality. He poured 8 decades of accumulated dark side knowledge into the fight, throwing everything he had at this impossible opponent. It wasn't enough. Anakin blocked every strike. Deflected every force attack. Turned aside every technique. And counterattacked with overwhelming power. His blade carved through Sidious's defenses, scoring the ancient Sith's shoulder. His force push sent Sidious stumbling. His purple lightning transformed by oneness into something purer burned through dark side barriers. You were powerful, Anakin said, pressing harder. Are powerful. But power isn't enough. It never was. The dark side is limitation. Self-imposed boundaries. Corruption that weakens even as it strengthens. I've walked the edge between light and dark my entire life. Learned from both. Transcended both. And now. His blade moved. A Makashi thrust that should have been impossible to execute with Form V footwork, combined with Form 4 acrobatics and Form 7 aggression. A strike that embodied all 7 forms simultaneously. It took Sidious's weapon hand at the wrist. The red lightsaber fell, still clutched in severed fingers. Sidious stared at the cauterized stump, shock overwhelming calculation. Now you lose, Anakin finished. His free hand came up. But what emerged wasn't purple lightning. It wasn't even Sith lightning. It was something else entirely. White force lightning erupted from Anakin's palm, pure force energy, transmuted through oneness into something that transcended dark or light. It was judgment made manifest. The galaxy's anger at 8 decades of manipulation and war. The force itself rejecting corruption. The white lightning struck Sidious square in the chest. The ancient Sith Lord screamed. Not with pain, though there was pain, infinite and terrible, but with disbelief. His body began breaking down at a molecular level. Flesh turned to ash. Bones to dust. The dark side energies that had sustained him for decades unraveled under the assault of pure force power. No. This is impossible. I am immortal. I am. His voice cut off as his throat disintegrated. Then his face. Then his entire body, from the inside out, consumed by white lightning that didn't just kill but erased. removed from existence so completely that not even the Force could preserve an echo. Darth Sidious, Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, the architect of the Clone Wars and master manipulator who'd nearly destroyed the Republic, died screaming. His body turned to ash. The ash turned to dust. The dust scattered on winds that existed only in the Force. He was gone. Completely. Finally. Forever. Anakin released the lightning and turned toward Julia. She was breathing easily now, fully healed, the dark side sorcery completely purged from her system. He could feel their child's presence strong, healthy, untouched by the attack. He reached down, touched her forehead with his glowing hand. Energy pulsed pure healing, drawn from Plagueis' notes but enhanced by oneness. Every cell repaired. Every damage undone. Their child protected, strengthened, blessed by the Force itself. Julia's eyes opened, focusing on him with wonder and slight fear. Anakin? You're glowing. Oneness, he said, his voice still echoing with multiple tones. The Force and I, one being. Temporary. But enough. The glow began fading. The power receded back into the Force, and Anakin returned to being just Anakin, exhausted, drained, but alive. He collapsed beside Julia, breathing hard. Is it over? She whispered. Almost. Clone troopers burst into the office, weapons raised. Behind them came Jedi Yoda, Obi-Wan, Plo Koon, all staring in shock at the scene. Wizards followed Dumbledore, his face grave, taking in the bodies and the restrained Sith Lords. And politicians, Bail Organa in his Alderaan senatorial robes, and Padme Amidala, beautiful and composed even facing this horror. Supreme Commander, Bail Organa said carefully. We received reports of a battle. What has happened here? Anakin stood, helping Julia to her feet. Around them, Julian remained frozen by Force power, Cassian unconscious, Octavia dazed. And on the floor, nothing but ash where Palpatine had stood. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine has revealed himself as Darth Sidious, the Sith Lord who orchestrated the Clone Wars, Anakin said. Each word measured, official. He attacked Master Windu and Auror Moody when they attempted his arrest. He killed them both. He also revealed his family, Julian, Cassian, and Octavia Palpatine, as fellow Sith Lords. They attacked me and my wife. I defended us. Sidious is dead. His accomplices are restrained and under arrest. Dear Force, Padme whispered, her hand covering her mouth. All this time, the Chancellor was the enemy, Anakin finished. Playing both sides. Manipulating us all. Using the war to accumulate power. But it's over now. He's dead. His apprentices are captured. The Sith are finished. Yoda hobbled forward, his ancient eyes studying the scene. Killed Sidious, you did. Powerful, he was. Most powerful Sith in 1,000 years. Yet defeated him, you did. Achieved oneness, I sense you did. The chosen one, you are. Truly, the prophecy fulfilled. I did what was necessary, Anakin said. To protect my family. To end this war. To save the Republic. The Republic, Bail Organa said slowly. Yes. We need to discuss that. The Supreme Chancellor is dead. The government is in chaos. We need leadership. Direction. Someone the people trust. He looked at Anakin with meaning. No, Anakin said flatly. I'm not becoming Chancellor. I'm a soldier, not a politician. But I have a suggestion. He turned to Julia. My wife. Julia Palpatine. Half Targaryen. Trained in politics and statecraft. Powerful in the Force. And absolutely committed to serving the Republic's ideals rather than corrupting them. I propose she take the emergency position of Supreme Chancellor until proper elections can be held. The room went silent. Julia's eyes widened. Anakin, I can't. You can. You will. You're better at this than me. You understand politics. And he looked at Bail, at Padme, at the assembled witnesses. I'll remain as Supreme Commander. Military under my control. Government under hers. Checks and balances. She can't move the military without my approval. I can't make political decisions without hers. We rule together, or not at all. That's... Padme started, then stopped. That's actually brilliant. A dual executive. Military and political power separated but coordinated. It could work. At least temporarily. There will be concerns, Bail said carefully. About a married couple holding such power. About succession. About everything, Anakin interrupted. I know. But right now, the Republic needs stability. It needs leaders people trust. Julia is the Chancellor's daughter. I'm the Supreme Commander who ended the Clone Wars. Together, we can provide that stability. Long enough for the Senate to reorganize, hold proper elections, establish a new government. However long that takes. Obi-Wan stepped forward. You're talking about assuming dictatorial power. Even temporarily. Even with good intentions. That's concerning. What's more concerning is the alternative, Anakin countered. The Senate trying to rebuild government while separatist remnants regroup. Criminal syndicates taking advantage of the chaos. Slavers expanding their operations. Corruption re-establishing itself. I can prevent that. Will prevent it. For as long as necessary to establish actual justice. Dangerous, this path is, Yoda warned. Power corrupts. Absolute power. Corrupts absolutely. I know. But I've walked the edge between light and dark my entire life. I've achieved oneness. I've transcended the limitations you fear. I can hold this power without being consumed by it. And when the Republic is stable, when democracy is re-established properly, I'll step down. That's my oath. Witnessed by you all. The debate continued for hours. But ultimately, the Senate session held 3 days later voted in favor. Julia Palpatine became Supreme Chancellor, with Anakin Skywalker remaining Supreme Commander. Together, they held more power than any single being since the ancient Sith Empire. And they used it. Anakin turned the full might of the Republic military against slavery. Entire systems known for trafficking in sentience found themselves blockaded, invaded, liberated. He didn't negotiate. Didn't compromise. Slavers were given one choice, surrender or die. Most chose surrender. Criminal syndicates faced similar treatment. The Hutts, the Black Sun, every major organization all found themselves targeted by a supreme commander who viewed crime as simply another enemy to eliminate. Julia reformed the Senate, removing senators proven corrupt, establishing oversight committees, breaking apart voting blocs that had manipulated policy for decades. She was ruthless where Anakin was brutal, cutting through political resistance with the same determination he cut through military opposition. The Republic transformed. Not overnight. But month by month, year by year, it became something different. Cleaner. More just. The kind of government the founders had envisioned rather than the corrupt bureaucracy it had become. And through it all, Julia's pregnancy progressed. 9 months after the confrontation in Palpatine's office, she went into labor. Anakin was with her. Using every technique he'd mastered to ease the pain, to ensure safety, to guarantee that the nightmare vision of her dying in childbirth never manifested. Twins were born as Coruscant's sons said, a boy and a girl, both healthy, both strong in the Force. Luke Skywalker came first, crying lustily, his tiny fists waving. Leia Skywalker followed minutes later, quieter but no less determined. Both had their mother's silver gold hair. Both had their father's blue eyes. And both carried the Force potential of the Chosen One's lineage, split between them but no less powerful for the division. Obi-Wan visited the medical center, holding Luke with the careful reverence of someone who'd never expected to see his former Padawan become a father. He's strong in the Force. Both of them are. They'll need training eventually. They'll get it, Anakin promised. But from me. From Julia. From teachers who understand that power isn't inherently corrupting. That walking between light and dark isn't falling. That the Force is broader than Jedi dogma allows. Yoda held Leia, the tiny baby looking absurd in the ancient Jedi's wizened arms. Hope for the future, these children are. Balance incarnate. The Chosen One's legacy, passed to the next generation. Protect them, we must. Teach them, we will. Dumbledore sent gifts, magical artifacts blessed by wizard traditions, meant to protect Force-sensitive children from dark influences. Harry, Hermione, and Ron visited, congratulating their friend who'd become the most powerful man in the galaxy. Robb Stark sent a message from Winterfell, pledging Westeros's support for the twins and their parents. Jon Snow, now Lord Commander of the Westeros Royal Guard, swore an oath to protect the children with his life. The galaxy celebrated. The Supreme Commander and Supreme Chancellor's children, born healthy, symbols of hope for a republic rebuilding from decades of war. 5 years passed. Anakin sat on the second Iron Throne in Winterfell's Great Hall. He visited Westeros quarterly, maintaining his dual role as Republic Commander and Westerosi King, and reviewed reports on Datapad after Datapad. Slavery numbers, down 90% galaxy-wide. Crime, reduced by 70% in the core and mid-rim. Separatist remnants, eliminated or reintegrated. The Republic was healing. Julia entered, looking exactly as she had 5 years ago. Not a day older. Not a line added to her face. Because Anakin had done it. He'd mastered it. The secret Plagueis sought for decades. The power to defeat death itself. Not by transferring consciousness or creating clones or any of the crude methods Sith had tried before. But by using the Force at a cellular level, guiding midi-chlorians to repair and regenerate indefinitely. True immortality. Sustained youth. Life extending as long as desired. He'd perfected the technique 2 years ago. Tested it on himself first, his body locked at 24, unchanging, sustained by Force power that required minimal concentration. Then he'd offered it to Julia. Their children would grow naturally, but he and Julia would remain young indefinitely. Watching their children grow, their grandchildren, their legacy extending across centuries if they chose. The Senate is discussing elections, Julia said, sitting beside the Iron Throne. Bail Organa thinks we should hold them within the year. Establish a proper democratic government again. Return power to the people. Do you want to? Anakin asked. Step down? Give up this power we've held? She considered. Part of me does. The part that remembers what Father became. The part that fears we might follow the same path. And the other part? The other part sees how much good we've done. How much more we could do. Crime is down but not eliminated. Slavery is reduced but not destroyed. Corruption is diminished but not erased. If we step down now, before the work is complete, it might undo everything we've built, Anakin finished. I know. I've thought the same thing. They sat in silence, considering. The Iron Throne cut into Anakin's back, it always did, that reminder that ruling should never be comfortable. But he'd grown used to the pain. Accepted it as the price of power. We stay, he decided. For now. Until the Republic is truly healed. Until democracy can sustain itself without our intervention. However long that takes. Even if it takes decades. Centuries. We have the time now. Julia nodded. Together. Always together. He took her hand, felt the Force flowing between them, light and dark balanced, madness and greatness intertwined, two beings who'd walked impossible paths and somehow found each other. Luke and Leia ran into the Great Hall, chasing each other with force-enhanced speed, their laughter echoing off stone walls. At 5 years old, they were already showing remarkable power, telekinesis that moved objects without thinking, precognition that let them dodge before attacks came, empathy that sensed emotions across rooms. Anakin watched his children play and thought about the future. A galaxy healing from war. A republic rebuilding properly. His family safe and thriving. Immortality granting him time to ensure the work was truly finished before passing it to the next generation. The Chosen One had fulfilled his prophecy. Brought balance to the Force. Destroyed the Sith. Saved the Republic. And ironically, an outsider, a former slave from Tatooine, a boy who'd never fit anywhere, had won the Game of Thrones. Both literally, ruling Westeros from the uncomfortable seat of power, and metaphorically, mastering the galactic game of politics and war that had consumed civilizations for millennia. Not through cruelty like Sidious. Not through manipulation like Littlefinger. Not through pure power like Daenerys. But through walking the edge between light and dark. Through refusing to surrender to either extreme. Through loving fiercely and fighting harder. Through being exactly what the galaxy needed even when it looked like darkness. Anakin Skywalker, Supreme Commander of the Republic. King of Westeros. The Chosen One. The first being in millennia to achieve immortality without falling to darkness. The man who'd won everything and somehow remained himself. Julia leaned against his shoulder, their children played before them, and outside the Great Hall, a galaxy slowly learned what peace looked like. The story wasn't over. It might never be over, not with immortality extending their days toward infinity. But for now, in this moment, Anakin allowed himself to simply exist. Not planning the next battle or the next reform or the next crisis. Just being. With his family. In the throne room of the palace he'd conquered. Ruler of a galaxy he'd saved. And somehow, impossibly, genuinely happy.